This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Unscripted Love by Aimee Nicole Walker, narrated by Joel Leslie. Prologue. Charles Chaz Hamilton. I need to tell you something, Kyle. I should have told you months ago, I said, staring into his deep blue eyes that reminded me of the Pacific Ocean in Josh's honeymoon photos. I'd never seen water that color, or eyes for that matter. In fact, his irises were so dark that across the room you might mistake them for brown. I was used to seeing laughter, compassion, and toe-curling desire in Kyle's bottomless blue eyes. But that night I saw frustration, hurt, and even a little wariness until he realized I planned to come clean with him. "You can tell me anything," Kyle said earnestly, or so I thought. It was hard to judge his tone when we were shouting over the music that blared through the speakers at Josh and Gabe's Halloween party. He looked earnest and sincere, at least. "I won't like you any less." Damn, I had hoped that was true. But I wasn't holding my breath. It was easy for Kyle to say that without knowing my secret. I couldn't hide the truth from him another day. It was tearing me up inside and destroying any chance I had with him. I took a calming breath, stood on my tiptoes, and pressed my mouth to his ear because what I had to say was intended for him only. I had an uncanny ability to humiliate myself by blurting things out at the worst possible time, which Kyle was all too familiar with by then. With my luck, the music would have come to a screeching halt had I chosen to say my confession out loud. I whispered 2 words in his ear that I knew would get an immediate reaction out of him. Kyle jerked back and looked into my eyes with a fierce expression that made me nervous. I'd never seen that look from him, and I wasn't sure what it meant for me. For us. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. Kyle inhaled deeply through flared nostrils like he was working to calm himself. I expected him to yell or walk away from me, but never would I have guessed that he would toss me over his shoulder caveman style and carry me out of the party. "What are you doing?" I squealed in alarm. "Not a word out of you," Kyle said sharply. The slap to my leather-clad ass that followed was even sharper. Maybe it was because I was too stunned to heed his command, or maybe it was because I liked the way my ass tingled from where he slapped it, but I didn't listen. "Where are you taking me?" I demanded to know. Slap. "Hello. I'm taking you somewhere we can hash this out in private," Kyle said. "I can't believe you, Chaz." He didn't sound at all happy with me, and I worried that Kyle's assurance that he wouldn't like me any less were nothing more than empty words. How could he not think less of me? There are times in your life where you wonder how the hell you landed yourself in a situation. Tossed over the back of Kyle's shoulder while he stomped out the front door of our friend's house was one of them. It didn't take much reflection for me to realize exactly how I got there. 1. Chaz. A year earlier. "What's wrong with Harry?" Dr. Vaughn, a.k.a. Dr. Dimples, Dr. Doomy, and Dr. D, asked me. "Harry? No, I manscaped to within an inch of my life. No wild bush with hairy manberries here." Dr. Vaughn narrowed his eyes and leaned toward me a little bit. I moved back in surprise, causing him to chuckle. "Stay still a second," he said. "You have something in the corner of your eye." Dr. Vaughn cupped the left side of my face in his big, strong hand, and gently worked something loose from my right eye. Hand to God, I thought I was going to faint right then and there. I prayed hard that the trembling I felt was internal because I was nowhere close to being in the guy's league. I saw the kind of men he had dated, and I didn't measure up. Probably in more ways than one. In fact, I'd just seen him flirting with his ex-boyfriend in the damn lobby. I couldn't blame him for wanting to climb the hunky detective, but I had a feeling that ship had long sailed. Detective Wyatt had his eyes set on my best friend Josh, who tried really hard to hide his mutual attraction to the man. "There," Dr. Vaughn said. He held his finger up to show me the eyelash he'd worked free from the corner of my eye. "Aren't you supposed to make a wish and blow on it?" "Do me, Dr. Dimples, do me, Dr. Dimples." "Are we still talking about the eyelash?" I asked. I felt my face flame red with embarrassment when I realized what I'd said. Dr. Vaughn's eyes widened as if maybe he imagined my lips wrapped around his cock, but that was probably wishful thinking on my part. The normally unflappable man said. For the life of me, I don't know what made me do it. Perhaps it was his blown pupils or the racing pulse at his neck. But I wrapped my hand around his wrist and lowered my lips until they hovered over his finger with the eyelash. I kept my eyes locked on his while I gently blew on his long digit. Dr. Vaughn swallowed hard, then broke eye contact long enough to look down at his finger. A wide smile had bloomed across his face before he said, "Looks like you need to blow a little harder." Sure enough, my eyelash dangled from the tip of his finger. That little bastard was clinging to the sexy vet for dear life. Dr. Vaughn cocked his eyebrow as if he dared me to do it again, and I surely couldn't back down after the stunt I pulled. I formed my mouth into the cutest little pucker I could, and... Meow! The painful plea coming from the cat carrier pulled us both back to reality. What kind of cat dad forgot about his baby's misery when the hunky vet walked into the room? This one. "I love that your hairless cat is named Harry," the good doctor said, humor lacing his voice. "I appreciate a sarcastic sense of humor. Kind of like the 200-pound St. Bernard named Tiny I saw earlier today." "Well, I'm funny, at least," I said, because I wasn't sure what else to say. I'd made a fool of myself, which was nothing new, but on a much grander scale than normal. It was time to get things back under control. I noticed that Harry wasn't using his litter box as frequently, and today I saw blood in his urine. Harry meowed again, as if he weighed in on the situation. He sounds like he's in a lot of pain. "It sounds like a urinary tract infection. Let's take a look," Dr. Vaughn said, opening the door to the cat carrier. Harry walked to him willingly, like he knew help was imminent. He meowed pitifully, earning an extra ear scratch from the vet. "I love how smooth he feels." Yeah, I couldn't keep my mind from going there. I had something smooth Dr. Vaughn could pet. "He's, great." My voice broke a little when Dr. Vaughn slid his hand beneath Harry to examine his abdomen. "His bladder feels hard and contracted," he said. "We'll take some x-rays to make sure he doesn't have any blockages in his bladder, draw some blood for tests, and hopefully Molly can coax the little guy into giving up a urine sample." "I brought some with me," I replied. Harry started peeing outside his box, which was how I saw the blood. I grabbed the first thing that came to mind to get a sample. I pulled a small mason jar out of my pocket and handed it to him. "I don't want the jar back." "I bet not," Dr. Vaughn said. "Well, hang tight in here for a few minutes while I borrow Harry to get his lab work started. The blood test will take a little longer to come back, but the urine test results will be immediate. Hopefully, we're just looking at a UTI that we can resolve with medication and changes to his diet." "Okay," I told him. I worried my bottom lip between my teeth the entire time they were gone. Luckily, it didn't take too long for Dr. Vaughn to come back into the room and confirm the diagnosis. Terry is filling his prescription now, so it won't be long before you can take him home. Dr. Vaughn handed my cat back to me. Harry looked up at me with big eyes that pleaded with me to hand him back to the good doctor. I kissed Harry's smooth forehead, then smiled up at Dr. Vaughn in relief. "Thank you, Dr. Vaughn." "Kyle," he said. "Excuse me?" "Call me Kyle." "Why? Because I blew you?" Too bad I said it right as Terry walked into the room with Harry's prescription.
"Should I come back?"
she asked sassily. "No!" I said. "Yes," Kyle answered at the same time.
"He signs my checks,"
Terry said, pointing at Kyle. She laughed heartily and then set the pill bottle on the exam table and left the room. Oh my God. I'd always had a knack for saying the wrong thing at the right time. Or was it the right thing at the wrong time? No, I was pretty sure it was the wrong thing at the wrong time. I just need to stop talking. "I like your mouth just fine," Kyle responded. "Well, at least someone does," I muttered while placing Harry inside his carrier. "Do me a favor," I told him. "Don't tell my Aunt Sandra that I brought Harry's urine to you in a mason jar. She keeps me supplied with the best homemade strawberry jam if I return the jar to her so she can reuse them. I'll tell her I accidentally broke one instead of telling her the truth." "My lips are sealed," Kyle said. He looked like he wanted to say something more, but decided against it. I'd never seen his playful side before, and I wasn't sure what prompted him to show it to me that night. He was one of Josh's clients at the salon, so I saw him on a semi-regular basis. Plus, we lived in a town with a population of just over 6,000 people, so I saw him around a lot, namely the diner. He was always friendly, but usually serious. I liked the glimpse he showed me. I started to tell him to have a good night, but his hand on the small of my back caused my words to stick in my throat. I had my winter coat on over a sweater, but I was convinced I still felt the heat of his hand. I'd had some pretty vivid dreams about Dr. Dimples, but I never thought they'd have a chance of coming true. Wait a minute, one flirty exchange and his hand on my back doesn't equal my crush morphing into anything more than spank-bank material. That didn't stop me from practically levitating off the floor in excitement when I exited the room. I'd never been high before, but I was certain the detached floating sensation had to be similar. Josh looked at me and did a double take, then narrowed his eyes as he searched my face for clues about what happened in the exam room. Technically, nothing happened. But something did, because from that night forward it felt like a cosmic shift whenever we were in the same room. I became even more aware of Kyle than before, and I had the impression that he experienced the same with me. Instead of giving me more confidence, it made me feel more shy and awkward because I knew there was no way in hell anything would come of the attraction. He was a respected town veterinarian, and I was a receptionist at a salon. It wasn't that I didn't have dreams. I just never expected them to come true. I quickly learned that life was full of surprises. Some of them were good, and some of them were exceptional. For the next few months, I spent my free time writing a book that I thought was sexy and suspenseful. But I felt it needed a bit more technical grit when it came to the subject matter. I figured the best way to get into the head of a hardcore gamer was to become one. I got more than I ever bargained for when I discovered that Kyle was playing World of Warcraft. I mean, Doc Paws from Beeville wasn't exactly covert or anything. We struck up a quick online friendship that became both addictive and dangerous. It was addictive because I craved the flirting banter between us more than alcohol or chocolate. and I loved fine wine and chocolate. It was dangerous because I had fallen fast and hard for a man I would never have, and worse, I allowed him to fall for me. I molded myself into the perfect guy for him because I already had the inside scoop on his favorite things and knew the secrets to his heart. I knew that Kyle would never forgive me if he found out that I had deceived him. But that didn't stop me from taking the playful banter a step further. Next thing I knew, we were meeting in private chat rooms and sharing moments that left me breathless one minute and filled with shame the next. Knowing that I was revving Kyle up and making him moan and come was the biggest turn-on I'd ever had. Until I remembered that it wasn't me that drove him crazy. It was Drew from Columbus. I knew that I'd gone too far when Kyle said that he wanted to take the next step and meet in person. I cut myself off from him cold turkey. And let me tell you that I had withdrawals for weeks afterward. Our online romance only lasted a short time, but I suspected it would taunt me for a lifetime. I'd shake hard every time I'd see his messages pop up in the app on my phone, but I erased them before I read them and did something even more stupid like pick up the habit again. Kyle wasn't one to give up easily and persistently messaged me daily for nearly a month before he stopped. Ignoring his messages made me miserable, but it was nothing compared to the devastation I felt when they stopped coming altogether. I had myself a good cry and doubled down on my focus to finish my book. Once I was done writing it, I spent all my extra energy on editing it and researching how to self-publish the thing. I had zero expectations when I uploaded the book for sale, but I learned that another surprise was in store for me. My book became a bestseller, and people actually wanted to read more work from me. By that time, my best friend Josh and his detective had finally realized that they had something special and began a real relationship, with dates and a trip to meet their families in Florida. I was so happy for him, but it drove home how lonely I was at night with just Harry and my latest manuscript. Burning the midnight oil caught up to me, and Meredith and Josh called me out on it after I was late to work and almost slept through Sunday family dinner. Meredith, our queen, wanted to take me to the hospital to get me checked out because she thought I was sick, but I promised her I wasn't ill. She and Josh demanded to know what was going on with me while Gabe silently watched our exchange. I had to come up with something, but I wasn't ready to tell them about the book. It was still too new, and I had no idea where the hell it was going to take me. I thought madly for an excuse and used the first one that came to mind. "I'm not sick," I told Mare. "I was just up late last night. Well, early this morning. Playing video games." "Video games?" Meredith's tone and demeanor had changed from distraught to disbelief in a second. "Yeah, it helps me relieve stress," I said, shrugging my shoulders. "Stress?" she asked me, placing her hands on her hips. I could tell she was about to give me a piece of her mind, but I pressed on anyway. "Yes, stress," I said defensively, not liking her tone one bit. "I don't have a built-in stress reliever," I said, pointing at Gabe. "Like Jazz does, and I'm not as kick-ass as you are. Nothing seems to faze you, Mare." "That's a bunch of bullshit if I ever heard it. Don't make excuses for bad behavior and then play the poor pitiful me card," Meredith told me. She was madder than a hornet, and I could tell she was just getting started. "Josh and I have been worried sick to death about you for months. You turned us down to go out, you've been late to work, you've been absent-minded at times, and you nearly missed Sunday dinner with your family. You look physically ill right now, baby," Meredith added, but with a softer tone of voice. "What can we do to help you?" I felt the fight fade right out of me and flop down on the kitchen chair. I'd worried my friends sick over my behavior and then turned on them when they expressed their concern. Josh and Meredith moved to flank my sides and began comforting me. I feel so immature and ridiculous, but that's what I've gotten caught up in. I felt sick inside from lying to my friends. I'm sorry for worrying you. I promise you that I'm not sick, and I'll do better about getting to work on time. What game are you into these days? Gabe asked, randomly. I looked at him in surprise and said, World of Warcraft. I know you probably think I'm acting like a 10-year-old. No, I don't think that. You're not the only guy I know in this town who's hooked on that game, Gabe said. I fought to keep my composure because I was certain he was talking about Kyle. Even though I found Gabe and Kyle's friendship odd, I never questioned that it was right. They were better friends than lovers, and they obviously talked about the things happening in their lives. Luckily, Josh saved me from a response. You don't say, he asked Gabe. I just did, Gabe replied smartly. I looked back and forth between them in confusion. Were they about to get into an argument? I hate to break up whatever is going on here, but do you think we could eat now? I asked. I haven't eaten all day. As if to emphasize my misery, my stomach growled angrily. I do believe Gabe and I can table this discussion until later, Josh said somewhat huffily as he returned to the kitchen. I shot Gabe a sympathetic look, but he didn't see it because his eyes were locked on Josh. I suspected the good detective had a long night ahead of him. It was obvious as hell the next day that Josh and Gabe discussed who else in town was playing World of Warcraft, because Josh started shoving me in Kyle's direction. Okay, he didn't exactly have to twist my arm to convince me to help him at Diva's next vet appointment. He wasn't responsible for me putting on a new shirt, cologne, or the brown leather half boots that I couldn't pass up when I received my first royalty check. I told myself I was doing it for me, but he saw right through me. Once again, I found myself alone in the exam room with Kyle when the receptionist told Josh he needed to fill out new paperwork to update their records. I thought he stood a little closer than was proper, but I wasn't complaining, until Josh's cat bit me when I didn't hand her over to Kyle quick enough. I set her down on the floor and looked down to see if I still had a finger. Damn, that hurt, I said, as I looked around for something to wipe away the blood. Here, let me take a look, Kyle said. He had just dabbed the wound and was examining it closer when Josh walked into the room. Well, at least we know the little vixen is well vaccinated. What happened? Josh asked. Your slutty little cat bit me when I didn't hand her to Dr. Dimples quick enough, I told him. Kyle stood up a little straighter and blinked at me several times before a wide smile spread across his face. I felt the blood drain from my face when I realized what I'd said. I should have been used to it by then, but I was still shocked by the words rolling out of my mouth. Dr. Dimples, huh? Kyle asked. I like it. Maybe I should change my avatar name to that. Chaz plays World of Warcraft too, Josh told him. He's really good at it, plays at night, and makes lots of friends around the world. I looked at him with bulging eyes that pleaded with him to shut up. The last thing I needed was Kyle to start adding up facts and figure out I was the Drew he'd spent more time masturbating with than playing games. Shut the fuck up, Josh. If you love me the tiniest bit, please shut the fuck up. Josh was on a roll and had no intention of stopping. I think he met a guy online and just doesn't want me to know about it. He worries I'll make fun of him or something. Josh rolled his eyes for effect. Josh? I growled a warning. I would never. Josh clutched his heart dramatically and batted his eyelashes innocently. We never know when we'll find the other half of our soul. Sometimes they're standing right in front of you all along. By that time, Kyle was staring into my eyes and looking like he wanted to kiss me. I don't know what he would have done because Alyssa burst into the room just then.
Dr. Vaughn,
she said breathlessly.
Beth Hatternesky called and said their bull got loose. They tracked him down and lured him back in the trailer, but not before he cut himself pretty bad on a fence. They want to know if you can come out and take a look at him.
Kyle broke eye contact with me and looked at Alyssa. Tell them I'll be out there as soon as I finish up here. When he looked back at me again, the professional mask was back in place. I'll let Molly give her the booster so the diva doesn't get mad at me. Josh laughed at his comment, but I was still too stunned from our moment to react. Kyle didn't miss a beat, though. I better get out to the Hatternesky's farm and look at Tank. I'll see you guys around. He studied me closely once more and said, Maybe I'll find you online, and we can play together. I didn't think it was possible for my face to turn redder than it already was, but I was wrong. I also didn't think I'd ever find myself in such an embarrassing situation with Kyle again. But I was wrong. So very wrong. 2. Kyle Vaughn. I didn't remember much about Chaz Bailey from my younger years in Blissville because there was an 8-year difference in our ages. We didn't exactly run in the same circles back then. But he was friends with my middle sister, Brittany. He'd been to our house for birthday parties and stuff, but I honestly didn't pay much attention to him. That changed when I returned to my hometown to take over my grandfather's veterinary practice when he decided to retire. I'll never forget the first time I saw him. He was standing in the produce section at Sack and Save with Josh, who I hadn't recognized at the time either. At first I thought he was just a cute guy, but then he smiled and laughed at something Josh said to him. I don't mean a little giggle, I mean a throw-your-head-back kind of laugh. The sound of it sent an electric zap straight to my nuts, and I was like, hello. The bright lights in the grocery store made it easy for me to see the mirth sparkling in his blue eyes. How about these? He had asked Josh, holding up 2 kiwis for inspection. Firm, but not mushy and fuzzy. Not too hairy either. Oh, Josh had replied. Just how you like 'em, Chaz. I recognized that name as one of the kids who hung out with Brittany, but I couldn't reconcile the grown man with any particular memories. Chaz had tipped his head to the side and puckered up his lips like he was thinking hard about something. Well, I prefer them smooth if I'm going to get up close and personal with them. Insane lust sparked inside me, and I veered down the next aisle to get away from him. I think I spent 15 minutes studying the selection of macaroni and cheese the store offered while forcing my brain to think about something other than the feel of Chaz sucking my nuts into his luscious mouth. Men are wired to think about sex, and being in a relationship didn't change that. But the good ones knew not to act on those thoughts. I considered myself a good man and had recommitted myself to making my relationship with Gabe work. It just felt like life wasn't on board with my plan because Chaz started popping up almost everywhere, including the salon that my sister swore up and down was the place I needed to go instead of the town butcher. I mean barber. There he was at the reception desk, scheduling appointments on the phone while checking a client out. The cordless phone enabled him to move out behind the desk and help the client find the products she needed while discussing services and prices with another client on the phone. I tried so damn hard not to stare at his round, firm ass when he bent over to pick up something from the bottom shelf, but I couldn't help myself. I should have walked away, but I was rooted to the spot. When Chaz turned around and saw me, I was glad I stayed. His eyes widened slightly at having my regard locked so firmly on him. His voice faltered briefly in conversation, and I decided that maybe I hadn't lost it after all. He recovered nicely and continued handling both the client in front of him and the one on the phone.
"Thank you, Chaz,"
the blonde lady said when he handed her the bag with her hair stuff in it once he hung up the phone.
"You're such a sweetheart."
"Thank you for being so patient, Deirdre. It's a little bit like a zoo in here today," he had said in relief as he handed her an appointment reminder card. "We'll see you in 6 weeks.
"Not even death would keep me from my appointment with Meredith,"
the woman said. "Let's not test that theory," Chaz said wryly. He turned his attention to me once the woman left, and I noticed the smile he gave me was more tentative than the one he gave her. I didn't like that he was nervous around me and said the first thing that came to mind. "You're really good at your job." Chaz snorted a little and said, "It's not like I rescue kittens like you do." "Technically, the firemen are the ones rescuing kittens," I said teasingly. "I just treat 'em." I offered what I thought was a friendly smile, but I must have showed too much teeth and looked like a shark because he looked even more uncomfortable. Chaz broke eye contact and glanced around the salon before he looked back at me. "Josh is ready for you now, Dr. Vaughn." I perked up a little bit at hearing him say my name. "You know who I am?" I asked. "You're hard to miss," Chaz said, blushing profusely. Was he nervous and pink-cheeked because he felt the same level of attraction? It shouldn't have mattered, but I liked the attention and the thought I could still rattle someone. I'd spent so many years focused on my schooling and training to become a veterinarian that I lost who I was as a man. Yes, I had Gabe in my life, but our relationship had deteriorated before we moved from Miami, and it hadn't improved in the few months we had lived in Ohio. We were great friends, but the physical part felt more like we were going through the motions instead of the burning passion you'd expect with a committed, happy couple. The insane attraction I felt for Chaz told me I wasn't in love with Gabe any longer, no matter how much I loved him. Still, I wasn't ready to give up, and neither was Gabe, until a year of living in Blissville had passed. Oddly, we remained good friends, and there were a few times when loneliness drove us toward each other for physical release the year that followed our breakup. It never felt right afterward, and I could tell we both regretted it. It was the loneliest time in my adult life, and I started playing online video games to pass the time each night and weekend. I'd made some friends, but I missed the physical touch of someone, and my right hand wasn't cutting it. I knew Gabe had made the decision to never let it happen again when I flirted with him in the lobby of my animal hospital a year after our breakup. His body stiffened, and he frowned when I placed my hand on his arm. I knew then that he'd met someone, or at least thought he had. I was happy for him, because he deserved great things. The flirty interaction I had with Chaz Hamilton in the exam room immediately afterward made me realize that I deserved to be happy too. I wasn't sure that Chaz was that guy, but my body sure lit up like the 4th of July when he was near. The words that came out of his mouth weren't always meant to be sexy, but I could easily mistake them as such. I'd interacted with Chaz many times since I became single, but I never got the impression that he was into me after his initial reaction during my first visit to the salon when I caught him unaware. In fact, he rarely made eye contact with me, so you can imagine my surprise when he locked eyes with me as he blew his eyelash on my finger. He looked like he wanted to kiss me really bad, and I knew damn well that I wanted to lay one on him. I don't know what would have happened if Terry hadn't interrupted us. It wasn't long before it became obvious who captured Gabe's attention. I watched from the sideline as my good friend, as I preferred to think of Gabe, fought hard to win Josh Roman's heart. It wasn't an easy battle by any means, but damn, the way they sparked when they were together made it obvious that it was worth it. By that time, I'd connected with a guy named Drew online. He was everything I wanted in a man. Funny, feisty, and his dirty talk made me hot. We started out playing video games, but that turned to something sexual in a hurry. It seemed like Drew was as lonely as I was, and I started hinting around that I wanted to meet him after a few weeks of chatting and jerking off together. Columbus wasn't that far north, and I thought it was worth a shot. We had similar interests in life, and we sparked. At first, Drew kind of blew me off like I was joking. But then he completely disappeared when I came right out and asked him if we could meet. I had never felt so rejected in my life. My brain constantly spun around all the reasons why he didn't want to meet. Was he worried that I wouldn't find him physically attractive? Was he in the closet about his sexuality? I confess that our conversations didn't go that deep. We just pretended that our dicks were going deep in each other. I don't know how long I messaged him without a reply before I gave up. I found myself confiding the pseudo-relationship to Gabe, expecting him to laugh at me. Instead, he was supportive and told me to hang in there. He told me to have faith and assured me that Drew would reappear in my life if he was the right guy for me. Unfortunately, I never heard from Drew again, but there was that saying about a window opening after a door shut. That was how it felt when Chaz and I shared the second encounter in the exam room, after Diva bit his finger. I learned that he'd given me the nickname of Dr. Dimples, which meant he thought about me more than he let on. I also learned through Josh that Chaz was a gamer too, and I made a suggestion about connecting with him online. He didn't look receptive to the idea, and I didn't have much time to mull it over because I had to run to the Handerniscus farm to deal with Tank the Bull. A few days later, I stopped by the salon on my way to work to get wax for my hair. The only people inside were the three amigos, Chaz, Josh, and Mare, because it was early and they had just opened. It was clear that they were so engaged in their conversation that they hadn't heard the little bell over the door ring. "I know where you're going with this, Josh. I'm telling you the likelihood that I'm playing games with Dr. Dimples into the wee hours of the night are slim to none," Chaz said. Oh, that got my attention. It was obvious then that Gabe had told Josh about my gaming, and Josh decided to push his gaming friend in front of me during his vet appointment. I should have been embarrassed by his meddling, but I thought it was cute. "You wish you were," Meredith said sassily. Josh looked up at me then, his eyes as wide as headlights. His mouth opened to warn his friends, but nothing came out. Josh looked like a fish, and I almost took pity on them and made my presence known, but I was glad I hadn't when I heard what Chaz said next. "Okay, maybe I do. Are you happy now? If I admit to jerking off while thinking about the good doctor, will you shut up about it?" Chaz asked. Josh said gracelessly. "So what if I want to take in every stray cat I find so I can look at him and smell his body wash? You think I'm the only one? Please," Chaz said, waving his hands exaggeratingly. "If that man knew how many people fantasized about his hunky body, then he'd never leave the house." "Really? Me?" Meredith turned to look at Chaz just then and let out a high-pitched squeak when she saw I had overheard every single word they said. Apparently, Josh's stunned silence and Meredith's shock was enough to alert Chaz that I was in the room. "That Dr. Rogers is sex on a stick," Chaz said. It would have been a good rebound if Dr. Rogers had not been older than dirt. "If you'll excuse me, I just remembered that I have some, inventory to order before the day gets away from me." He mumbled something softly to his friends that I couldn't make out. I watched Chaz leave the room with his back ramrod straight, which did nothing to deter my eyes from feasting on his delectable ass. A smile slowly spread across my face when I realized that Chaz wasn't immune to me after all. "Good morning," I said cheerfully to Josh and Meredith, who wore matching looks of mortification. "I just stopped by to grab some hair wax. I'm almost out." I felt like I was in a daze when I walked over to the display case and grabbed the product off the shelf. "Honey, that's the wrong kind of wax," Meredith said, then walked over to save me from myself. "The ladies use that for other things." "Some men, too," Josh reminded her. "True," Meredith agreed. "Ouch," I said with a shiver. "I'll stick with hair wax, thank you." Then I recalled Chaz's comment about how he preferred to suck smooth testicles over hairy ones. Luckily for me, there was more than one way to get smooth balls. Out of the blue, Josh invited me to share Easter dinner with them. I knew he was still playing his hand at matchmaking, and I didn't see the need to stop him. If he thought I was a good match for Chaz, then I thought I should give it serious consideration. The attraction was obviously there between us, and we both liked playing video games. I didn't commit to the invitation, but it was the best offer I'd had in a long time. Still, I didn't feel comfortable showing up at Josh's house if Chaz didn't know I was coming or didn't want me there. I decided to look up his phone number in our computer system once I arrived at the animal hospital. It felt a little sketchy looking up Chaz's contact information, but I couldn't exactly ask Josh for it, because that would only encourage him. It wouldn't be right to contact Chaz at the salon either, so I felt like I had no other choice but to take matters into my own hand. I had snickered at the thought because that was all I had been doing lately. I was battling my conscience in my small office as I stared at the information in front of me. It's not like I'm going to jot down his address and stand outside his window while he undresses or...
"Why the hell not?"
Alyssa had asked, scaring the daylights out of me. "Damn it, Alyssa," I said once I dislodged my heart from my throat. "I thought I told you to stop sneaking up on me like that."
"Sneaking up?"
she asked incredulously.
"Love, a woman my size doesn't sneak anywhere."
"You mean perfect the way you are size?" I asked. Alyssa, like so many people, had a skewed idea of what beauty was, and felt like failures when their reality didn't live up to that image. I had been there before, and even still battled body issues decades later.
"I love you, Kyle,"
Alyssa said affectionately.
"That's why I want you to quit moping around here and meet a guy who makes you happy."
"I'm trying," I said.
"Not hard enough. It's clear that you and Chaz are attracted to one another. He practically trips over his tongue when you walk into the room, and it's equally as obvious that you're drawn to him."
I would have argued with her the day before, but I'd overheard what Chaz said at the salon. Well, unless he used the nickname Dr. Dimples on more than one person. The thought made me jealous, and I knew that I would regret it if I didn't call him. "Okay," I said, holding up my hands in surrender. "I'll call Chaz tonight. I'm expecting you to keep quiet about this." I gave her a pointed look that said I meant business. Alyssa had been the town's biggest gossip until it backfired on her and she found herself as the subject on everyone's tongues when she and her husband separated.
I would never discuss your business with anyone,
she said, then added,
not your personal business either,
when I didn't look convinced. I weighed the pros and cons of calling him for the rest of the day, and the one that followed. It was nearly 10 o'clock at night by the time I worked up the nerve to call him. I almost hung up the phone like an immature teenager when Chaz answered. Hello? I said nothing at first. What the hell was I supposed to say to him? I didn't want to rat Josh out, but I couldn't just show up at Easter dinner either. I can hear you breathing through the line, Chaz said irritably into the phone. Either talk dirty to me or hang up. I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. Never mind. I could tell he was about to hang up, and I knew I had to act fast. It's Dr. Dimples, I blurted out. I mean Kyle. Oh. I couldn't tell by Chaz's tone if his surprise was good or bad. What's going on? He asked hesitantly. Well, I'm calling because I was invited to Easter dinner, and who invited you? He asked, almost accusingly. Does it matter? I replied. The last thing I wanted to do was start a fight between friends. Actually, it matters a lot. Let me guess, he's about 5'9", has platinum blonde hair, and is shacking up with your ex. Chaz paused for a second, then said, Scratch the last part, because that was just catty and mean. His discomfort made me chuckle. I thought his habit of blurting out whatever came to mind was cute and endearing. It's okay. You didn't hurt my feelings. I'm happy for Josh and Gabe. You know what? Chaz asked. I already know the answer. I'm curious why you're calling me. It seems like you're asking my permission to come to dinner. In a way, I guess that I am. I don't feel right showing up if it's going to make you uncomfortable, I told him. Why would I be uncomfortable? Chaz asked in a high-pitched voice that told me he was extremely nervous. Josh makes a great ham, and you probably don't want to miss it. His words were stilted and made it obvious that he wasn't at all comfortable with me showing up. I'll give it some thought, I said noncommittally. Have a good Easter if I don't see you. Yeah, you too. Once again, I couldn't get a handle on Chaz's feelings. He had sounded sincere and discouraged at the same damn time. How did someone do that? I'd changed my mind about going to Easter every half hour leading up to the day. In fact, I sat outside the house that Josh used for his salon and his residence for a good 15 minutes before I worked up the nerve to ring the doorbell. The look on Chaz's face was a mixture of relief and anxiousness. Like he wanted me to be there, but wasn't sure he should. I got to meet Josh and Gabe's new neighbor, Aimee Jackson, who was a really good-looking guy, and Jonathan Silver, who owned a club in Cincinnati. I wasn't expecting to see the new faces, but it wasn't unwelcome. I learned that Chaz and I had something else in common besides World of Warcraft and our friends. We both loved Friends and proceeded to quote the show throughout the night. We started watching the show on Netflix after we ate, and the next thing I knew it was after 10 o'clock. Josh and Gabe had fallen asleep on the couch, indicating that we'd more than worn out our welcome. I walked Chaz to his car once we left, but wasn't exactly sure what to say or do. I'd never been a suave guy, but he had my tongue tied and guts twisted in a knot. That was a lot of fun, Chaz said, leaning against the car so he could look up into my face. It was, I agreed. I should have asked Chaz if he wanted to do it again at one of our places, but I didn't. Drive carefully, I said, stepping back. You too, Chaz said softly. There was a host of unspoken things shared between us in a glance. Lust and desire were the two predominant ones. Over the next few months, we circled each other. Showing up for Sunday dinner at Josh and Gabe's house became my normal thing, and I found myself looking forward to it more and more each week. The dinners turned into barbecues and cornhole tournaments once the weather turned nice. Chaz and I made a formidable team and had a lot of fun playing. I found myself drawn to him more week after week until I thought I would die if I didn't at least give him a kiss. I got my chance on Independence Day. Our small town put on one hell of a festival that ended with fireworks behind the high school at the edge of town. I was supposed to go to the fireworks display with my parents, two of my sisters and their husbands, but I didn't feel like sitting in the bleachers at the high school field with the rest of the town and surrounding county. Instead, I drove my truck to a pull-off in a farmer's field on the other side. I knew I'd have an incredible view, without the crowd. It turned out that I wasn't the only one who knew about the pull-off. I smiled when I backed my truck up next to Chaz's car. He'd been stretched out on the hood of his car looking up at the night sky. "How do you know to find me here?" he asked when I got out of my truck. The suspicion in his voice made me smile. "Honestly, it was pure coincidence," I told him. "I was trying to avoid the crowds." "Me too," he confessed. "Things are getting really hectic at the salon with the expansion and Josh's upcoming wedding. I just wanted to take in the beauty without all the chaos." "Do you want me to leave?" I asked sincerely. He told me that his role had increased at the salon with the expansion, and he seemed to be enjoying the new position. But I didn't want to invade his quiet time. "No!" Chaz exclaimed. "Want to sit on the tailgate of my truck with me?" I'd been tiptoeing around my growing attraction for too long, so my invitation held a hint of innuendo in it. Yeah," Chaz said, but he didn't sound excited. "I'll share my milkshake with you," I offered. "Peanut butter chocolate." I knew it was his favorite, and in fact I'd ordered it on my way out to the field because he'd been on my mind. "I have to warn you that it's made with frozen yogurt and skim milk, though." "Share the same straw?" he asked incredulously as he slid off the hood of his car and made his way to me. I expected him to scoff about the ingredients, not the method of drinking them. "Is that a problem for you? You kiss people, don't you?" I asked. "Not for a while, but yeah," he said. I liked that he hadn't kissed anyone recently, and decided that both our dry spells would end that night. "Same for me," I admitted to Chaz. He snorted like he didn't believe me. "It's true." Chaz hopped up beside me on the tailgate and eyed my milkshake. "I bet I have an extra straw in my glove box, if you don't want to suck on mine. My straw, that is." It was getting darker by the minute, but I could see the gleam of his teeth when he smiled. I also caught the twinkle of mischief in his eyes when he made a small O with his lips and lowered them slowly to the straw. Chaz hollowed out his cheeks when he sucked the creamy concoction into his mouth. He knew damned well what he was doing and where my mind would go with his little antics. When he pulled back, there was a dribble of the milkshake at the corner of his mouth. "You got little, I moved to wipe it away with my fingers, but changed my mind at the last second. I lowered my head and flicked my tongue over the corner of his mouth to capture the drop of milkshake. Chaz gasped, and I expected him to pull back, but instead he surprised me by pressing his mouth fully against mine. Even more surprising was the way he fisted my hair in his hands like he was afraid I would try to escape. Fat fucking chance of that. I set the milkshake beside me and slid both hands into Chaz's hair. He wasn't the only one clinging to the moment and praying it would last. Our kiss wasn't tentative and exploring. It was scorching heat, bumping teeth and hungry tongues right from the start. I drank from him like a starving man and didn't let up until the explosion in the sky startled me. At first I thought it was the sound of my heart bursting in my chest, but I caught the fading flickers of blue, green, and white fire in the sky. Chaz looked surprised, but I wasn't sure if it was because of his action or my reaction. Technically, I'd started it by licking the corner of his mouth, but he was the one who kissed me. Damn. It was the most amazing kiss I'd ever had. I couldn't tell by his wide-eyed expression if it was something that he wanted to happen again or not. "That's been a long time coming," I said huskily. Chaz closed his eyes and swallowed hard. When he reopened them, the look of surprise was replaced by regret. "I need to go." "What?" I asked. Running from me wasn't the reaction I wanted from him. I just remembered that I need to go. I forgot something at home. I think I left my oven on. Yeah, that sounds right." He was babbling again, which meant I'd struck a nerve. I hoped once he'd calmed down he would realize it was a good nerve. "Can I call you later?" I asked, not willing to give up too easily. Yeah," he said as he slid off my tailgate. "But will you answer?" My question seemed to penetrate whatever thoughts had sent him into a panic. Chaz almost looked sad, and I worried that I sounded too pathetic or needy. "Never mind, I'll answer." "Okay. Good night," he said, then offered me a sweet smile before he got into his car and drove away. I sat on the bed of my truck and watched the rest of the firework display by myself, which was what I had intended all along. Somehow it wasn't good enough after sharing a few minutes with Chaz. The fireworks weren't as vibrant, and the silence after they were over was deafening. It was then that I realized just how much trouble Chaz Hamilton could cause me. 3. Chaz. I drove home in a daze after Kyle kissed me beneath the stars and fireworks. Okay, technically I kissed him, but he started it when he licked the corner of my mouth. We'd been circling each other for months, both obviously attracted to each other, but neither willing to make a move. Well, someone finally made a move, and then I ran for my life. The confusion on Kyle's face over my reaction and the wariness in his voice when he asked if I would answer his call was a knife to my heart. I was the one who put doubt in his mind when I, acting as Drew, pulled a disappearing act without any explanation. That was a cruel thing to do, and I didn't know I had it in me to treat someone like that. Especially someone as good as Kyle. At the time, I was too wrapped up in how wrong my behavior had been and worried that Kyle had become an addiction I couldn't overcome. I thought a clean break was the only way, but I saw the error of my ways when confronted with the results of my actions. But surely a guy as handsome and confident as Kyle Vaughn wasn't thrown by one stranger's rejection, right? He had everything going for him. So what if one guy didn't return his affection? What would a guy like me have to offer him? That was if he could get past my deception, because there was no way in hell I could start something with Kyle with the truth hanging over my head like an ugly cloud. I wasn't good at living a lie. Just ask my friends. I felt like a metric ton of guilt had been lifted from my shoulders when I came clean to them about my secret life as a writer, and confessed that I had indeed been the one playing games with Kyle. They didn't understand why I didn't tell Kyle the truth. But, of course, I didn't give them all the details either. Regardless, they supported my decision, and I knew they'd take my secret to the grave if I asked. I just hope that wasn't necessary, because I couldn't let go of the idea that Kyle was meant to be mine. I knew it was probably my inner romance writer taking over my brain when those thoughts occurred, but following that guy's intuition led me to the best thing that ever happened to me in my adult life. I wasn't ready for Kyle to know either thing about me. If I told him that I wrote a book, the chances were high that he'd want to read it. If he read the book, it was possible he might recognize some of the interactions the characters had. It wasn't that I'd included our conversations in the book, but some of the activities might raise a red flag for him. If I told him about my Drew alias, then he'd want to know why the hell I did something like that. And I'd be forced to tell him I wrote the book. If he didn't want to read the book under the first circumstance, then he definitely would with the second. He'd probably want royalty payments for inspiring my character. I felt trapped, with no good way out of the situation. I had so many emotions churning inside my brain when I got home. I knew I'd never sleep in that condition, so I did what always made me feel better. I got into bed, propped myself up on my headboard, and opened my laptop. Harry curled up into a purring ball on the pillow next to mine, and I lost myself in my latest story. A kissing scene between my two protagonists hadn't been in my outline for my current chapter, but I decided to go with my gut again. Gideon had a carefully crafted plan for Jamie, but sweet Jamie wasn't following the plot line. His desire for Gideon was raging out of control, and he decided that waiting around wasn't going to get him what he wanted. So, beneath the fireworks at a lavish 4th of July party in the Hamptons, the jaded serial seducer was seduced by the shy virginal man. My fingers flew over the keyboard as I channeled everything I had into the scene I wrote for Jamie and Gideon. The intensity of their kiss stole my breath. The way they battled their feelings for one another made my heart ache, but I smiled when I finished, because I knew my readers would feel how close the characters were to taking the leap. I knew they'd be as breathless as I was at that moment, and no feeling in the world was greater than that one. Except maybe an orgasm. Or the taste of Kyle on my lips. I closed my laptop and set it on the nightstand beside my bed. I saw that it was almost 2 o'clock in the morning, and I knew I'd be dragging ass again the next day. Luckily, the salon was closed, and I could sleep late. What's that saying about best laid plans and things going awry? Someone pounding on my front door woke me hours before I was ready to climb out of my sheets. I didn't even have to ask who it was, because I could hear them arguing through the door when I walked into the living room in the small 2-bedroom I rented on Maple Lane. I knew that ignoring them wouldn't do any good, because they'd just use a key and let themselves in. "Good morning, ladies," I said when I opened the door to my mother, grandmother, and aunt. I stood rubbing the sleep from my eyes when they looked me up and down in judgment.
"Charles Bailey,"
my mother said irritably.
"it's nearly 10 o'clock and you're still in bed? I didn't raise you to be this lazy."
"It's not lazy, Mama," I replied. "I stayed up too late writing."
"Baby boy, I hope you're not running yourself too ragged,"
Grandma Gertie said. "The only good reason for staying up until wee hours of the morning is for great sex," Aunt Sandra said. I tried hard not to shiver at the thought of my aunt tearing it up in the sheets. But I guess writing about it is almost as good. My mother tilted her head to the side and thought for a second before she said,
"Writing the sex is probably better than the real thing. At least both parties have orgasms in literature."
"Mom, please, stop!" I covered my ears so I wouldn't have to listen to any more.
"Step aside, young man,"
Grandma Gertie said forcefully.
"We brought you a coffee cake that's fresh out of the oven."
Okay. I agreed then, stepped back so they could enter. Why don't you start a pot of coffee while I go brush my teeth?
And your hair,
my mother said.
If I didn't know better, I'd say someone had been running their fingers through it. His lips look a little puffy, too,
Aunt Sandra said.
He looks like he's done more than write about sexy times.
I declined to comment because I was certain they were exaggerating, but then I got a look at my reflection in the mirror. Holy shit! My lips were a darker pink and puffier than normal. I touched them with a finger and discovered they were tender, too. I smiled at my reflection and got busy brushing my teeth and grooming the wayward strands of my hair that had been ruffled by eager fingers. I replayed the encounter from the previous night as I got dressed and noticed that my hands shook and my pulse raced at the memory. Damn! If a single kiss could cause me to shake so bad, then what would happen when Kyle pinned me beneath him? If, I reminded myself, not when. I forced all thoughts of Kyle, both innocent and naughty, out of my mind, so I could use my energy for the visit from 3 of my favorite people in life. I referred to them as the matrons of Maple Lane. Our lane wasn't very long, and 3 houses in the cul-de-sac were owned by the 3 women presently taking up space in my kitchen. My grandmother's house was in the middle, with her daughters' homes flanking her on both sides. Well, that wasn't until Aunt Sandra's husband passed away and she moved back in with Grandma, who was also a widow. I rented the house from Aunt Sandra so we could keep it in the family, like we were some small-town mafia. I loved the cheap rent she charged, but I hated the lack of privacy. I thought I'd have a little more when I moved out of my parents' house, but it seemed like they were at my place more than their own when I was home. My father, Denver Bailey Hamilton, was a living, breathing saint. I had never in my life witnessed a man with so much patience as my father. He was surrounded and fussed over constantly, but never seemed to complain. "What's to be upset about?" he asked when I mentioned it once. "They like to nurture." Nurturing is one thing, but I thought my mother, aunt, and grandmother resembled hyperactive hummingbirds hovering around a flower with juicy— Ooh, never mind. That visual was quickly shifting to something too disgusting to contemplate. "So, what's going on today?" I asked when I returned to the kitchen where the matrons sat around the table.
"We have a book idea for you, dear,"
Grandma said.
"We want you to write a story about a small-town guy who really likes the town vet but is too afraid to act on it. You see, this small-town guy, let's call him Chad, thinks that the vet is out of his reach, but everyone around them can see that the vet returns Chad's interest."
"Chad, huh?" I asked like I was playing along. "What do you think I should name the town vet?" "Kurt," Sandra suggested. "You don't say," I asked. "It was the first name that popped into my mind," she said with a casual shrug. My aunt did nothing casually, and she didn't fool me. In fact, the entire conversation seemed rehearsed. "Chad and Kurt," I said as if I was mulling it over. Little did they know that I had already based one of my books on Kyle. Of course, Kyle was book hero material, and pieces of him would probably always appear in my writing projects. What else should I know about either of the men that would make a story entertaining?
"Well,"
my mother said,
"Chad is quite a few years younger than Kurt, so he probably doesn't remember much about the older man from their childhood. I think it's possible he's too caught up in the perfection of Kurt as an adult."
What the hell did that mean? "Huh," I said. "You know what would make it interesting? What if Chad was friends with Kurt's younger sister, Bridget? If that were the case, Chad would have been a guest at the Vance's house." "True," Sandra said. "But by then, Kurt had already started coming out of his cocoon." "What?" I asked because she had lost me. While it was true that I didn't remember a lot about Kyle, I did recall a tall, handsome kid who always seemed serious. Of course, he was 18 to my 10 and probably wasn't very excited about chaperoning Brittany's birthday pool party. Even then, I knew Kyle Vaughn was a beautiful specimen.
What Sandra is trying to say is that Kurt was a late bloomer in life,
Grandma said.
He was an obese boy until he was 14 or 15. I don't know what motivated him to change, but he started eating better and got involved in sports. It didn't happen fast, but he had fully transformed himself into a stud by the time you would remember him.
Kyle had been an obese kid? It was hard to imagine because he was so fit. I mean, perfectly so. He must have spent countless hours developing those muscles. Yeah, I don't know if Chad remembers that or not.
The lonely look in Kurt's eyes is the same one he had when he was bullied in school or picked on last to be on a team in gym. I think people no longer see the obese kid when they look at Kurt, but I wonder if that's all he sees,
Sandra said. I hated the thought of Kyle being picked on and overlooked. I hated it so much my heart squeezed painfully in my chest. Oh, were you Kurt's teacher too? I asked my aunt.
Don't get smart with me or I'll crack you with a ruler,
she replied. I released a breath slowly as I dug deep for patience over their meddling in my business. Look, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but...
There is no buts about it, young man,
Grandma said forcefully.
I'm not getting any younger, and you're my only hope for great-grandbabies.
Wow, Nan was bringing out the big guns before I had my first cup of coffee. Who are you trying to fool? I asked her. You're going to outlive us all.
Be that as it may,
she said seriously.
I want to see you happy, Chaz. You're finally coming into your own with your writing, and I want to see you happy in your personal life, too. I want you to have what Josh has.
I wanted that, too. But I knew it wasn't something you just dialed up and had delivered to your house like pizza. It'll happen for me when the time is right, I told them. Please don't worry about me.
It's our job to worry,
my mother said.
We can't just turn it off like a switch.
Okay, what if I tell you that I'm working harder at making something happen between Chad and Kurt? I asked, hoping they'd back off if I threw them a little bone. The three women smiled brightly at me, and I knew I'd said the right thing. Besides, once the words left my mouth, I realized how right they felt. Wasn't there a little truth in them? I had taken the initiative and kissed him the night before, and we both liked it a lot, before I went tearing out of there like a scared punk. I could make it right easily enough. Kyle had said he would call me, and I promised him that I would answer. When I did, I would apologize for running out on him and ask for a do-over. If he agreed, I would have to find a way to tell him that I was Drew. I shared my coffee cake with the matrons, then decided to revise my project outline to factor in the rogue changes from the previous night. As always, I got lost in the details of my story and lost track of time until two noises caught my attention. The growling of my stomach and the pinging that I had a message on my phone. My appetite disappeared in a flash when I recognized the ping as the one I designated for my gamer messaging app. There was only one person who had ever contacted me through the app. Kyle. Kyle indicated that he would call me, but instead he reached out to Drew. Damn, it hurt more than it should have after nothing more than a kiss. I told myself to just delete the app without reading his message, but I was a glutton for punishment and opened it. Hey. Kyle shared a steamy kiss with me, but Drew was the one on his mind? As sick as the thought made me, it was better that I found out sooner rather than later. Okay, maybe I was overreacting to a one-word message, but I didn't think so. The last thing I needed was to give my heart to a guy who was pining after someone else, even if that someone else was technically me. Damn! I'd made a huge fucking mess of my life, and I wasn't sure how to fix it beyond deleting the gamer messaging app. Kyle finally got around to calling me a few days later, like he said he would. But I didn't keep my end of the bargain. I closed my eyes and tried to block the image of sadness I imagined in his eyes when I hit the button to decline his call. 4. Kyle. The situation with Chaz confounded me. I didn't understand him. One minute we were kissing, and the next he was running away from me. One minute he was telling me he'd answer if I called, and the next he ignored me when I did. He didn't even pretend to miss it. He hit the decline button and sent my ass to voicemail before the second ring. What the hell had I done to him? Or Drew, for that matter. The only two men who held my interest since my breakup with Gabe didn't seem to want anything to do with me. What was it about me that sent men fleeing? I had a lot of free time on my hands. Too much, if I'm honest, to reflect on my life. I was happy to be home in Blissville with my family and loved my career. Being a vet was more than a career to me. It was a calling. I knew that I wanted to follow my grandfather's footsteps since he took me to work with him the first time when I was 6. I was grateful every day that I could make a living from my passion for veterinary medicine. It wasn't enough to make me truly happy, because in the still of the night I missed the warm body of a man who belonged only to me. I wanted to be able to reach out and touch his back, or spoon in behind him. I craved the feel of my leg bumping into his. Whoever he might be. Family, friends, and love surrounded me, but I had never been so lonely in my life. Drew's rejection was a little easier to swallow, or at least overlook, because he was a faceless man on the other end of a gaming app. I couldn't avoid Chaz no matter how hard I tried unless I wanted to move, which I didn't. I don't know what prompted me to reach out to Drew the morning after the kiss with Chaz. I didn't expect him to answer, but I was hoping he would have, so that I could have a little bit of closure. Closure. Oh, I sounded like a chick. How many times had I heard my sisters use that term when discussing a relationship that ended? Too many to count. But the sentiment rang true. Drew and I developed a type of relationship, and it ended abruptly with no warning. Part of me wanted to know what happened so I could have closure and move on, while the other half feared what he had to say. What was it about me that made me so unlovable? It turned out my closure wasn't needed because the guy didn't want anything to do with me. I decided I wouldn't make a fool of myself with Chaz the way I did with Drew. I sent Drew messages daily for I don't know how long. I'd given Chaz 2 chances before I gave up and stopped calling him. How much rejection could one guy take? I'd avoided running into him for a few weeks by not going to Sunday dinners at Josh and Gabe's. But my reprieve ended when I walked into Curl Up and Die for my haircut appointment with Josh. Chaz stared unblinkingly into my eyes for several awkward moments when I arrived. Our connection broke when he took a deep breath and shifted his features into a mask of cool professionalism. But not before I saw the hurt in his eyes. Hurt? What the hell did he have to feel hurt about? I was the one who put myself out there, and he ignored me. If asked, I would tell you that my greatest personality trait was my patience, and my laid-back attitude was a close second. I rarely lost my temper, but I felt my blood simmering beneath the surface that day. My heart pounded in my chest as fury rose inside me. I had half a mind to toss him over my shoulder and carry him off so I could kiss a confession out of him. I hadn't mistaken the desire in his eyes when he looked at me, nor had I imagined the sparks that flew between us when our lips first touched. I just needed to find out why Chaz turned cold on me so suddenly. "Josh is running a few minutes behind," Chaz coolly said, as if he spoke to someone who hadn't experienced the pleasure of his tongue in their mouths. "Please help yourself to a beverage and a magazine while you wait in the reception area." That little imp was dismissing me, and I wasn't about to... My thoughts were interrupted by the sounds of heavy work boots walking across the polished hardwood floors. It wasn't a sound I associated with a classy salon, so I turned to see who was wearing them. My mouth dropped open at the sight of the sexy stud approaching Chaz and me, but I don't think he even noticed I was alive because he couldn't seem to tear his eyes off Chaz. Was this guy the reason Chaz didn't answer my calls? Or return my messages? My eyes raked over the tall, dark stranger with bulging biceps and perfect pecs straining the fabric of his white t-shirt that was 3 sizes too small. His tool belt hung low over jeans, much too tight to wear while constructing anything except wet dreams. "Hi, Andy," Chaz said cheerfully. "How's it going?" I didn't care if Andy constructed orphanages in third-world countries in his free time. I hated his fucking guts because of the way he looked at Chaz and the way Chaz returned his interest. Andy leaned artfully against the high counter of the reception desk and smiled at Chaz. "It could have been better," Andy said. "Certain someone could have joined me for a drink like I asked." Chaz laughed uneasily and darted a glance in my direction to judge my reaction. I thought the soft blush that bloomed across his cheeks was adorable and wished that I was the one who put it there. His eyes widened when they met mine, and he licked his bottom lip nervously. Could he sense how angry I was right then? Was anger even the right emotion? It felt more like jealousy. I could feel that I wasn't the only one who had ideas of what Chaz could do with his sexy tongue. I turned to face my new nemesis. "I don't believe we've met yet," I said to the newcomer. "I'm Dr. Kyle Vaughn." Even in my own ears I sounded a bit pretentious, but I couldn't take it back once the words left my mouth. I extended my hand to him, which he accepted, in a vice-like grip. "Annie Mason," he told me. "Carpenter." I could tell he wasn't impressed by my title and didn't like the possessive gleam he saw in my eyes. I narrowed my eyes as the beefcake squeezed my hand harder instead of releasing it. "Guys," Chaz said, trying to interrupt the standoff between us. We ignored his attempts and continued to stare one another down like 2 MMA fighters at the press conference before fight night. "Andy?" The flirty way Chaz said Andy's name penetrated the carpenter's brain, and he jerked his attention back to Chaz. "Yeah?" he asked, sounding hopeful. "What's the real reason you came downstairs?" Chaz asked, his flirty tone replaced with a professional one. "As flattering as it would be, I'm pretty sure you're a man on a mission." "I'm a multitasker," Andy boasted. "I can, Andy!" Josh happily exclaimed, cutting Andy off as he walked up on the small gathering. "Just the man I wanted to see." "I came down to look for you, too," Andy told him. "Really? It doesn't look like you're looking for me," Josh said as he darted a shrewd glance between the 3 of us. I knew damn well that Josh would be #Team Dimples. "Kyle, I am so sorry that I'm running a few minutes behind. You can go ahead and—" "Dr. Vaughn!" a familiar female voice exclaimed.
"Oh my goodness, you're the answer to my prayers!"
I spun around and faced Katie Davis, who operated the Carter County Animal Shelter. "That's what he said," I replied, jerking my thumb in Chaz's direction without thinking my actions through. Chaz gasped, Josh threw his head back and laughed in delight, and I'm pretty sure that Andy growled. I chanced to peek at Chaz and caught him staring at me with a dumbfounded expression on his face. How much more obvious did I need to be that I wanted to see where things could go between us?
"Is this a bad time?" she asked nervously. "I'd like to ask a favor of you."
My staff and I volunteered 10 to 15 hours a week treating the dogs and cats at her shelter. The last time I was there, she mentioned that she needed to raise money for the shelter. I figured that she wanted to discuss a fundraiser with me. "Not at all, Katie. Josh will be delayed a few minutes, so I have time now."
"Well, it's a big favor," she said hesitantly. "Remember how I mentioned a fundraiser to you?"
"Sure, and I'll help out however I can," I told her.
"I'm so glad you feel that way because you play a big part in what I have in mind."
She clapped her hands and bounced on her feet.
"I can't believe I didn't think of this sooner,"
she said to herself. "How big?" I asked, narrowing my eyes as an uneasy feeling came over me. That feeling only increased when she broke eye contact and looked down at her feet.
"We'd like to do a calendar with the animals at the shelter. One of my staff is an amateur photographer and is willing to donate the time to take and edit the photos."
"So you're looking for donations to cover the cost of producing the calendars? I'd gladly help with that," I told her. Katie didn't meet my offer with as much enthusiasm as I expected.
"Not exactly the kind of help I was looking for from you,"
she said. "No? How else can I be of service to you?" I asked, clearly confused. I already provided free veterinarian services and offered to— "She wants you to pose for the calendar," Chaz said, interrupting my thoughts. I looked over at him and rolled my eyes. "No, she doesn't." "Oh, I think that's exactly what she's working her courage up to ask," Chaz told me. "Isn't that right, Katie?" I looked at Katie, expecting her to brush off his idea, but all I saw was a hopeful gleam in her eyes. "Me?" I asked in disbelief.
"Why not you?"
Katie asked, seemingly emboldened when I didn't refuse the idea outright.
"You're gorgeous, built like a brick house, and adore animals. Who else would I ask?"
"I don't know, Katie," I said hesitantly. "I'm not very photogenic."
"Stop being so modest,"
Katie told me.
"You're exactly what we need. I can see it now."
Her voice trailed off while she envisioned something in her mind.
"Cute poses with kittens, or you wearing a cowboy hat and boots while standing beside a horse."
"I'd be wearing more than just a pair of boots and a hat, right?" I asked, needing clarification before the conversation went any further.
"Dr. Vaughn!"
Katie said in shock.
"Why, I never suggest such a thing."
Then she covered her mouth with both hands and giggled nervously.
"Oh, my,"
she answered, fanning herself.
"That's not what I meant at all. Oh, dear me, I meant my offer as a compliment, Dr. Vaughn. I thought your love for animals, combined with your hunky looks, would make a great fundraiser."
"It would probably sell a lot of calendars," Chaz said, chiming in. I looked over at him and caught him staring at me speculatively. "But would you buy a calendar?" I asked. "Duh," Chaz said, then added, It's for charity. I wanted him to have ulterior motives for wanting the calendar. I wanted him to look at the photo and wish I was petting him instead of a horse. Was he picturing me wearing nothing but boots, a hat, and a smile for him? I could make that happen if that's what it took. Well, I'm not convinced this calendar will turn out good or sell many copies, but I can volunteer my time and face if it's something you want to do, I told Katie.
Thank you,
Katie said before she threw her arms around me and hugged me tightly.
You're a lifesaver, Dr. Vaughn. I'll call you in a few days when I have all the details sorted out.
Sounds good. I'll be sure to answer your call or return your message at my earliest convenience, I said to Katie while looking into Chaz's blue eyes.
Okay. Talk to you soon,
she said as she exited the salon. Chaz pinned me with a heated look and opened his mouth as if he was going to say something. He must have changed his mind because he closed his mouth, shook his head, and walked away. I would have turned to follow him, but Josh was standing behind me watching the byplay between Chaz and me. Josh offered me a sympathetic smile and said, "Ready?" "Yep," I replied, following him to the shampoo room. I stopped in once a month for a shampoo and haircut. "How are things going with the renovations and wedding plans?" I asked, making small talk.
"You know if you showed up for dinner,"
Josh scolded lightly.
"We miss you."
"I miss you guys too," I said. I hadn't meant to confess that, but the mesmerizing way he massaged my scalp had me ready to spill all my secrets.
"Come over for dinner, then," Josh said. "Cornhole hasn't been the same. Chaz can't get a good partner to challenge me like he did with you."
"That was fun."
"Yes. So, you'll be there for dinner on Sunday?" Josh asked.
"Will Andy be there?"
"Andy? He's not family, so why would I invite him?" Josh questioned, but I heard the telltale humor in his voice that told me he was playing me.
"Maybe another one of your guests will invite him," I stated.
"Doubtful," he replied. "He's too busy looking for someone who doesn't show up anymore."
"Oh," I said softly. Josh's words warmed my heart, but did nothing to dispel the confusion over Chaz avoiding me when he was obviously attracted to me.
"Anyway, we're almost finished remodeling our new house, and I can't wait to have you over for barbecue," Josh said, changing the subject.
He got his point across and must not have felt the need to keep hammering me with it. Some people would have thought it odd how Gabe and I could still be friends after our breakup. But it felt right to us. Gabe was a good guy who'd found the man created just for him. A small voice inside my brain nagged that I had already found my man too and just needed to persuade him. I had hoped to get a jump start on convincing Chaz when Josh finished my haircut, but he was nowhere in sight.
"See you Sunday?"
Josh asked as he handed me my receipt. "Yeah, I'll be there." I meant it, too. Because unlike some people, I kept my word. 5. Chaz. Seeing Kyle at the salon caused me to put things into perspective. So many emotions rioted inside my brain that it took me hours to untangle, sort, and process them. I was still angry about the one-worded message Kyle sent to Drew, even though I had no idea what Kyle's motivation was for sending it. I was fucking miserable from Kyle's absence at Josh and Gabe's house after I ignored his phone calls. I was so damn hungry for another taste of him. But I just couldn't trust that the emotions Kyle showed me were genuine. How could they be if he was still reaching out to Drew? Besides, he was sexy and smart and had his shit together. whereas I was lucky if I wore matching socks every day. He could have any guy he wanted, and I was supposed to believe he wanted me? During our exchange at the salon, I caught a glimpse of the kid that Aunt Sandra mentioned. I saw the boy who was picked last in gym class and probably bullied because of his weight. The hurt at never being enough was plain for me to see in his dark blue eyes. The guilt I felt at that moment was enough to choke me, and I knew I needed to do something to fix it. Even if it cost me a chance with Kyle, I needed to tell him the truth. I probably would have blurted it all out right there had Andy not walked up and flirted with me right then. The jealous, chest-thumping male version of Kyle replaced the lost boy I'd discovered. I couldn't help but smile as he rose to his full height and scoped out Andy as if he was serious competition. I thought Andy was an attractive guy with soulful dark eyes, but I wanted only one man. Kyle's gesturing and posturing made me feel like I hadn't blown my chances with him yet. I admit that it was kind of fun watching the two hunks stare each other down, and that handshake was fucking priceless. I hadn't seen such white-knuckled grips since my mom rode in the car with me after the first time I received my temporary license. Then Katie interrupted the showdown and ruined everything with her talk about the calendar. It was adorable that Kyle thought she wanted monetary donations instead of his hunky flesh featured in the photos. He looked dumbfounded when I mentioned it, as if it was the most ridiculous thing he'd ever heard. It was actually pure genius on Katie's part, because those calendars would sell faster than bottles of cold water in hell. Then it was my turn to feel jealous about all the eyes that would be seeing Kyle in ways that only I wanted to see him. That was the realization that prompted me to hide from him when his appointment was over. "Not cool, Chaz," Meredith said when she found me hiding in the kitchenette. "No more cat-and-mouse games. Either give that man what he wants or tell him you're not interested." "Meredith, he won't have anything to do with me when he finds out that I was Gamer Drew. My behavior was unforgivable," I softly said while staring into my cup of coffee. It was more than simply lying about my identity. I let him divulge things to Drew that he wouldn't have told me, and we did things together. Meredith's brows rose at the last bit. I could tell she wanted to ask what kind of things we did, but instead she said, "Baby, there is only one way to find out if he'll forgive you." Mare ran her hand affectionately over the top of my head like a mother would to soothe her child. "Charles Bailey, I can promise you one thing, and that's you'll regret it for the rest of your life if you don't try. I've never seen you look at anyone the way you look at him. He looks at you the same way, too." I knew we had something sparking between us, but was it real? "I'll think about it," I promised her. And I thought about it. For hours. By the time I reached a conclusion, it was too late to do anything about it but channel the energy into my writing. I sat at my computer and blocked out every thought in my mind that didn't include Jamie and Gideon's latest adventures. My plan worked perfectly until I turned off my laptop and closed my eyes. Then the events of the past month played through my brain on repeat. I didn't know if Kyle would forgive me, but I knew that Meredith was right. I had to try. The problem was that knowing and doing aren't the same thing. I had my opportunity the Saturday that Josh and Gabe moved into their new home. Meredith and I showed up to help after the salon closed, and I was rendered speechless at the sight of Kyle wearing shorts and a tank top, which was the normal attire for muggy August days in southern Ohio, but it looked sexier on Kyle. "He's wearing his ball cap on backward," Mare whispered. Uh-huh, I muttered, watching as Kyle's biceps bulged when he lifted one end of the sofa while Gabe lifted the other. Mare giggled and said, "Let's go find Josh and see what he needs us to do." I felt Kyle's eyes on me when we walked away because he was the only one that could make me feel hot and cold all over at the same time. I glanced over my shoulder to be sure and caught him staring at my ass. Gabe pushed the sofa at him a little to break the trance, and Kyle's gaze snapped up and collided with mine. I winked playfully at him and faced forward so that I didn't run face first into a wall or something totally embarrassing. A lot of the big jobs had already been completed by the time we arrived, so Mare and I helped Josh unpack his kitchen. We laughed and had a great time. It was so wonderful to see my best friends madly in love, and I couldn't wait until I found my other half, too. Kyle and I made eye contact a few times throughout the day, and even exchanged a few smiles. But we didn't have a chance to talk until the pizza showed up. "Did you order salad?" Kyle asked Gabe. "Salad?" Harley, Meredith's boyfriend, asked when he walked into the room. He hooked his arm around Meredith's waist and pulled her toward him for a kiss. I smiled as I remembered the day that Meredith's mom, Mama Richmond, sat in Meredith's salon chair and orchestrated a date between her daughter and Harley. Mama Richmond made sure of two things. Harley liked kids, and he wasn't one of those dumbass white boys who were ashamed to love black girls. Although they'd only been dating for a few months, I was positive they would have a beautiful life ahead of them. "Yes, we did," Josh answered Kyle. "I ordered a few salads and a veggie pizza. We could all stand to eat better." "Thank you," Kyle replied, sounding relieved. It's funny how you can see things, but they don't always click into place. I had seen Kyle eat at Josh and Gabe's several times over the past few months, and his eating habits never stuck out to me, until my aunt mentioned his childhood obesity. I realized that while his plate always seemed to be loaded down, it mostly consisted of healthy foods and meats. In fact, I couldn't recall seeing him eat any dessert until he showed up with a milkshake on July 4th, which had been modified into a healthier version. "What?" he asked when he caught me staring at him. "Nothing," I said nervously. "I was just checking out your bulge." "Really?" Kyle asked hopefully. Josh spat his drink across the kitchen island, drenching his soon-to-be husband. "Hey!" Gabe said, but he was too busy laughing to be angry. "I meant your bulging biceps you have on display there," I said, recovering quickly. "Is that real sweat glistening on them, or did you have someone spray you with a squirt bottle for effect?" Kyle smiled at my discomfort and said, "It's real sweat. I have this philosophy that if you're not getting sweaty and dirty, then you're not doing it right." Oh, damn, that was a good one. I mentally added it to my book notes. "You must bench press rhinos," I said, then wanted to bite my tongue off before I could embarrass myself further. "No, just baby hippos," Kyle said teasingly. "I have to be ready for my photo shoot coming up soon." I laughed nervously, then looked around the room when no one else laughed with me and realized that we'd been left alone. I didn't mean to sound suggestive just now. "Kinda like you didn't mean to kiss me and run off, or like when you told me you'd answer my calls but ignored them?" Kyle said. About that." "Food is here!" Josh yelled from the dining room. "Wash your hands and come eat." Kyle groaned at another interruption, then smiled good-naturedly at me. "Can we talk about this later?" "Sure," I told him. Unfortunately, Kyle received an emergency call and had to leave before he could even finish his salad and veggie pizza. He stopped by my chair on his way out, leaned down and whispered, "Answer when I call you, or I'm gonna show up at your front door." "Okay," I said, sounding a little breathless. I went home and dove into my project to pass the time, but I wasn't as engaged as normal because I kept glancing at my phone to see if Kyle was calling. I had no idea what kind of emergency he'd had, but I figured it was probably serious. I wasn't even sure he was going to call that same night, but I didn't want to take a chance. As the hours grew later, I knew the chance of him calling me dwindled. I had a painful knot between my shoulder blades from tension, and poor posture when writing. I decided to take a long, hot bath because I knew it would be another sleepless night if I didn't. I glanced at my phone and debated leaving it in my bedroom rather than take it with me, but decided it would be my luck that he would call me as soon as I sank into the hot water. I grabbed a glass of wine, a dog-eared paperback copy of Agatha Christie's The Mysterious Affair at Styles, my phone, and set them all on the nifty bath tray that my grandmother got me for Christmas. I thought it was the coolest thing in the world that Grandma Gertie didn't hesitate to buy her grandson things he could use while taking a bath. Of course, I inherited my love for baths and books from her. I sighed out loud when I slid down into the hot water. I leaned my head back, closed my eyes, and mentally pictured the tension leaving my body. It was working, too, until my phone rang. The sound was louder in the small space as it echoed off the porcelain surfaces, and I jerked in surprise, knocking my glass of wine and my phone into the bathwater. "Fuck!" I yelled as I fished my phone out of the bath. No! Kyle would think I ignored him again, and I was out an expensive smartphone. Damn it! To be honest, I was angrier about missing Kyle's call than my phone because at least I had insurance on the damn thing. It was more of an inconvenience than a great expense. I couldn't afford to let Kyle think I was leading him on if I wanted a chance with him. I almost tripped getting out of the bathtub and then nearly lost my balance when I slid across the tile floor. I was cursing the fact that I didn't have a damn landline and sure as hell wasn't about to traipse across the yard to my grandmother's house to borrow her phone. Maybe this is a sign it's not meant to be, I said to myself as I wrapped a towel around my waist. There was a loud knock on my front door as if fate were offering up a rebuttal. It can't be. The knock came again, but it was even louder the second time around. I didn't stop to think about my attire, or lack thereof, in my haste to answer the door so that my visitor didn't wake the matrons. I quickly unlocked the door and jerked it open. "Keep it down!" I hissed between my teeth. "They'll hear you!" Kyle just stood there, with his arm suspended in the air like he was about to knock again. His eyes raked over my body and lingered at my nipples. That had hardened when the breeze hit my wet body. "Who? Isn't that my line?" I asked in confusion. "What?" he asked, sounding just as befuddled. "Well, you knocked on my door, so shouldn't I be asking who's there?" I asked Kyle. Maybe my reference to knock-knock jokes wasn't as obvious as I thought. Kyle's head bounced slightly to the left and right while he thought it over for a second. "Oh, I guess you probably should have asked that before you answered the door naked. Who don't you want to hear me?" Kyle asked. "The neighbors," I answered, but didn't get more specific. "And I'm not naked," I argued. "That towel is a little threadbare," Kyle said, nodding in the direction of my crotch. It had been a little over a week since I'd done laundry, and I had indeed grabbed the shabbiest of my bath towels. I sent a silent prayer upward that my cock and balls weren't playing peekaboo with Kyle before I glanced down. The hole wasn't directly over my crotch, but one false move and my right testy would swing into view. I'm just gonna..." I pointed behind me with my thumb. Get dressed. Come on in and make yourself comfortable." I heard him chuckle after I spun on my heels and hightailed it to my bedroom. "Get it together, Chaz," I admonished myself. I quickly dressed in a pair of shorts and a t-shirt before I returned to find Kyle sitting on my sofa. He looked up at me when I entered the room and smiled softly. "You didn't answer," he said in the way of an explanation for his midnight appearance at my door. "I had every intention of answering your call," I said as I sat beside him. But the sound of the phone startled me, and I knocked it into the bathtub. Kyle's eyes widened. "I'm sorry, Chaz. Let me buy you a new one." "That's kind of you to offer, but it's not necessary." I repositioned myself at an angle so I could look at him. "So, were you just in the neighborhood?" "No," Kyle responded with a smile. "I wanted to talk to you without being interrupted, so I drove over here, parked in front of your house like a creeper, and dialed your phone number. I followed through with my threat when you didn't answer." "I wouldn't call your visit a threat," I remarked. Well, I thought it was quite possible that Kyle was dangerous to my heart. "It was a chance I had to take because we keep getting interrupted, or I run away," I said, finishing his statement for him when he trailed off. "It was only once." "Twice," I amended. "I hid from you at the salon after your appointment." Kyle's brow furrowed into a deep V, and I saw how much my words hurt him. "Why?" I opened my mouth to tell him the truth, but no words came out. Only a chipmunk squeak that he seemed to find cute. "I can tell that something heavy is weighing on your mind, and you're not comfortable talking to me about it. I hope to change that someday," Kyle said tenderly. "Will you answer one question for me, at least?" "Yes," I said breathlessly. Are you... Kyle rose from the couch with a frustrated growl. I'm not exactly sure how to say this without sounding cheesy. I stood up and faced him. Maybe it was Kyle's flustered state, or perhaps it was the vulnerable look in his eyes that caused me to feel brave in his presence for the first time. "I feel it too," I told him. Kyle had released a long, shaky breath before he closed the distance between us. He pressed a kiss to my forehead before he looked into my eyes. "That's all I need to know for now. Have sweet dreams, Chaz," he said when I walked him to the door. "You too." Kyle winked playfully at me and said, "I've seen you wet and almost naked, so I know I will," before he turned and walked into the night. 6. Kyle. My late-night visit to Chaz replayed in my mind for days afterward and brought a smile to my face each time. The awkward tension didn't fade completely, but it was greatly diminished by the awareness that sparked between us. The attraction had always been there, but after that night it was more intense. Still, something held Chaz back, and it drove me crazy trying to figure out who, what, or why. Was Chaz scarred from a bad relationship? I wasn't a violent man. In fact, I had never hit another person. But some faceless guy who possibly broke Chaz's heart made me want to hulk out. Those feelings were completely new to me, and I wasn't sure how I felt about it. As a kid, I was obese due to emotional eating, and it was a habit I could easily fall back on if I wasn't careful. The ups and downs with Chaz, and not the kind I craved, were driving me nuts and wearing me down, but I couldn't seem to walk away from him. I knew that something special could happen between us if we let it. and I was willing to just wait for him to tell me whatever it was that held him back. I just hoped he didn't take too much longer, or I feared I'd mow through my weight in Oreo cookies. The pending photo shoot added to my stress and kept me on edge. No matter how much time passed, I still often saw the chubby teenager when I looked at my reflection in the mirror. When I was 14 years old, I weighed 250 pounds. At 36 years old, I weighed the same amount, but it was muscle instead of fat. I knew that my hard work had turned me into a fit man, but I was still caught off guard the morning of the calendar shoot when the photographer informed me that we'd be snapping several bare-chested photos. "What?" I asked. "I thought I was posing with puppies and kittens from the shelter," I told him.
"You are, but sex sells, and you," he waved his hand up and down my body, "have that in spades. You're the kind of guy that both men and women like."
"Katie!" I yelled. "No one said anything about partially nude photos." Katie scurried over to me.
"It wasn't my idea, Dr. Vaughn. I swear it."
She wrung her hands nervously and said,
"Scotty does have a good point, though."
"I don't know, Katie." I shook my head. "This feels weird to me. I'm not that guy who struts around with his shirt off all the time so people can admire his muscles."
"You should,"
Scotty said, earning an irritated glance from me.
"I won't ask you to do anything that doesn't feel right to you,"
Katie said.
"I'm sure we'd sell just as many calendars if you keep your shirt on. Those dimples alone are worth the cost of the calendar."
"Can I have a minute to think about it?"
"Sure, honey. Take your time. You're the one doing me a favor."
She patted my arm affectionately and walked back over to her van that she transported her pets to the shoot location. I pulled my phone out of my pocket and dialed the first person who came to mind. "I need your help," I said when Chaz answered the phone. "What's wrong?" he asked. "I know this is last minute and you probably have something better to do. Kyle, just tell me what you need. It's this damn calendar shoot. I feel fucking ridiculous. Can you meet me at Griffin State Park?" I asked. "Give me 20 minutes," Chaz replied. "Where in the park are you?" "North entrance of the lake," I told him. "I'll hold Scotty with the grabby hands at bay until you get here." "Scotty Erickson?" Chaz asked. "I don't know his last name. He works at the shelter and is an amateur photographer," I told Chaz. "Well, he can be a little overbearing, but he takes amazing photos," Chaz said. "He wants me to start taking my clothes off. I'll be right there." I smiled because I wasn't sure if he wanted to be there when I took my clothes off or if he just didn't want Scotty to get his grabby hands on me. I was fine with whatever reason got him to the park so I could spend time with him. We talked on the phone several nights but hadn't spent any alone time together since the night I showed up on his doorstep. Chaz showed up in 12 minutes, not 20. He looked a bit harried, and I wondered what he'd been doing when I called him. "I'm here to save your virtue," he declared humorously. "You're just in time to rub oil all over my chest," I said jokingly. Chaz shook his head. "You'll have pet fur stuck all over you." "I'm pretty hairy as it is," I told him. "Yeah?" he asked curiously. I remembered his remark about liking a guy who kept things tidy below the belt, and I didn't want to scare him off. "Some places, anyway," I replied coyly. I wanted him to be curious and want to explore my body for himself rather than bluntly tell him. From the look on his face, Chaz was mentally peeling my clothes off right there in the parking lot. Fuck if I didn't want to encourage him to do just that. My body started responding to the idea, and I had to pull my mind out of the gutter before we gave Scotty a totally different idea for his calendar photo shoot. "Are you really gonna take your clothes off for the calendar?" Chaz asked me. "Would you think less of me if I did?" I asked. I don't want people looking at me and picturing me without my clothes. Too late, Chaz said. I loved that he thought about what I looked like naked, but I could do without the rest of the town knowing or thinking about it. I don't think it's wrong or improper, but I don't think it's my style. Then you keep your clothes on, Chaz said emphatically. Dr. Hey, Chaz, Scotty said when he saw who had arrived. I didn't know you were coming today. I didn't like the familiar way the photographer looked at my... Chaz. It's been a while, Chaz said to Scotty. Too long. But we can remedy that later if you're free, Scotty said suggestively. He's not, I said emphatically. I'm not, Chaz said at the same time. Oh, I see. Scotty smiled wryly. Are you ready, Dr. Vaughn? As I'll ever be, I answered. I decided to keep my clothes on. Pity. Scotty sighed dramatically. Let's get this party started, then. Good luck, Chaz said, walking backward toward his car. Call me later and let me know how this works out. Wait, where are you going? I asked, sounding more than a little desperate. I had planned on going home, but I can stick around if you... Yes! My face turned hot with embarrassment when I realized how orgasmic my reply sounded. Katie walked up to our group with a tiny chihuahua at the end of her leash.
Let's start with Beatrice.
Beatrice looked as nervous as I felt, and I thought we were a good match. I squatted down and extended my hand toward her, and she came to me. Hi there, pretty girl, I said softly. Are you ready to have your picture taken with me? Beatrice licked my hand and wagged her tail, which I accepted as a yes. I scooped her up in my arms, and she licked my chin. Say cheese, Bee. I aimed a practice smile at Scotty. He blinked at me for a few minutes before he responded. Let's head over to the lake. Reaching for Chaz's hand while we walked seemed natural to me, and I took it as a good sign that he didn't pull away. I didn't expect to have fun while shooting the calendar, but I found myself laughing throughout the day as we moved from one spot at the lake to the next with dozens of different animals. Scotty wanted to take about 24 pictures and narrow it down to the best 12 for the calendar. The final scene was a sunset picnic, and my fellow model was a boxer named Sadie, who I estimated to be around 4 years old. Scotty had set out a plaid blanket and a picnic basket. Sadie sat beside me and looked at me with some of the saddest eyes I'd seen in a long time. I scratched her chin, and she ate up the affection like she was starved for it. She groaned and lay her head across my thigh. What's her story? I asked Katie as I stroked her velvety ears.
Don't know for sure,
she replied.
You know we take animals without asking questions. It's the only way to make sure they're not just dropped off in the middle of nowhere and left to fend for themselves,
Katie said sadly.
She arrived earlier this week, and I'm afraid that it's going to be hard to find her a forever home because she's older than most of the dogs in our shelter. Most families are looking for cute puppies. She's great with other pets, though, especially the kitten Otis that you posed with earlier. They showed up on the same night and bonded quickly.
Really? I asked.
Oh, yeah. Do you want to see Sadie and Otis together?
Sure. Although I wasn't sure why until Otis crawled on top of Sadie's broad back and took a nap. Sadie's expression changed from sad to content in an instant. Katie, I think I know where these two cuties can find a good home.
You do?
She asked, hopefully. I smiled down at the sleeping duo on my lap, then looked at her. I'll take 'em.
Dr. Vaughn, that's wonderful news. I just know you're not going to regret it.
I think so too, Katie, I said. I need to pick up some things for them at Brooks Pets after the shoot, but I can swing by and formally adopt them in a few hours.
And I thought I couldn't possibly adore you any more than I already do,
Katie said.
Do you hear that, Sadie girl? You get to keep Otis.
That's a wrap, Scotty called out. What? I asked. We didn't pose yet.
Sometimes the perfect pose happens naturally, and it's dropped in your lap like a gift.
Scotty walked over and showed me a picture on his camera.
See what I mean?
In the photo, Otis had curled into a tight ball on Sadie's back, while Sadie looked up into my smiling face. Oh, that's a great picture. I'd like to have a framed copy of that for my desk, I told the photographer.
I'll email an edited version to you so you can have prints made,
Scotty said as he began packing up his equipment. That sounds great. Thank you. I turned to Katie and said, I'm really happy that I agreed to do the calendar. It was a lot of fun, and I found some new best friends.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vaughn. I know this calendar is going to be a big hit, and I'm positive that Sadie and Otis will be amazing companions for you and your future family.
Katie clipped the leash back onto Sadie's collar and scooped up Otis in her arms.
Come on, Sadie girl,
she said, tugging gently on the leash. Sadie didn't budge from my lap. Instead, she made herself as heavy as she could against my leg. I looked down into the face of the dog, who stole my heart in seconds. Okay, girl, you can come shopping with me at Brooks. You can help me pick out stuff for your brother, too. I held out my hand for the leash, and Katie handed it to me. I'll be by to get my cat as soon as we're finished, I told Katie.
No problem. We'll be waiting for you. Won't we, Otis? Meow.
You want some help at the pet store? Chaz asked. I figured I could handle it on my own, but I wasn't ready to say goodbye to him yet. I would appreciate that. Chaz followed Sadie and me to the store rather than leave his car at the lake. I wasn't exactly sure what I wanted to buy, so I bought a little of everything. You don't think this 6-foot cat jungle gym is a bit much for a tiny kitten? Chaz asked as he looked at the display model at the store. He won't be little for long, I replied. Besides, it's a scratch post and a jungle gym. You're the expert, Chaz told me. He helped me load my purchases into the bed of my truck, then knelt down in front of Sadie. You're one lucky girl, he told her. Did you see that big fluffy bed he bought you, Sadie girl? And the treats? And the toys? Sadie barked in response. She's smart and beautiful, Chaz said, smiling up at me. Of course, I said proudly. Do you want to come over and hang out with us? The smile slid from Chaz's face as he rose to his feet. I wish I could, but I have plans tonight. Oh, I said, not bothering to hide the disappointment in my voice. A thought occurred to me, and I asked, Do your plans involve Beefcake Andy? Chaz threw back his head and laughed like it was the craziest thing he'd ever heard. Definitely not. They're solo plans, but I can't put them off any longer. Oh, I'm sorry if I messed up your day when I called you. You didn't, Chaz assured me. I had a great day, and I wouldn't have missed it for the world. Thank you for coming, I said softly. That's what he said, Chaz replied with a wink. Not yet, I said to him as he walked away. Good one, Dr. D, he said affectionately. I looked down at Sadie, who looked like she was smiling at Chaz. Yeah, I like him too, girl. What do you say we go pick up your brother? I held open the passenger door of my truck for her, and she jumped inside. The day was nothing as I expected, and far better than I could have imagined. I spent my Saturday night getting my new pets acclimated to their new environment while wondering what my next step should be with Chaz. I just hoped it involved the feel of his lips against mine once more. Then I realized that hoping and wishing wasn't getting me what I wanted. I wanted him. He wanted me. It was time I stepped up my game and did something about it. I just needed to find the right moment. One where we weren't surrounded by people, or had a chance to get interrupted. 7. Chaz. The next day we gathered at Josh and Gabe's for our weekly family dinner. We mowed through the delicious food like normal, but we didn't play cornhole afterwards, like usual. Instead, I brought up something that had been bothering me lately. I can't believe that none of us planned a bachelor party for the two of you, I said. I feel like we failed you as friends. It wasn't something that we wanted, was it? Josh asked Gabe, sounding a little unsure. Did you want a proper send-off? Not really, Gabe said with a shrug. Josh narrowed his eyes speculatively and said, I don't think not really is the same thing as saying no. Babe, if this is something you want to do, then... I don't mind celebrating our upcoming marriage with our friends, but I don't want to see a stripper grinding his ass against your dick. I do not share, Gabe said vehemently. Who said anything about strippers? I asked. There are many ways we can celebrate. Everyone started tossing around ideas on how we could celebrate the pending nuptials as a group. We started suggesting ideas like golf, a trip to a day spa, dinner and theater, or a Reds game, but no one could agree on one event. Why does it have to be one or the other? Kyle asked, sounding like the voice of reason. Why can't we start out with 2 separate outings, then meet up later and celebrate as one large group? No one said anything right away, so he continued. One group plays golf in the morning, then goes to a Reds game afterward. The other group does the day spa, dinner, and theater thing. All of us meet later at Vibe to dance and celebrate. We'll stay at a hotel and use a cab or a car service so we don't have to worry about driving. Sexy, kind, and a genius. I wanted Kyle more and more every time he was near, but I couldn't bring myself to do something about it. I couldn't give in to my feelings and the heat I saw burning in his brilliant eyes. I couldn't answer the hunger clawing at my guts without him knowing the truth, or guilt would eat me alive. Fear of losing what we'd started to build paralyzed me, and I kept my lips sealed when all I wanted to do was use them all over his luscious body. Kyle must have felt my intense regard because he looked over and winked playfully. It amazed me that such a small gesture could rev me up so much, but I was ready to throw myself into his lap. The only thing that stopped me, other than my conscience, was the fact that all our friends were there. I wasn't keen on an audience if or when the time came for me to grind my erection against Kyle's. The beautiful thing about being a creative person was how easily the images of us locked together sprung to my mind. I'd never seen his bare chest, but that didn't stop me from imagining my hands gliding over his hard pecs while he kissed my neck, or his large hands gripping my ass and pulling me tighter against him. I could almost hear the hungry growls he'd make when he would push me to my back and slide inside me. If I weren't careful, something else would spring up. Kyle's eyes darkened like he could read my dirty thoughts, and he licked his lips like he was anticipating the moment, too. That's pure genius, Kyle, Gabe said. Kyle reluctantly looked away from me to reply to Gabe. I think it's a great compromise. I could see the grooms were skeptical that we could pull something off on short notice. The wedding was 2 weeks away, which meant we had to make plans for the following weekend. Everyone decided which outing they wanted to go on, then whipped out their phones and started making reservations and buying tickets. "I guess we're gonna have a bachelor's weekend, then," Josh said, once the final plan was locked in place. Once upon a time, us whipping out our phones and making plans for him would have made him crazy. I wouldn't say his control-freak tendencies disappeared when he fell in love with Gabe, but he did become more flexible in his habits. The Josh I grew up with needed reliable routines and ironclad control to keep balance in his life. The new Josh realized that the greatest things in life came to us out of the blue and didn't include instructions or a clear path. It was hard and often messy, but worth every second of it. Wait, am I still talking about life, or has my mind wandered back to the gutter? It was my turn to wink at Kyle when I caught him watching me. "I need to get home to Sadie and Otis. Walk me out?" Kyle asked. Feeling everyone's eyes on me as they waited for my response was unnerving, to say the least. It wasn't like I could flat out refuse Kyle without looking like a complete douche. "Sure." I rose to my feet and gave a small wave to our audience. "See you all next week." "Night," they all said in unison. "I bet they're all going to be looking out the window to see if you kiss me or something," I said to Kyle once we walked out the front door. Kyle stopped when we reached my car and faced me. "Is the or something a viable option?" I'm not much of an exhibitionist," I replied. Kyle backed me up flush against my car door and pressed his body against mine. He slid a hand up to cup the back of my head and placed the other against my neck. Kyle stroked his thumb over my pulse point and smiled when he felt my heartbeat racing under my skin. Could he also hear the way my heart pounded in my chest from his proximity and touch? "There are so many things I want to do to you, but I won't until you trust me. I can see and feel how much you want me to, but something holds you back. I'm a great listener, Chaz." His words hit me like a punch to the gut. I already knew that Kyle was a great listener because of his late-night chat sessions with my alter ego. As Drew, I had shyly told him about my dreams of publishing books, and he encouraged me to follow my dreams. You'll never know unless you try. Kyle was a big reason why I found the courage to hit the publish button. I wanted to make him proud of me. I wanted him to see me as a man worthy of him. Then I let things go past the point of no return, and I doubted a bestseller banner would help me once he found out that I lied to him. Kyle, My words died in my throat. "I can see you're not ready yet," he said in a tender voice he used on his patience. Kyle lowered his head until his lips hovered above mine. "I'm going to give you something to think about in the meantime." Kyle closed the distance and pressed his firm lips against mine and took his time learning the shape of my lips. Pleasure hummed through my veins, and I needed more of him. I parted my lips invitingly and teased the tip of his tongue with mine before I sucked it into my mouth. Kyle let out a guttural moan that let me know he was right there with me. Then he slid his tongue inside my mouth and masterfully took charge of the kiss. I slid my hands under the hem of his shirt and dug my fingers into the small of his back, just like I would if he was fucking me. Kyle slowly twisted his tongue around mine, and it felt like he was making love to my mouth. My body burned with want and lust. It drove me to push my erection against his to seek the friction I desperately craved. I was happy to see he was as turned on as me. Kyle broke our kiss and took a step back. "That ought to do it. Good night, Chaz." I stayed leaning against my car for support while I watched him leave because my legs felt like wet noodles and I was lightheaded from my blood rushing south of my belly button. I whispered, a few minutes after he drove away. That kiss was still on my mind the following week when we gathered in Cincinnati for the bachelor's weekend. Kyle and I had talked on the phone almost every night that week, but I didn't see him again until the group met down in the hotel lobby to set off for a day and night of fun. "What room number?" he asked. 313, I replied. "You?" 314. A sexy grin slowly spread across his face. "Hey, neighbor. Are you going to knock on my door and ask for sugar?" I asked. I swallowed hard when I realized how suggestive my question sounded. "I just might," he said playfully. Kyle opened his mouth to say something else, but Gabe's partner on the Blissville Police Department spoke up. "It's time to move out if we're going to make our first events on time," Adrian said. Half of us were going to a day spa for pampering before our dinner and a show, while the others had 18 holes of golf before the Reds game. "I'll see you later tonight at Vibe," Kyle told me. "Meet you on the dance floor." "I don't dance," Kyle said vehemently. "You will tonight, Dr. Dimples," I said over my shoulder as I walked away. The full-body massage and hot stone treatment were exactly what I needed to unwind and forget my guilty conscience for a little while. I was mellow as hell by the time we headed to our dinner reservation, and the red wine we drank with our meal loosened me up even more. After dinner, our driver took us to the Taft Theater where we enjoyed Kinky Boots. In fact, we sang and danced to the music along with almost everyone else in the audience. I was still buzzing when we arrived at Vibe and decided to pass on the first round of drinks that arrived at our table. Mare and I donned our best man and best woman sashes and sat on either side of the groom. We laughed and reminisced about the old days, trading barbs and telling stories about one another. I had never seen my two best friends so happy as they were that night. They had both found wonderful men to love and were loved in return. Realizing that might not happen for me, or at least for the man I wanted, had me reaching for a drink when the second round appeared. I quickly knocked back the fruity concoction and was thinking about stealing Josh's when I felt his presence. The hair on my arms and the back of my neck stood up, and goosebumps pebbled my skin. I looked away from my conversation with my friends and spotted Kyle in the crowd. He stood unmovingly and stared at me like he was seeing me for the first time. Lust, like I had never experienced before, charged the air around me, and I expected to hear the sounds of electricity snapping and crackling. Gabe said something to Kyle, then patted him on the back, which seemed to snap Kyle out of his trance. I expected them to sit down and have a drink with us, but they grabbed their significant others and hit the floor instead. Kyle sat beside me and looped his arm around the back of my chair. The heat I saw in his eyes and the liquid courage I'd consumed emboldened me to lean forward and press my lips to his. "I missed you today," I said. I wasn't sure which of us was more surprised by my confession. Then I realized just how true my words were, and I wasn't ashamed of them. "I missed you too," Kyle said with a voice thickened by emotion. He reached over and ran the back of his hand across my flushed cheek. "Did you enjoy your massage?" I moaned, then added, "It was pure magic." Kyle narrowed his eyes suspiciously and cocked his head to the side. "Just how much did you enjoy it?" "What?" "Nothing," Kyle grumbled. "Oh, no," I said, unwilling to let it slide. "What made you ask that?" A few of the guys were razzing each other about how their spouses were getting happy endings at the spa, Kyle said. I hadn't thought about it too much until then, but I didn't like the thought of someone putting their hands on your naked body. I wasn't naked, I told him. Kyle's scowl relaxed until I added, I wore a sheet. Not funny, he groused. The look on his face was hilarious, though. Dance with me, Dr. Dimples, I said as I rose to my feet. Kyle shook his head. I already told you that Dr. Dimples doesn't dance. And I told you that he did tonight. Let's get that hot ass on the dance floor. I didn't stick around to see if he would listen. Instead, I let my swaying hips do the persuading for me as I moved to the rhythm of the music. And just like when he entered the club, I could feel his eyes on my body as I danced, and it emboldened me more than any alcoholic beverage ever could. Maybe I was somewhat of an exhibitionist when it came to Kyle, because I loved that he was watching me. I turned after several minutes, and our eyes met and locked across the expanse of the room. Oh, Lord, his eyes held so much heat and promise that I expected to go up in flames at any moment. The downside to putting on a show for Kyle was that I did it in a crowded club, and Kyle wasn't the only one who found my moves enticing. Of course, that didn't occur to me until I felt a tall, hard body press against my back. Did anyone ever tell you how fucking adorable you are, Chaz? I recognized the deep voice right away, but if I hadn't, the thunderous look on Kyle's face would have told me who stood behind me. I spun around and put some space between me and Andy. Hey, Andy. I tried to use a tone that was friendly without being too friendly because I had no desire to encourage Andy to pursue me. It seemed like I worried for nothing because Kyle was there before I could open my mouth to say anything else. I didn't even know the big guy could move that fast. Kyle slid an arm around my waist and pulled me back against his chest, then possessively splayed his fingers over my stomach. Get lost, Kyle told Andy. Andy didn't seem to be intimidated by Kyle at all. He stood taller and quirked a brow. If Chaz wants me to leave, then he can tell me himself. I felt Kyle's muscles tighten with tension wherever our bodies were pressed together, and heard the slight growl in his throat. I didn't know what kind of future I had with Kyle, if any, but I knew that I wanted to try. I didn't want to be mean to Andy either, so instead of telling him to get lost, I placed my hand over the one Kyle rested on my stomach and linked my fingers with his. I tilted my head back to rest on Kyle's broad shoulder, and he rewarded me with a sweet kiss on my temple. I hear you loud and clear, Andy said, then offered a good-natured smile. Have a good night, guys. I expected Kyle to let go of me when Andy walked away because I'd never seen him be overly demonstrative with Gabe around town when they were a couple. But it seemed like Kyle was full of surprises that night. Instead of stepping away, he placed his second hand on my hip. I want that dance you promised me. The music changed just then from a hard thumping beat to Rihanna's Love on the Brain. The slow, sexy tempo was perfect for a seductive dance, and the feel of Kyle's erection pressing against my ass told me it worked. He kept his body pressed to mine and followed my lead as I swayed and rolled my hips to the music. I raised my arm and hooked it around the back of Kyle's neck and tilted my head to expose my neck invitingly. Kyle didn't hesitate for a second to run his lips up and down the side of my neck. The fingers gripping my hip squeezed me harder when I pressed my ass tighter against his erection. On some level, I knew I was pushing things too far and crossing a line I swore I wouldn't until Kyle knew the full truth, but I couldn't seem to stop myself. I pulled free of Kyle's embrace and turned to face him. "Let's get out of here." Kyle's nostrils flared and hope shone in his eyes. "Are you sure?" "Positive." Kyle grabbed my hand and led me off the dance floor and started toward the exit. "Wait!" I said loudly over the music. Kyle stopped and turned around. "Did you change your mind?" he asked. "Hell no," I replied. "I want to make sure Josh and Gabe don't get stuck with the bar tab at their own bachelor party." See, I was obviously thinking clearly and wouldn't be able to blame the alcohol for the choices I would make later in the evening. "I'll take care of it," Kyle said, then wrapped his hand around my neck and pulled me to him for a quick, hard kiss. "Don't you dare run off while I'm settling the tab." "I wouldn't dream of it," I answered honestly. Good or bad, right or wrong, I'd made my decision on what I wanted that night, and Kyle was clearly on the same page. It didn't take Kyle long to return to my side. "Ready?" "Lead the way," I told him. Kyle slid his fingers between mine and did what I requested. He used a phone app to book a taxi once we reached the sidewalk outside the club. The crisp September air did nothing to cool the heat raging through my body. Kyle reached for my hand once he slid his phone back in his pocket, like he needed the connection as much as I did. He didn't let go of my hand when we got inside the cab. He used it to pull me to him. The searing kiss he gave me said he meant serious business and that playtime was over. I eagerly gripped Kyle's biceps and opened my mouth to him. Kyle's tongue delved deep and explored my mouth like he'd never tasted it before or would get the chance again. He tore his mouth away from mine and began kissing a path down my neck at the same time he slid his hand beneath the waistband of my jeans to tease the crack of my ass through my underwear. My balls drew up tight against my body in reaction to Kyle's teasing, and my body demanded more. I wanted to feel his fingers circle and press against my pucker, but that wasn't going to happen unless I unbuttoned my jeans in the back seat of the taxi. I was sober enough to know that was a very bad idea. My dick was so hard it hurt, and I craved the friction I needed to get off. I reached for Kyle's free hand and pressed it against my erection. Kyle cupped my dick through my jeans, and I started grinding against the pressure. The need to come overrode every thought in my brain, and I was so fucking close to exploding in my pants and not giving a damn about it. The cab driver cleared his throat loudly and said, "We're here, fellas." Kyle ripped his mouth from mine and looked as surprised as I was that we weren't alone in the universe, because that's how it felt every time he put his hands or mouth on me. Everyone and everything faded, and it was just the two of us. Thanks." Kyle opened the door and tugged me out of the cab behind him, not letting go of my hand until we were alone in his hotel room. "Just because I brought you here doesn't mean that I expect you to—" His chivalry was such a turn-on, and I pressed my lips to his mouth before he could finish what he was about to say. "I haven't had too much to drink. I want to be in this room with you, and I want to feel you inside me. It's all I've fantasized about since you moved back home. That is, if you want me to." Kyle snorted and responded by pressing my hand against his hard-on. I cupped him through his jeans and stroked up and down. How many times have I dreamed of this moment? I was eager to strip him naked and kiss him all over, but I wanted to make it last in case it was the only chance I got to be with him. I shoved those depressing thoughts aside and focused all my attention on the many ways I wanted to please Kyle before the night was over. I rose on my tiptoes and tilted my head back for a kiss. Kyle crushed his mouth hungrily against mine like he'd been waiting for the moment as long as I had. Our bodies began to move fluidly, just like they had on the dance floor. I slid both hands into his hair and fisted the silky strands while Kyle moved his hands down to grip my ass. The way he massaged my cheeks had my whole twitching excitedly with anticipation. We kissed for endless minutes as we swayed to music only our souls heard. Kyle didn't tear his lips from mine until he backed me up against the bed. I turned loose of his hair so I could grip the hem of his shirt and tug it off him. Kyle did the same thing to me, and we stood staring at the naked flesh we revealed. I knew that I wasn't nearly the impressive sight that he was, but I was proud of the lean muscle I'd built over the years. "What do we have here?" Kyle asked as he ran his finger over the barbell piercing in my belly button. "Silliness from my youth," I replied. "I hardly wear it anymore, and I'm not sure why I did tonight. Club habit, maybe?" "I like it," Kyle said. "I want to run my tongue over it." "Okay," I replied. Kyle dropped to his knees, but he kept his eyes locked on mine when he flicked the tip of his tongue over the piercing. I was dying to have his mouth lower and released a long sigh of relief when he started working the top button loose on my fly. "God, you make me want to devour you whole," Kyle said, pressing his forehead to my stomach once he had my jeans open. I felt the heat of his breath through my underwear when he spoke, and it made me anxious to feel his tongue there too. Kyle pressed his nose against the wet spot in my underwear and inhaled deeply. "Your cum smells so damn good. I can't wait to see how you taste." I was a writer, a person who hoped to make a living from stringing words together, but for the life of me the only sound I could manage right then was a moan so deep it sounded like it was ripped from my soul. I dug deep trying to find some eloquent words to say, but the only thing I could muster was, "Please, Kyle." He apparently didn't need eloquence to entice him, because my roughly spoken words elicited a sexy growl from his throat, moments before he yanked my pants and underwear to mid-thigh. Kyle took my cock straight to the back of his throat and swallowed hungrily around the head of my dick. I gasped unevenly when his teeth lightly grazed the base of my cock, before he slowly pulled up until just the tip of my dick remained in his mouth. Kyle fisted my cock with his hand and began to pump it up and down while he sucked the pre-cum dripping from my slit. "Better than I imagined," he said before he went down on me again. "Kyle," I moaned. It was too much and not enough at the same time. I wanted him to stop so it wouldn't be over too soon, but I gripped his head tightly and rocked my hips back and forth, feeding my dick between his glistening lips. Kyle pulled my jeans down my legs, pulled off my cock, and pushed me onto my back on the bed. Once he had me completely naked, Kyle spread my legs wide and propped my feet on his shoulders. He slipped his middle finger inside his mouth to slicken it with spit before he pressed the wet digit to my pucker. I wasn't one who bought into the spit is nature's lube theory, but damn, it was sexy as hell watching Kyle suck his finger inside his mouth. He teased the crinkled pucker of my ass while he licked my cock with his flattened tongue. I thought it was quite possible that I would die from pleasure right on the spot. The burn of penetration snapped me out of my lust-fogged daze. It had been 8 months, or longer, since I'd had penetrative sex, and I felt like a virgin all over again. Kyle pulled his finger out when I sucked a breath sharply into my lungs, and he felt how tense I became. "It's been a while," I said in answer to the unspoken question I saw in his eyes. "I'll slow it down," Kyle said tenderly. "Be right back." He rose to his feet and walked over to the bag he brought with him. He rooted out for a second and pulled out a bottle of lubricant and a strip of condoms. I quirked a brow at him and received a sly smile in return. "Wishful thinking?" Kyle said sheepishly. "Brilliant planning," I countered when he returned to the bed. I sat up quickly and stopped Kyle before he lowered himself to his knees once more. "It's my turn to taste you." Kyle dropped the condoms and lube on the bed and then let his hands fall to his sides. He clenched and unclenched his fists as if he didn't know what to do with his hands. His hesitation and restraint disappeared the second I had his jeans and briefs pulled down to his mid-thigh. Kyle gently held the back of my head while his other hand ghosted over my cheeks and lips. "These lips have fueled 1,000 fantasies," he whispered hungrily. Once Kyle removed his thumb, I fisted his straining erection and sucked the tip of it into my mouth. Kyle was about to learn just how much I loved an uncut cock. I gripped his foreskin between my lips and tugged it gently. "Fuck!" Kyle's tortured groan spurred me on to tease and torment him more. I pushed his foreskin back and sucked the pre-cum that had pooled beneath the extra flesh, moaning when his salty essence burst inside my mouth. I wanted nothing more than to work his cock until he came in my mouth. I flattened my tongue and ran it over his thick vein until I reached his taut, heavy ballsack. I sucked one smooth nut into my mouth, then the other while I maintained eye contact. Kyle's grip tightened on the back of my head like he wanted to fuck my mouth but wasn't sure he should. I let his testicles slide from my mouth with a wet pop and licked the underside of his cock until I reached the tip once more. "Do it," I urged him. I dug my nails into his ass cheeks and pulled him closer. "Jesus," Kyle said, then pushed his dick between my lips and fucked my mouth. I sucked and slurped as much as his fast thrusts allowed. His lusty groans and moans were as sexy as the sound his balls made when they slapped against my chin. Kyle jerked his cock out of my mouth suddenly and said, "Lie back down." I did as he commanded, and Kyle once again lowered himself between my spread knees. He liberally coated his middle finger, then began working me open. I was too tense, and my body fought his penetration, until he wrapped his mouth around the head of my cock and pressed his tongue to that magic spot beneath the crown. It was just what I needed to relax my body enough so that he could slide his finger all the way inside me. My body went from hell no to systems go in a flash once Kyle crooked his finger up and rubbed my prostate. Kyle nibbled my upper thighs and kissed my pelvic bone, while he patiently stretched my tight clench. I could feel my orgasm building inside me, and I wasn't ready for it to end so soon. "Stop, or I'll come," I warned him, but Kyle didn't seem to be fazed by my declaration. In fact, he sucked my cock harder. I pushed against his shoulders with my feet to get his attention. "I want to come with your dick inside me." Kyle removed his fingers from my ass and made quick work of sliding a condom down the length of his erection and slickening it with more lube. I scooted back until I was in the center of the bed so that he had room to mount and fuck me properly. He lifted my ass, and I rested my calves on his wide shoulders. Kyle aligned his dick to my hole and pushed past the tight ring of muscles. I cried out from the sting of his penetration, and he stilled inside me so I could adjust to his girth. Kyle turned his head and sweetly kissed one of my calves and massaged the back of my thighs while I breathed through the discomfort. I smiled at him to ease the concern I saw in his eyes. My body was made for his, and I couldn't wait to show him. Once I was ready, I licked my lips invitingly and said, "Do me, Dr. Dimples." 8. Kyle. I slowly inched inside Chaz until my dick was balls deep in his tight clench. Damn! I knew when I slipped one finger inside him that he hadn't been kidding about it being a while since he'd had sex. My greedy body urged me to take the gift that Chaz offered me, but I couldn't betray the trust I saw in his eyes. I told him I'd take it slow and I would do what I promised, no matter how hard his ass gripped my cock or how desperate I was to move inside him. Chaz's chest billowed up and down as he breathed through his discomfort. I'd been waiting for this moment for what seemed like an eternity. but hurting him wasn't the least bit sexy to me. I decided to pull out of Chaz and find another way to pleasure him, but his firm voice stopped me. "Don't you fucking think about moving unless it's to fuck me. Just kiss me and I'll be okay." I had chuckled at the excessive use of the word fuck before I gave in to his demand. I lowered his ass to the mattress, and Chaz dropped his legs to my waist when I moved over him. We'd kissed before, but never when our bodies were connected. I would never get another first chance to do it right. If I was going to be as good as I promised, then I couldn't have his hands roaming all over my body. I pinned both of Chaz's hands above his head on the pillow, then captured his succulent lips. I quickly realized that kiss was just as potent as having his hands on my body. Every rasp of his tongue against mine sent zaps of electricity to the nerve endings throughout my body, and it felt like he caressed all of my bare flesh at once. It was difficult to remain still when my body burned with the need for friction and relief. My dick throbbed and pulsed inside him impatiently, but I wouldn't move until I knew he was ready. The cues came a few minutes later in the guise of throaty growls, and the way he clamped his inner thighs around my waist and rocked his hips up and down, riding my dick as much as the position allowed. I rolled to my back so that Chaz could be in control of the pace and the intensity of our lovemaking. Instead of breaking the connection of our joined hands, Chaz held them up in front of him and used them as an anchor when he began riding me. I had never seen anything sexier in my life than Chaz Hamilton lost in the passion we created. I loved how his head tipped back on his shoulders like it was too heavy for his neck to support it any longer, and the way his mouth parted for needy moans to escape. "Kyle!" Chaz whimpered my name in a pleading voice as he rose up and down the length of my cock. How long have I waited for this moment? How many nights had I lain awake in my bed fantasizing about being with him? "So long," Chaz said, answering my silent questions. "Kiss me. I want your mouth on me." I rose up to a sitting position and moved our joined hands to the small of Chaz's back. He tilted his head back, and I devoured the tender flesh on the long column of Chaz's exposed neck. I hadn't shaved that morning and knew my whiskers would leave a mark on his skin, which was a turn-on for me. The change in position didn't allow him as much room for his hips to move, and I captured his frustrated growls with my mouth. Chaz broke our kiss and stared into my eyes. "Pin me down and fuck me hard." By then my willpower to be good had worn thin, and I didn't need much encouragement to push him back, pin his hands above his head once more, and thrust hard into him. I gripped his hands so hard that my fingers went numb from lack of circulation, but the rest of my body burned with raw need. "Harder," Chaz said, spurring me on with both his words and by digging his heels into my ass. "Oh," he moaned loudly when I angled my dick just right and tagged his prostate over and over. "I'm gonna come, Kyle." Those words were music to my ears because I wouldn't be far behind him. I gritted my teeth and managed to hold off until his ass clamped down on my cock when he started to come. Fuck! My orgasm rolled through me fast and strong, causing my body to shake hard as I spilled inside the condom. A dozen fragmented sentences filtered through my mind like elusive fireflies when I collapsed on top of Chaz. I could grasp a few snippets of each one, but I couldn't string them together to form a coherent thought. Except for one. How soon could we do it again? Chaz pulled his hands from beneath mine and wrapped his arms around me, holding me tight against him. I knew I had to be squeezing the air out of him with my heavier weight, pinning him to the bed, but he appeared to want me there. Chaz kissed the side of my neck and ran his fingers through my hair. His gestures seemed more than just after-sex sweetness. There was a heaviness in the air that caused me to lean up on my elbows so I could look at him. I recoiled when I saw remorse in Chaz's eyes. It felt like someone punched through my chest and squeezed my heart with their steely hands. I couldn't stand the idea that he regretted what happened between us. It was the most amazing experience I'd ever had in my life. It was beyond simple friction on my cock. My entire body was engaged in the act with him. Hell, I wasn't some inexperienced man who couldn't tell the difference between a physical and emotional bonding. What I felt with Chaz was the strongest emotional connection I had ever shared with another person. It had been slowly building between us over the last 5 months, and it exploded into a beautiful crescendo of lust, desire, and pleasure. I was certain that Chaz felt it too. Kyle. Chaz said my name so softly that I wouldn't have heard it if I wasn't looking at his lips. A shiver of dread worked its way into my heart, but I refused to let it control me. I cupped Chaz's head with my right hand and ran the thumb from my left hand across his lips. Shh, I said gently. Please don't tell me you regret what just happened. I don't think my heart could take it. Maybe I shouldn't have been so open with him, but guarding my heart had gotten me nowhere up to that point. I don't regret what happened between us, Chaz whispered. But I should have told you something first. Chaz, is there someone else? I asked. Are you in a relationship or married? Married? He asked incredulously. What kind of person do you think I am? And how the hell would I have kept a marriage secret from the entire town? He had me there. I think you're an amazing person, I countered. I just couldn't think of another reason why you'd look so guilty after I just rocked your world, I said, feeling a little boisterous. I didn't mean to insult you. Has that happened to you before? Chaz asked hotly. Are you asking if I've rocked someone else's world before tonight? I countered. I knew what he was asking me, but I like seeing the blush of temper on his face. Quit avoiding the question, Kyle. You sound like you've had experience at finding out someone you slept with is married, Chaz remarked. No, but it almost happened once, I admitted. Luckily, I learned the truth from a mutual colleague before I did something I couldn't take back. There's no one else, Chaz whispered hoarsely. I ran the back of my hand over Chaz's high cheekbone and said, Then there was nothing you needed to confess to me before we had sex. Chaz closed his eyes and shook his head slightly. You can't possibly know that, Kyle. I hated hearing the torment in his voice and seeing the anguish in his eyes when he reopened them. I know you, Chaz. I've been watching you for years, and you're a great guy. Nothing you tell me is going to change my mind. I need you to trust me on that. Hope bloomed in Chaz's eyes, and he offered me a small smile. There is one thing I need to know. What? He asked hesitantly. I reached for the strip of condoms and held them up for him to see. How soon can you go again? My ass is feeling pretty wrecked right now, Chaz replied. Who said your ass was the one getting the workout during round 2? I asked him. Oh. Chaz smiled broadly at me, then took the strip of condoms from my hands. Okay, then. I reluctantly drifted off to sleep a few hours before dawn, with Chaz wrapped tightly in my arms. I just knew that he would sneak away as soon as I closed my eyes, or I'd wake to find it had all been a dream. I didn't find either of those situations acceptable, so I was pleasantly surprised to find Chaz smiling at me from the pillow beside mine when the alarm on my cell phone went off. I turned off the shrilling chime, then reached over and tweaked Chaz's nipple. Ouch! What the hell did you do that for? He asked. Making sure I wasn't dreaming, I replied. Chaz forgot all about his afflicted nipple and melted in front of my eyes. It was an incredible night, he said wistfully. The kind you read about in books. "I've never read anything remotely close to what we shared last night," I said while running my fingers over the faint pink marks my scruff left on his neck. "Perhaps you can recommend some books for me to read." Chaz's cheeks flushed with embarrassment and made me wonder what the hell he'd been reading lately. "Or we could role-play a hot scene I recently read that involved oral sex and a shower." "Okay, then," I said, repeating the same words Chaz used the previous night. Where had I heard that phrase? Someone had used it recently, and I thought it was cute. I threw off the covers and jumped out of bed excitedly, making Chaz giggle. His giggling turned to joyous laughter when I grabbed him by his upper thighs and pulled him to the edge of the bed. "Somebody's eager this morning," Chaz said, looking at my erection jutting towards him. "I'd have thought he'd want to sleep after the night he had." Chaz sat up and swiped his finger over the leaking slit of my dick. "That drool has nothing to do with sleep," I told him as I watched him lick my pre-cum off his finger. I placed my hand beneath his chin and lifted it so I could look into his eyes. "I don't think we're going to make it to the shower to recreate your book scene." "That's okay. We'll write a new one right now," Chaz hungrily said before he took my cock to the back of his throat. "Oh, God," I said as Chaz worked my cock in and out of his mouth. The wet heat felt incredible, and the pressure and tempo were so perfect that my legs trembled with an impending orgasm not long after he began. "Pull off. I'm about to come," I said, because it's rude to come in a guy's mouth without warning. He didn't pull off, nor did he stop. Chaz reached between my legs and milked my balls at the same time he took my cock to the back of his throat and swallowed around the head. "Chaz!" I roared his name when I came in his mouth. "Damn! Oh, that felt so good." He slowly pulled off my cock, then licked his lips seductively before he smiled at me. Then he lay back on the bed with his hands tucked beneath his head and said, "My turn." I lowered myself between his legs but didn't go after his cock as aggressively as he went after mine. I decided to draw out his pleasure by teasing him until he writhed on the bed, called me filthy names, and threatened to do even dirtier deeds to me if I didn't let him come. I liked his body mouth and the promise of wicked things in our future, so I didn't give in to his demands. I took him to the edge and backed him down over and over until he was a quivering mess. "Damn you, Kyle! I'm never gonna give up my ass to you again," Chaz said, going with a new tactic. It worked, too. I released the tight grip I had on the base of Chaz's cock and stopped edging him so he could come down my throat in spectacular fashion. "Oh, that was," he said in between pants. "Good?" I asked, feeling ridiculously pleased with myself for reducing him to breathless rambling. "I've never come so hard," Chaz said. "I feel lightheaded. I need to get up and head to my room to change clothes and get ready for breakfast, but I don't think I can move. You want me to go get your things and bring them over here, so we can get ready together?" I offered. The confliction I saw in his eyes confused me because the question wasn't complicated. I could tell that a large part of him wanted to stay and get ready with me, but I also saw that his cautious side was going to win the war. He said uncomfortably. "I think it's okay, Chaz," I told him. "I didn't mean to pressure you or anything. I guess that I'm just not ready to let you go. It was an amazing night. And morning," I added. "And I hate to see it end." I rose to my feet and held out my hand to help him off the bed. I didn't like his answer, but I chose to be a gentleman about it instead of a jerk. I pulled him to me for one last, long, lingering kiss. I'll see you down at breakfast, I told him. Chaz rose on his tiptoes and pressed his lips to mine briefly. It was an amazing night and morning. He repeated my words back to me, but it sounded awfully close to a goodbye when he said them. I nodded because there wasn't anything else I could say or do. A feeling of dread washed over me as I showered and got ready to meet my friends for breakfast in the hotel restaurant. The feeling turned to hurt and anger when I saw that 2 seats were left empty. Chaz's and mine. Fuck. I knew damn well that I couldn't sit there and pretend that everything was okay when my heart felt bruised and battered. I felt like the only choice open to me was to leave quietly and apologize for my behavior later. I turned to do just that and nearly collided with Chaz. Going somewhere in a hurry, Dr. D? 9. Chaz. Kyle didn't answer my question right away, so I crossed my arms over my chest and quirked a brow. Kyle stammered, which I found fucking adorable since he always seemed so composed. I was happy to make him flappy. Were you about to leave without saying goodbye to me? I asked, covering my heart dramatically to show how badly he wounded me. Kyle's body tightened with tension, and he looked at me with an incredulous gaze. Me? He asked before he snorted. I thought you left without saying goodbye to me. It was cute the way he used his pointer finger to help narrate his response, even though he enunciated the words clearly. Truthfully, I had planned to bolt when I left his hotel room and did the walk of shame back to mine while silently pleading none of my friends caught me exiting his room. You know damn well that fate wasn't working in my favor, right? Well, 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 Meredith said when she opened the door and found me creeping down the corridor. What do we have here? A smug smile had crossed her face before she said, It's about damn time. Don't blow this, Charles Bailey. I passed up the opportunity to give her a snarky reply about how much I liked blowing things. My night with Kyle deserved more respect than brash body words. Instead, I smiled at Mare and said, I'll try my best. I should have been offended by her tone and implication that I was the one who would blow things with Kyle. But she was right. I was on the verge of self-destructing after the most amazing night of my life. To make things worse, I still would have gone home if I'd had access to a car, but I rode to Cincinnati with Mare and Harley. See that you do, baby doll. Mare blew air kisses at me and shut the door. How did she even know I was in the hallway? It's like she was watching for me through the peephole or something. I pitied her future kids because they wouldn't get away with anything. That line of thought reminded me of how close I had come to revealing my secret the night before when I used the phrase, "Okay then," with Kyle. It was one I had used almost nightly as Drew, and I internally cringed as soon as the words left my lips. I held my breath while I waited to see if he caught the slip. I thought for a brief second that recognition dawned in his eyes, but it either never took root or was replaced by lust for another round of sex. I had no right to sleep with Kyle without him knowing the truth. And despite his declaration that morning, I knew he was going to care a great deal about the revelation when it happened. Yet I discovered how quickly I could push my shame away when he locked his mesmerizing blue eyes on me. I couldn't leave without saying goodbye. I told Kyle. A hopeful smile bloomed across his face, and I kicked myself for giving him the wrong impression. I rode with Mare and Harley. The smile slid from his face, and it seemed like the joyous light behind his eyes dimmed a bit. "Oh," he said flatly. "Fuck! I only wanted to set him straight, not kick him in the balls. Can I drive you home after breakfast?" Damn, the man drove me home like I'd never been driven before. Or was it ridden? Either way, my ass would sting for days, but it was so worth it. I grinned wryly at him. Again? So soon? I asked teasingly. My confidence soared when Kyle got flustered again. I liked catching him off guard and pushing him outside his comfort zone. I'd love to catch a ride with you, but I need to eat breakfast and refuel first. Okay, then, Kyle said, then smiled suggestively at me. After you. It felt like everyone at our table was staring at us when we entered the dining room. Their scrutiny made me uncomfortable, and I felt my cheeks get hot as my skin most likely turned an interesting shade of pink. Or red. I tried to bullshit my way through the discomfort with a friendly smile. "Good morning," I said with mock cheerfulness. "Everyone sleep well?" I realized my mistake when most of the people around the table snorted. "We didn't come here to sleep," Josh said teasingly. "We can nap later."
"Speak for yourself,"
Adrian's wife, Sally Ann, said.
"This is the first night I slept more than 2 hours at a time since Adriana was born. Everyone keeps telling me that she'll eventually sleep through the night, but she hasn't yet."
"How well did you sleep, Chaz?" Josh asked me. I picked up the menu and began looking over the breakfast selections so that I wasn't looking into Josh's eyes when I lied through my teeth. "Like the dead." "Mm-hmm," Meredith said, but didn't betray where I stayed. I looked up and found her smiling fondly at me. She winked playfully, and I rolled my eyes at her. I glanced over at Josh to see if he picked up on the exchange, but he had switched his attention back to Gabe. Kyle leaned closer until his mouth nearly pressed against my ear. "I recall very little sleeping." His words triggered memories of the two of us tangled and entwined in his hotel bed. I fought the urge to lean into him or look at him to avoid making a fool of myself in front of an audience. I'd given these people enough fodder over the years to tide them over. "Yeah, but I slept hard for that hour or two before dawn," I softly whispered so only he could hear. "Me too," Kyle whispered back. "What's everybody ordering?" Gabe asked. "I want a huge stack of pancakes and a pound of bacon." "Whoa, someone worked up an appetite," Harley said. I often wondered if it was awkward for Kyle to hear references about Josh and Gabe's sex life. I looked over to see what his reaction was, but he was still looking at me. I couldn't tell if he even heard Harley's comment because I was too caught up in the heat I saw in Kyle's eyes. "I think I'm going to have an egg white omelet loaded with veggies and turkey sausage," Kyle told me. "I need to replenish my supply of protein." He whispered the last part to me. Damn him! He was giving me a freaking hard-on at the most inconvenient time. How the hell was I even able to get it up after a night like we had? "If you could order anything off the menu, what would it be?" I asked, to distract my brain from sex. "French toast and full-fat bacon," Kyle replied without hesitation. "You don't believe in cheat days?" I asked him. Kyle and I had never discussed his childhood obesity or his dieting habits as an adult, but you only had to be around him a few times to notice that he didn't eat bad foods. "No, I don't trust myself," Kyle replied. "It's better if I avoid the temptation altogether." I saw the ironclad determination in his eyes, which meant he'd completely cut me out of his life like chocolate cake if he decided I was bad for him. The thought hit me hard like a punch to the stomach. Kyle's phone rang, pulling his attention off of me so I could recover from my sobering thoughts. He frowned when he looked at the caller ID. "This can't be good. It's the police department," he said soberly. "This is Dr. Vaughn?" I watched Kyle's expression morph from concern to angry. "I'm in Cincinnati right this minute, but I can be there in 45 minutes. The alarm in his voice captured the attention of everyone at our table. "What's wrong?" I asked as soon as he hung up. Kyle stood from his chair. "I need to head back to Blissville," he said. "Someone broke into the animal hospital. Officer Wen said it looked like they trashed the place in a fit of rage when they couldn't get to the drugs. It doesn't sound like there's a lot of damage, just a big mess."
"Prescription drugs for animals?"
Meredith asked. "I have some pretty powerful pain pills on site," Kyle told her, then looked at me with regret in his eyes. "I'm sorry that I have to run off." "We can all head back to help you clean up," Gabe said before I could respond to Kyle. He rose to his feet, and the rest of us did too. "No, please, stay and enjoy your breakfasts. This sounds like a case of petty vandalism, and there's no need to ruin your morning." "Are you sure?" Gabe asked. I could tell he wasn't comfortable just going on with his morning like nothing happened. "I'm positive. I'll let you guys know if it's worse than I thought," Kyle told us. He turned to look at me again. "I'm sorry. Although I hated the circumstances, I thought it was best for me to have some time and space apart from Kyle so I could get my head on straight. He was the temptation that I couldn't resist, and I wouldn't allow myself to fall harder than I already had for a man who wouldn't want me once he learned the truth. Hey, don't worry about me. I'll get a ride home with Mare and Harley." I could tell that Kyle wanted to reach for me, but wasn't sure how I would react. Instead, he offered me a crooked smile and said, "Okay then. I'll call you later." Even though I wanted space to clear my head, I missed him like crazy once he left. Instead of thinking of ways to distance myself from him or tell him the truth, I wondered how much damage there was to the animal hospital. The morning was duller once Kyle was gone, and I sat quietly back and watched everyone else interact. I could tell I wasn't the only one thinking about Kyle. The lighthearted banter that occurred before Kyle got the phone call was replaced with a more somber dialogue about the sad changes happening to our small town. Murders, drug busts, and robberies were becoming too common in a town where people didn't used to lock their doors at night. Gabe excused himself to make a few calls, and I knew it was about Kyle and the vandalism. I was happy when it was time to check out and leave so I could do what I did best when I was conflicted. Meredith noticed my withdrawal, but she didn't say anything about it in the restaurant or during the ride home. Instead, we talked about things happening at the salon and our best friend's upcoming wedding the following week.
$20 says Josh is holed up in the supply closet taking inventory tomorrow,"
Meredith said when Harley pulled into my driveway. Josh was a control freak to his core, and transferred his energy to the things he could control when he was overwhelmed. Everything sounded like it was on track for the wedding, but it was a sure bet that Josh would fall back on his old routines and habits before the week was up. "I'm not taking that bet because I'd lose," I told her. I blew her a kiss and unlocked the front door. "Harry!" I called. "Where's my boy?" I heard him jump down off my bed, followed by the sound of his nails clicking against the hardwood floor as he headed toward my voice. "I've missed my baby." I squatted down when he rounded the corner, and he made a mad dash for me. I picked him up and cuddled him against my chest. "Meow." It sounded like there was a whole lot of judgment in his greeting. "I did miss you, Harry. I hardly slept at all last night." It wasn't a lie, but he didn't need to know the real reasons why I was up all night. Harry flattened his ears and narrowed his eyes as if he could read my mind. "I know how I can make it up to you." Harry was purring madly by the time I set him down by his food dish. He watched me eagerly to see if I pulled out a can of soft food or his bag of dry kibble. The purring increased, and he wove in and out of my legs shamelessly when I opened the can of chicken and gravy. The shit smelled nasty, but my little guy loved it madly. I spent a good half hour kissing up to Harry with belly rubs and ear scratches before
I opened my laptop to my latest chapter for Gideon and Jamie. My writing had felt a little stilted the previous weeks,
and I wasn't sure if it was due to exhaustion from trying to do too much or dread for the scene I needed to write.
My weekend away must have been just what I needed because the ideas started flowing when I opened the document. I typed until I couldn't feel my fingers, unsure of where the hell the chapter was taking me, but loving the journey. Sometimes the hardest part was finding the perfect ending for a chapter. You wanted it to wrap up the current chapter and entice the reader to want to turn the page. Who the hell cared about laundry, cleaning, or mowing the grass when the story was getting good? And Jamie and Gideon were getting so good. Guilt clawed at my insides while I watched Jamie sleeping beside me. How did I arrive at this moment in my life? Jamie McManus was innocent, not a monster like his father. I deceived him, took his innocence, and used him to further my plan for revenge. Didn't that make me a monster also? I ran the back of my hand over his cheekbone and couldn't keep the smile off my face when he whimpered and leaned into my touch. He was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen, and resisting him had been futile. I couldn't undo the damage I'd done by having sex with him, but I could make sure it never happened again. I could break his heart now so that he could begin to heal and find someone who deserved him. I rose from the bed and quietly dressed so that I wouldn't wake Jamie. I needn't have worried, though, because he was exhausted from the night of passion we shared and didn't move a muscle. I stood over him, memorizing every inch of his body and curve of his face. When I started my journey, I didn't expect to fall for Jamie. But then again, I didn't think I was capable of love anymore. I hated myself, the world and everyone in it. Somehow Jamie McManus showed me that good existed in the world, and I repaid him by destroying his trust and shattering his illusions that good men existed. It was bad enough that he would learn who I was and the reasons I sought him out at the fundraiser, but learning the truth about his father had the potential to destroy him. The urge to take Jamie and run from it all came on swift and strong. No, running wasn't the answer. And since when did I let a good lay interfere with my plans? I turned from the bed suddenly and pushed all thoughts of Jamie aside to focus on the single goal I'd had for the last 12 years. Take down Connor McManus, and to hell with the casualties. I sat back and stared at what I'd written, amazed that it flowed so naturally. Gideon's mind was often in a dark place, and I struggled at times to write his chapters. Maybe I felt like I could relate to him more after the deceptive night I shared with Kyle. To be fair, I never intended to hurt anyone, but Gideon sought Jamie out so that he could get closer to his father. Even I wasn't that big of an asshole, but I wasn't sure Kyle was going to feel the same way once he found out. I was startled out of my revelry by a knock on my door. My heart pounded with hope that Kyle might be waiting for me on the other side of the door, but I knew better. I heard the matrons of Maple Lane chattering and could smell the familiar aroma of my mama's spaghetti and meatballs. Comfort food at its finest. The long shadows on the floor told me that the sun was setting, and my growling stomach reminded me that I hadn't eaten since breakfast. Even so, I would have preferred to heat up a microwave dinner and wallow around in my misery by my lonesome. Instead, I plastered a smile on my face and whipped open my door. "Evening, my ladies." 10. Kyle. The bad thing about small towns is that everyone knows your business. The good thing about them is that also means they show up and pitch in when it's needed. Word had spread faster than wildfire that someone vandalized the animal hospital, and my employees were on hand to help me pick up the shattered pieces. Gabe had called me once, an officer went twice before I arrived on the scene to make sure I hadn't been downplaying the damage. Apparently, Wen must have appeased him because Gabe and the others honored my request to enjoy their morning. "Anything missing?"
Officer Wen asked after I'd gone from room to room. The sound of broken glass crunching beneath my feet had the same effect on my nerves as someone scraping their nails down a chalkboard. Not that I can tell, I told Wen. They were most likely looking to score drugs. Animal drugs? Wen asked. I have to keep some pretty potent pain pills and tranquilizers on hand for large farm animals. People who are desperate to get high will use anything they can get their hands on. Sadly, it kills them more often than not. They take things meant for animals 4 times their weight, and it stops their hearts. I explained. One of the first things I did when I took over this practice was to install the large safe in the back that houses the heavy-duty narcotics. I saw the scratches and gouges where someone tried to pry the door open with something like a crowbar. The only thing the vandals had access to were topical solutions used to clean and treat wounds, plus flea and heartworm medicine. I gestured to where the items remained in the cabinets, even though the vandals smashed the glass doors to hell. It doesn't look like it, but we will do an inventory count and check it against our software to see what it says. Is it okay if I call you with that information tomorrow? I asked the officer. I'd like to get this put back in order the best I can before we reopen. Absolutely, he said agreeably. I think I have everything I need. I took pictures for your insurance agent to go with the incident report. I'll call you if something else pops up. Thanks, I said, shaking his hand. Will you let my staff know it's okay to come in? You bet. I stared at the mess around me, feeling overwhelmed. In the grand scheme of things, I was looking at minor damage that a few hours of sweeping, mopping, and cleaning would erase. It wasn't like they tagged my walls with spray paint or ruined the computer equipment. It could have been so much worse than it was, but it still felt like a violation. Oh, my, Alyssa exclaimed when she saw the mess. Alyssa, watch where you step, I said, pointing to her open-toed heels. I don't want you to cut yourself on this glass. I could tell she'd just come from church, since she was in her Sunday finest. Honey, I have a change of clothes and a pair of sneakers in the car. Let me grab 'em and change, so we can clean up this mess. Molly and Terry stood in the middle of the reception area and looked around in shock. It looked like the vandal went berserk when they couldn't get the drugs. The furniture was upended, the flower and plant pots that Molly lovingly tended lay busted, spilling soil, flowers, and plants all over the tile floor. I think I can save them all, Molly said tearfully. Don't know why the punk had to take out his anger on innocent plants and flowers. Are you okay? Terry asked, stepping up to me. This had to be a huge shock. Yeah, but I'll be okay. I appreciate you gals running to my aid, but if you have better... There's no way we're leaving you here to clean up this mess on your own, Terry said emphatically. Jake is with my mom, so I have all day to help you. Okay, I replied. Only a fool would refuse that kind of help when offered. With any luck, we'd have it done in a few hours and could get on with our day. An hour into the cleanup, my mom and dad showed up with sandwiches and chips. They didn't hesitate to pick up a broom and clean either. It still took the 6 of us more than 2 hours to clean up the mess and take inventory. By the time we finished, I was jonesing for an Oreo blizzard really bad, but I wouldn't let myself eat one. I had low-fat ice cream in my freezer at home, and it would just have to do. I would allow myself a rare treat on occasion, but not as a reward. I also never gave in to emotional eating urges, which was the case after I drove away from my animal hospital. My oldest sister, Jenna, and her husband, Brett, dog-sat for me while I was away. My mood improved greatly when I saw how excited Sadie was to see me when I arrived to pick her up. Of course, Jenna and Brett wanted to hear about what happened at the animal hospital. They'd heard bits and pieces through the rumor mill, of course. I heard they stole all of your narcotics, Jenna said. All your computer equipment, too, Brett added. The vandals didn't take anything, I told them. It appears they just trashed the place when they couldn't access the drugs in the safe. They didn't mess with any of the expensive equipment, either. It was strange. Sounds like teenagers looking for a quick score, Brett said. Could be, I agreed. I'm gonna invest in a security system that sounds an alarm at the hospital and also dials directly to the police and fire departments. This time I got lucky, but I might not be next time.
I hope there won't be a next time,
Jenna said softly. She let out a big yawn and nestled her head against Brett's shoulder. Sadie keep you up late? I asked. It wasn't like my firecracker of a sister to be ready for bed so early. A sheepish smile spread slowly across her face.
Sadie was a perfect angel, Kai. Can I tell you a secret?
Of course, you know you can tell me anything, I told her.
We just found out that we're pregnant,
Jenna said. She and Brett looked at each other and smiled happily.
We're waiting until my second trimester before we tell everyone.
Oh, Jen, I said. That's so amazing. I'm gonna be an uncle.
You're gonna be an amazing uncle,
she amended tearfully. I hugged both my sister and brother-in-law. Sadie sensed the excitement and bounced around between the three of us. How will you keep something like this from Mom? I asked. We probably won't, Brett said with a rueful smile. It's going to be too hard to keep it a secret much longer. Mom and Dad are going to be over the moon about their first grandbaby, I told them. I can't wait either.
You look as tired as I feel,
Jenna said.
Why don't you and Sadie stay for dinner? We'll grill some chicken and veggies.
That sounds so much better than the frozen dinner I have waiting for me at home, but I should get back to Otis, I told them. I'm sure he's missing Sadie really bad by now. My two pets were inseparable, and I thought it was the cutest thing ever. If it wasn't for Brett's allergy to cats, Jenna would have kept them both.
You, of all people, should know how independent cats are, Big Brother,
Jenna replied. I know, but I still feel guilty, I admitted. Brett rose up from the couch and said, I'll get dinner started while you tell your sister all about your bachelor weekend. There were several parts I had no intention of sharing with anyone, let alone my sister. Instead of delving too deep into my personal activities, I told her about the group outing I went on. She laughed at the funny stories I shared, but I could tell she wasn't happy with my stinginess.
I assume Chaz Hamilton was there also?
She said, steering me toward the topic she wanted to discuss all along. Of course he was there. Chaz is Josh's best friend and wouldn't miss his bachelor weekend for the world. Go ahead, Jenna, ask me what you really want to know. She didn't disappoint me either.
Did you make any progress with Chaz?
I laughed because she sounded like she was addressing one of her students. Progress? He's not a book report, Mrs. Davis. Jenna leaned forward, put her elbow on her knee and rested her chin on top of her fist. She narrowed her shrewd eyes and looked at me suspiciously.
I expected you to be more stressed than you appear.
The bed was extremely comfortable, I replied. I slept hard. The bed had been comfortable, and I had slept hard for a few hours. She didn't need to know the activities that led up to that moment.
Uh-huh,
Jenna said. Laughter glinted in her eyes, which meant she didn't buy my story for a second.
You're entitled to your privacy, Big Brother.
I didn't know if there was anything to tell her, even if I was inclined to do so. What I shared with Chaz felt like the beginning of something amazing, but I couldn't be sure. He was still hesitant around me, and I couldn't figure out why. He was battling something strong enough that he felt guilty for not telling me about it before we had sex. Maybe that should have bothered me, but it didn't. I knew that Chaz was a good guy, with a big heart and a lot of love for his friends and family. He didn't strike me as someone who lived a nefarious double life or anything else that would turn me away from him. I didn't see manipulation or scheming in his light blue eyes. I saw yearning. Damn, I wanted to give him everything he wanted.
Kyle?
Jenna said, pulling me from my thoughts. Huh?
Where'd you go? I called your name 3 times.
She was practically standing over me, and I hadn't realized that she got up from the couch, let alone spoke to me. The smug smile on her face said she knew exactly where my mind had gone.
Dinner is ready.
I stood up and stretched. Smells delicious, I said.
Pregnant ladies go to the front of the line,
Jenna told me. Oh, I can see how this is going to play out for the rest of your pregnancy, I remarked, looping my arm around her neck and pulled her to me for a hug. I'm so damn happy for you, Jen.
I can't wait for you to find this kind of happiness, Kyle,
she told me.
In fact, I think you're already halfway there.
Is Chaz the missing piece to my puzzle? Only time would tell. My mom always said it was rude to eat and run, but I did need to get home, so I didn't stay long after we finished dinner. I stuck around to help Brett clean the kitchen while Jenna rested on the couch with Sadie. Dogs instinctively knew when something physically or emotionally was going on inside our bodies. Sadie looked like she was protecting Jenna from potential threats, while Jen stroked Sadie's velvety ears. My dog looked so happy that I worried she wouldn't want to come home with me. I let out a short, sharp whistle, and she came to my side immediately. Time to go home, girl. Sadie acted like she understood what I said because she walked to Jenna and Brett for goodbye hugs. Another benefit of small-town living is the short drive home from almost everywhere. Sadie seemed to enjoy the wind on her face when she stuck her head out of the passenger side window. She danced excitedly on the front porch while she waited for me to unlock the door because she knew her best friend was on the other side. Otis! We're home! I hollered when I opened the door. Sadie rushed in and immediately went in search of her feline friend. Where's he hiding, Sadie? I asked as she sprinted ahead. I followed the sound of her excited barks at a more leisurely pace. By the time I reached the bedroom, Sadie had already jumped on the bed and started giving Otis a bath. I flopped down on my bed beside the kids. Hi there, little fella, I said to Otis, scratching his chin. Have you been a good boy? I knew my mom had been over a few times to check on him while I was away, but I still felt guilty. Otis loudly purred as he climbed my chest and rubbed the top of his head against my chin. Not too mad at me, I see. The kids continued to reunite while I lay silently contemplating the weekend and everything I needed to do the following morning at the animal hospital. The first items on my list were reporting the claim to my insurance agent, and the second was to get someone out there to replace the ruined front door. I covered the broken glass temporarily with sheets of plywood, but it looked horrible. I would take care of those 2 things bright and early so I could focus on my patients. Once I finished my game plan, my thoughts shifted back to Chaz. I felt my body reacting to the memories of our night in the hotel room. I closed my eyes and pictured the way his body looked in the dim light. My dick started to harden when I recalled the way Chaz moved, the sounds he made, and the way he tasted. I craved him more than Oreo ice cream, and that said a lot. I didn't want to wait minutes, let alone days, to touch and kiss him again. I decided not to let up on the thing we had brewing between us. If I gave him too much space, he could talk himself right out of wanting to be with me. But I couldn't be too aggressive, or I'd push him away. Like I most likely did with Drew. Why else would he just vanish into thin air? I smiled as a compromise occurred to me. I had intended to put my plan into action immediately, but I must have been more tired than I thought, because I drifted off to sleep. My bedroom was completely dark when I opened my eyes again. I looked at my alarm clock and saw that it was 2 in the morning. My heart sank when I realized that I missed my opportunity to see or talk to Chaz that night. There wasn't anything I could do about it, and pouting wouldn't change a damn thing. I got out of bed long enough to make sure the house was locked tight, and removed my clothes. Tomorrow is a new day to put my plan into action. 11. Chaz. I was out of sorts the next morning because Kyle didn't call me the night before, like he said he would. I moped about my kitchen, making coffee and nuking a breakfast sandwich in the microwave before I returned to the land of Jamie and Gideon. I dreaded writing the scene where Jamie wakes up alone in his bed. He'd fallen asleep with so much hope in his heart and was ill-prepared for the reality that waited to greet him. My gut reaction was to delay writing Jamie's heartache until I had my emotions in check. But I learned to embrace and channel the feelings my characters brought out in me instead of turning away from them. If the characters moved me to joy, tears, or masturbation, then it stood to reason that my readers would experience the same emotions. I'd only intended to spend a few hours with Jamie before I went to curl up and die to take inventory. But the next thing I knew, it was past noon. My heart beat painfully in my chest as Jamie's heartbreak and disillusionment mixed with my fear of Kyle not forgiving me. It was a deadly combination that gave me an instant headache and increased my anxiety over Kyle not calling me. The night I spent with him was the most incredible experience of my life, and a nagging fear took root in my brain that perhaps it didn't mean the same to him. Maybe I just scratched an itch for him while he waited for Drew to answer his messages. Stop it! I shook myself out of my funk. First, the phone lines run both ways, and it wasn't up to Kyle to do all the damn work. If I wanted to talk to him, then I should have called him. Second, someone broke in and vandalized Kyle's animal hospital, so he had his hands full. I realized that I probably wasn't the best boyfriend material since I didn't even try to find out how Kyle was doing. What kind of impression was I giving Kyle when I didn't call or even send a text to see how things went? Instead, I did what I always do when I'm feeling stressed. I stuck my nose in a book. Lately, it just happens to be my own instead of someone else's. As much as I love to create stories, I couldn't allow it to consume me 24 hours a day unless I wanted to wake up someday to discover I was 50 years old and alone. When a story had me by the balls, I didn't want to eat, sleep, or even socialize. I immersed myself into the fictional world I created and lost track of everything else. I madly loved writing, but I realized it would never be enough to sustain me fully. I wanted to taste another man's lips and feel his weight pushing me into the mattress as our bodies joined, instead of writing about it. I needed a man to grab me by the ankles and yank me back down to reality. I hoped that man would be Kyle, but I couldn't earn and keep his love if I didn't make him a priority in my life. For the first time in my life, I totally understood Josh's obsession with balance. Josh constantly strived to find the right combination of work and pleasure in his life without burning out. I needed to channel my inner Josh and find that too. Thinking about my best friend since kindergarten always made me smile. He'd found the kind of love that most people only dream of or read about in books. He was living, breathing proof that we can all find the right person for us. I couldn't wait to stand beside him at the altar when he exchanged vows with Gabe at their wedding. Gasp! Their wedding was only a few days away. I didn't have spidey sense, but I did have bestie sense, and it was going off. I just knew that Josh was freaking the fuck out. I dialed Meredith's number because I knew he would need both of us. "Hey, gorgeous," I said when she answered. "My bestie sense is tripping. Josh needs us. Will you meet me at Curl Up and Die?" "Baby, I'm already one step ahead of you." Humor laced her words, and I understood why when I heard a car horn beeping in my driveway.
We'll stop by Edson and Emma's on the way to pick up our favorite diner foods. I'm starving. I bet you've only stepped away from your computer long enough to brush your teeth, and I know damn well that Josh's nerves have the best of him right now. I think we all need to stop what we're doing, eat lunch, and rejoice in our friendship.
You're incredible, Mare.
Yeah, and if that doesn't work, then I'll start smacking the piss out of you both. There's no time for freaking out with a wedding 5 days away, she said fiercely. Let's do this.
Mare and I found Josh sitting on the floor in the supply room where we stored our inventory. It didn't matter to Josh that our software system tracked our merchandise and updated the inventory count after each sale or incoming shipment. He also seemed to forget that he delegated keeping track of our supplies to me when he promoted me to salon manager. I crossed my arms over my chest and smiled down at him. I thought that was supposed to be my job now. Am I not doing it good enough? I asked. Josh jerked his head up and looked at me. If you start sucking more in other areas of your life and less at your job, he said, zinging me, you could use those lips for something more satisfying than grinning at me like a lunatic. His barb failed to get a rise out of me. I just smiled wider because I saw right through his snarktastic attitude. Meredith snorted, then said, He's worse than I thought, Chaz. His eyes are looking a little wild, I said to Mare. I offered my hand to assist him off the floor. He looks a little hungry, too. I bet his nerves are making it hard for him to eat. Meredith replied, nodding her head. Good thing we picked up his favorite foods from the diner on the way over, I added. Then feed me instead of fucking around like clowns. Josh grabbed my hand and I groaned like he weighed a half-ton while I helped him to his feet. You better start working on your strength and stamina for when you and Kyle stop dicking around and really get to dicking around. What do you authors call words that are spelled the same but have multiple meanings? Homonyms, I said patiently. I would have guessed versatile. He paused for effect. Like Kyle? Josh casually tossed that out there before he walked by us in search of food. Meredith's eyes widened in surprise and maybe concern for the direction the conversation turned. I wasn't sure if Josh was going for shock value or what, but I vowed not to react. Unfortunately, I felt heat creeping up my neck and lower half of my face as I followed him to the kitchen. Obviously, Josh learned that Kyle was versatile through Gabe, and I didn't like that they discussed Kyle's sexual preferences. Then it hit me. Gabe didn't tell Josh that Kyle was versatile. Gabe showed Josh that he was versatile, and Josh connected the dots. Ooh. I tucked that knowledge into my arsenal to use when the time was right. We all fell on our food like ravenous animals, and several minutes passed before Meredith said, Let us help you work through some of this, baby. Maybe if you get it off your chest, you can sort it all out and feel better. Normally, we'd let you internalize your feelings until you either work them out on your own or talk to us and let us help. But this is too important for us to just sit back and wait. Really, dude, I agreed. Get it all out so you can enjoy your week. We started asking Josh questions to figure out exactly what had tied him up in knots. The more questions we asked, the more confused I grew because he seemed to have everything under control. Yes, he was nervous about meeting Gabe's birth mother and his sisters for the first time, but that wasn't the source of his stress. He had all the meals planned and rooms ready for their parents' stay in their new home, so that wasn't his problem. He told us that everything was on track with the wedding vendors, too. So, what the hell was going on? Then what is it? Mare asked, sounding just as confused as me. This is going to sound crazy, Josh said in warning, but instead of being afraid, we placed our elbows on the table and leaned in closer. We were born for crazy, I told him. But neither Mare nor I was prepared for the level of crazy he shared with us. First, I have to tell you about Aimee. Earlier in the year, Aimee Jackson moved into the house next to the salon. Josh disliked him from the word go and wanted no part of him, which Meredith and I found strange. He had no viable reason for disliking the man. He just did. Things got even stranger when Josh randomly invited the guy to Easter dinner a short time later. Josh was practically spitting nails at Aimee one minute and inviting him to our sacred dinners the next. I grew even more suspicious when Aimee said he moved to Blissville to write a book. What? Here. Why? Did he just throw a dart at a map? I'd already published my first book by then, even though none of my friends knew it. I struck up a conversation with Aimee about writing and publishing, and I quickly learned he knew nothing about either subject. So why was he in town? Maybe Josh was right when he said he didn't trust the man. I went home that night and Googled Amory's name, and what I learned shattered my heart. Aimee and his husband, River, were involved in a single car accident that claimed his husband's life. According to the articles I found, Aimee came out of his coma with newfound abilities. He began having psychic visions and attributed them to his husband guiding him from beyond the grave to help people. It honestly sounded a little far-fetched to me, but I saw the sadness in Amory's eyes and knew his hurt was genuine. Dozens of police departments across the country publicly said they never would have solved the cold cases without his help. He even appeared on a few episodes of a television show that explored psychic investigating. He seemed to be legitimate, but that never answered the question of why he moved to Blissville, of all places. But apparently you both already knew that, Josh said once he finished telling us what he knew about Amory's background. Aimee said he wanted to write books, but he knew shockingly little about the process. I told him, I got the feeling he was covering something. I quietly did an internet search and read some articles about his past. I didn't say anything because it was obvious he wasn't here to hurt anyone, and I didn't feel right gossiping about him. Same, Meredith agreed. He was too vague about some things. And I wondered how he could afford to move here when he obviously wasn't working and said he hadn't published a book yet. Gabe would have been very proud of your sleuthing skills, Josh told us. What does Amory's background have to do with you looking like a cat on its 8 3/4 life? I asked him. Oh, he's had a vision about one of you. Mare gasped and sat straight up in her chair, then covered her heart as if she was trying to protect it from the truth. Jazz, is that true? Yes, Josh admitted. There's more to the story. We raptly listened as Josh talked about how Aimee met them in their driveway when they returned home from Josh's birthday trip in June with a gloomy prediction that someone from Gabe's past was out for revenge. June. Josh had known about it for 3 months and didn't tell either of us. He then told us about the U.S. Deputy Marshal showing up the night they moved into their new home with news that Gabe's former partner on the Miami Police Department was on the run and most likely gunning for Gabe, who he blamed for ruining his career. I'd seen the wanted posters hanging up, but I didn't know what the hell it was about. Why didn't Josh tell Mare and me? Didn't he trust us? I can't shake the feeling that something bad is going to happen, Josh said. The strain in his voice and the sadness I saw in his eyes broke me out of my pity party for one. Honey, this guy has been on the run for weeks. He would have shown up here already, Meredith said calmly. Maybe, I said. A guy like him would know how to avoid detection from law enforcement agencies. He's probably changed his appearance and is using cash he kept squirreled away if this day ever came. I tipped my head while I thought some more. Probably even money he'd taken from the evidence locker they collected from drug busts, searches, and seizures. I mean, here these cops are eking out a living while that money sits in an evidence locker. Hell, I bet most of it never gets tagged into evidence. I think the temptation to make their lives a little better would be too great to pass. I doubt he's fled the country and he'll be looking for revenge. Somewhere along the way, my brain veered away from Josh and Gabe's real circumstances to my fictional world, and I imagined how the story would unfold there. If he thinks Gabe is responsible for ruining his career, then he won't go down without trying to take Gabe with him, I said. Or, if he truly wanted to hurt Gabe, he'd kill the one Gabe loves most in the world. He'd turn his attention on Josh when everyone focused on protecting Gabe. "Charles Bailey!" Meredith yelled. "What the ever-lovin' fuck is wrong with you?" She followed up her question with a smack to the back of my head, which forced me back to reality. "Huh?" I asked. "What did I say?" "Look what you did to Jazz." Meredith pointed to Josh, who had tears streaming down his face. "Fuck, what did I say?" I asked. "You basically implied that there's no fucking way that Jimmy DeSoto hopped on a dinghy and headed to the Bahamas and that he's most likely hiding out nearby so he can kill Josh to get back at Gabe." Meredith recapped. "I said that?" I asked. "Oh, man, I was just plotting for my book out loud more than anything. Damn, Jazz, I'm so sorry that I said that to you." "Book plotting?" Meredith scoffed. "What, you have a Gabe in your book who also happens to be a cop with an ex-partner on the run from the law who may or may not want to kill him for ruining his career?" "No, not really. But that's what I would do if I were writing this scenario in a book. I would have DeSoto come after Josh, and I'd do it in a big way. But this isn't fiction. This is—" A knock on the back door scared the hell out of us and interrupted me before I could finish. In fact, we all screamed like girls. "Oh my God!" Meredith exclaimed. "It's him!" "DeSoto wouldn't knock, Mare. He'd just kick down the door," I said. "Like that makes us feel better," Meredith said hotly. "What's the matter with you? You start writing some sexy suspense novel with a serial killer and bam, you turn a little creepy yourself. I can't imagine what your search engine must be like on your laptop. That's probably the feds looking for your disturbing ass." "Josh, you guys okay in there?" Aimee asked through the back door, as if he didn't just hear us all screaming. Meredith continued to rip me a new one while Josh got up and unlocked the door. Aimee looked around the kitchenette and asked, "Is this a bad time?" "Meredith is ripping into Chaz for misbehaving. Same speech, different ear," Josh told him. I would have much rather listened in on the conversation Josh and Aimee had, but I worried what Meredith might do to me if I ignored her. I knew that most of her blustery attitude came from fear for our friends. I covered both of her hands with mine and looked into her warm brown eyes. "It's going to be okay, Mare." I had no real way of knowing that, but the alternative was too scary to contemplate. 12. Kyle. When I arrived at the animal hospital, my insurance agent was waiting for me. I hadn't called her office yet, so I figured she must have heard about the break-in through town gossip. "Good morning, Holly," I said to her. "How are you today?"
"Sounds like I'm doing better than you,"
she said dryly. I think I first met Holly in preschool. We became fast friends and remained that way all our lives. She was the girl I took to the senior prom, the one I had wished I could love, and the first person I told I was gay when I realized that I never would. Her family owned and operated the only insurance agency in town for the past 5 decades. Her father decided to retire early a few years back, and Holly took over the business, as I had from my grandfather. It could have been worse, I said, unlocking the back door.
"I'm sorry I wasn't here sooner,"
Holly told me.
"We were out of town for one of Dexter's soccer tournaments and didn't get back until late last night."
"You're not late, Hall," I told her. "I haven't even called your office yet. How'd Dex's team do?"
"They played amazing,"
she replied. I heard the pride in her voice and saw it sparkling in her green eyes.
"The good news is that they advanced to the regional finals, but the bad news is that they advanced to the regional finals. I'm so proud of Dexter's accomplishments, but a tiny part of me is ready to stay home for one weekend and just read a book. Besides being tired all the time, I worry that playing soccer at this level is too much pressure for a 9-year-old boy.
I think he'll be okay as long as it's still fun for him, I told her. It might be time for a break if soccer becomes have to instead of get to. Holly tilted her head while she thought about what I said.
That's sound advice. You should tuck that away for when you become a father.
Noted, I said with a wink. I liked that Holly said when and not if, like it was a foregone conclusion that all my dreams would come true someday, not just my professional ones. Officer Wen took photos for you that he'll attach to the report, but I'll show you my biggest concerns.
Officer Wen forwarded everything to me this morning. His report indicated that none of your medications or merchandise was stolen. Is that correct?
Holly asked. It's true, I replied. I updated Wen last night once Alyssa and Terry completed the inventory. They had to be after the heavy-duty drugs and trashed the place when they couldn't get their hands on them. They busted up our shelves, cabinets, tables in reception, and even our damn potted plants and flowers. It was completely random. I'm so damn thankful they didn't hurt any of the pets boarding here this week.
Absolutely,
Holly agreed.
We can replace your stuff, but we can't replace someone's beloved pet.
She shook her head.
I'll forward all the documentation to your claim adjuster, and I don't think it'll take long before you receive a check to replace damaged items.
Do you have a carpenter referral? I asked Holly. I'd rather get him started on repairs than wait for the check.
I sure do,
she replied.
Let me look up the number for you. Dr. Vaughn?
Alyssa said, interrupting us.
The Jenkinsons are on the phone. Buttercup's water broke, and it appears that her foal is breech.
Holly, I need to go. Could you give the information to Alyssa?
Sure thing,
Holly told me.
I hope everything turns out okay for Buttercup and her foal.
You and me both, I said before I left. The Jenkins farm wasn't too far outside town limits, so I arrived fast after the call came in. When I entered the barn, I found Buttercup lying in her stall, breathing hard and covered in sweat. Her eyes were wide with fear and pain, and her whinnies tugged at my heart. It's okay, sweet girl. I entered her stall slowly so I didn't cause her additional stress. I looked up at her fretful owners. Can one of you kneel down and give her comfort while I examine her? Mara dropped to her knees beside her prone horse and began cooing to her as she stroked her neck and velvety nose.
It's going to be just fine, baby girl. Dr. Vaughn will make it all better.
I hoped Mara was right because I desperately wanted the delivery to go as smooth as possible, and without serious injury to either Buttercup or her foal. How long has she been in labor? I asked while slipping my arms inside long latex gloves. Right before we called you, Stan told me. Her water broke and the foal's hooves dropped instead of her nose. That's not completely uncommon, I told them. I'll examine Buttercup to see what's going on. I looked back down at the horse and saw that Mara's ministrations were working, and the horse appeared to be slightly calmer than when I first arrived. Okay, Mara. She's gonna need some more loving because this could be pretty painful for her.
Okay, Dr. Vaughn,
Mara replied to me before she turned to her horse.
You're doing good, Buttercup. I promise you that I'll never put you through this misery ever again. Just hang in there a little bit longer.
I slid my hand inside Buttercup and felt along the foal's leg and was ecstatic when I felt the foal's chest and neck. She's not breech, I told them. It's still gonna be painful for Buttercup while I try to position the foal better for birth.
She's a tough girl, Doc,
Mara said proudly.
Do whatever you can to help her.
It took an hour of working with Buttercup's contractions, but I was finally able to line the foal properly in the birth canal and helped the horse deliver her beautiful baby. They're perfect, I declared after I checked mother and baby over good. Tired, but perfect, I said, rubbing Buttercup's neck. I smiled when her foal, Starla, attempted to take her first steps on wobbly legs that she would grow into someday. Thank you for everything, Stan Jenkins said when he followed me to my truck. Mara would have been crushed if something had happened to Buttercup or Starla. Mara wouldn't have been the only devastated Jenkins had things not gone as well as they did. I saw how damp Stan's eyes got once Starla arrived safely, but I didn't say anything about it. It was noon by the time I got back to the animal hospital, and I was hours behind schedule. The downside of being the only vet meant I had to reschedule appointments when an emergency came up. In most cases, I worked through lunch and stayed late to make sure I got to the most critical cases the same day. It made for a long, stressful day, but it was worth it. Alyssa assured me the carpenter would be there to begin replacing the door and busted shelves before we went home for the evening. Hammering and drilling sounds filled the animal hospital late into the day, but I was too busy to check out the progress. In fact, I hadn't bothered asking the name of the carpenter because I didn't care until I spied him talking to Chaz in the parking lot. It's that damn Andy again, I groused.
What's wrong with Andy?
Terry asked.
He's a nice guy. Sexy, too, Molly added. Oh, I know what the problem is, Terry. Oh, I think I figured it out also. Dr. Vaughn doesn't like Andy moving into his territory and making a play for his man.
I thought of Chaz as my man, but it wasn't a reality. Yet. Excuse me, ladies, I said, brushing by them on the way out the door. Well, this is a surprise. Chaz and Andy both looked at me. I hope it's a pleasant one, Chaz said. He held up a carry-out bag from the diner and smiled at me in a way that made the rest of the world disappear. I thought you might be hungry after your long day. Oh, I was hungry all right, but it wasn't for whatever food he had in the bag. Perfect timing. I just finished for the day. I have a few.
Go on home, Dr. Vaughn,
Alyssa yelled out the door.
We'll close the animal hospital for the night.
It'll look as good as new when you come back tomorrow, Doc, Andy said as he walked back inside with a bucket of nails. Thank you, I said to both Alyssa and Andy without taking my eyes off Chaz. Hell, I don't think I even blinked for fear that I imagined his appearance in my parking lot. It was the first time Chaz sought me out, and I liked it a lot. Why don't you follow me home so we can do this without an audience? I didn't need to turn around to see if my staff was watching us, because I felt their attention on us. Chaz leaned over and peeked around me. Yup, they're watching us all right. He smiled broadly and leaned closer to me and said, Too bad it's not raining, or we could act out the famous kiss in the rain from the Notebook. I blinked at him for a few seconds as I registered two things. Chaz wanted to kiss me in the rain, and he didn't care who was watching. I'd never been so tempted to try a rain dance in all my life. Maybe next time, I said. Okay, then, Chaz replied with a small smile. My heart raced during the short trip to my house. Did I leave my underwear on the floor? Were there dishes all over the kitchen? When was the last time I scrubbed the toilet? Do I still have that extra toothbrush? I was a hot fucking mess by the time I parked in my driveway. What's wrong? Chaz asked. My panic must have shown on my face. You're about to learn something about me that not many people know. You have a sex dungeon in your basement? Chaz asked. That's the first thing that comes to your mind? I have an overactive imagination, Chaz told me. On the bright side, the reality is probably a lot less scary and offensive than what I just said. His cheeks flamed red with embarrassed heat. I loved the way that he said whatever came to his mind and the adorable blushes that usually followed. There was no pretense with Chaz. What you saw was what you got. He was a breath of fresh air, and I wanted to breathe him in deep. I'm not offended, and there's no need for embarrassment, I told him as we stood looking at one another on my front porch. Hell, I'm happy you think I'm exciting enough to have a sex dungeon. You're plenty exciting without a sex dungeon, Chaz told me. Yeah? Definitely. Sadie barked happily on the other side of the door once she heard my voice. I love knowing that she and Otis were waiting for me to return home. Sounds like someone missed me, I told Chaz. I think you're right, he replied thickly. I hoped that his tone of voice meant that he was talking about himself, not my dog. Sadie bounced around like she had springs for legs when I walked through the door, but jerked to a stop when she saw Chaz. She looked as surprised as me that we had company. Hey, Sadie, Chaz said, dropping to his knees. Remember me? If my dick could talk, it would have started screaming, I do, I do! Chaz's position didn't help deter my dirty mind from remembering how it felt when my dick was in his mouth. I knew I needed to act fast before I made an ass of myself, so I picked up the bag of food that Chaz brought with him and took it to my kitchen. I looked around the room as if seeing it for the first time. There wasn't anything special about the space, but it wasn't dirty or anything. In fact, it looked like it had recently undergone a hard scrubbing. I suspected my mom did more than check on Otis when she stopped by over the weekend. I gathered plates, silverware, glasses, and the pitcher of sugar-free low-calorie lemonade from my refrigerator. I had no idea what Chaz brought me to eat, but I was grateful for his thoughtfulness. I could add to my workout if I consumed more calories or fat than normal. It turned out that I didn't need to be worried because Chaz brought me a large salad with grilled chicken, cherry tomatoes, sliced avocados, and boiled eggs. Daniela said you like the avocado and lime dressing on the side, Chaz said. He looked up at me and caught me staring at him. Did I mess up? No, I said, shaking my head. This is perfect. Thank you. You're welcome, Chaz said shyly and sat down at the table to eat his salad. You don't have to eat rabbit food just because I do, I said playfully. I ate a huge lunch with Mare and Josh today, so a salad sounded perfect to me. Chaz bit his lip like he wanted to say something, but wasn't sure he would. What's wrong? I asked. Did you know that the U.S. Marshals Service thinks that Gabe's life is in danger? Chaz asked. What? I asked in disbelief. Of course, I knew about the problems Gabe had with his former partner before we moved to Blissville, but I thought that was all behind him. I was stunned when Chaz told me what he learned from Josh that morning. Holy shit, I said. Yeah, of course, I made things worse when I started rambling about how Jimmy would kill Josh if he really wanted to punish Gabe, Chaz said. I was certain my eyebrows had reached my hairline, but Chaz didn't seem to notice my bug-eyed appearance. I was actually plotting the book I'm writing out loud, which was just as rude as telling Josh a guy was going to gun him down before his wedding. Josh is bearing his soul to me, and I shift my focus to what comes next for Jamie and Gideon. Book? Jamie and Gideon? Did you say that you're writing a book? I asked. Chaz blinked several times like he might be in shock. I thought I might have to shake or kiss him to snap him out of his trance. Yes, he said after a long pause. Wow, that's amazing, I said when Chaz didn't look too thrilled that he accidentally spilled his secret. Would you like me to share a secret with you? It's something I haven't told another living soul. It's extremely nerdy. Chaz sat up straighter in his seat, looking hopeful. Did you say dirty? I laughed when he waggled his eyebrows playfully. Actually, I said nerdy, but now I'm thinking I need to invent something dirty. Actually, Doc, I think nerdy is pretty awesome. Let's see what you got, Chaz told me. Follow me, I said as I stood from my chair. I didn't think about the fact that I'd just invited Chaz Hamilton to my bedroom. I only cared about showing him something that I'd never shared with anyone else. I opened my closet and pulled down a filing box where I kept my treasures. I'm gonna be really pissed off if this is a collection of ears or fingers, Chaz said slowly, backing away from the box I set on my rumpled covers. You truly do have an active imagination, I admonished playfully. Nothing sinister about the contents in this box, but it might change the way you look at me. Chaz snorted and said, Doubt it. I pulled the lid off and tossed it on the bed. I didn't put on the gloves I kept inside the box because I wasn't pulling my treasures out of their protective plastic sleeves. Is that? The Uncanny X-Men comic book from 1963. I told him. Holy shit! Chaz exclaimed. Could you be any more fucking perfect? You don't think it's too nerdy? I asked. Chaz looked at me then with an unreadable expression on his face. You're like every perfect book boyfriend rolled into one sexy package. You can't be real. I gently tucked my comic book back into its designated slot in my filing system and returned it to my closet. I planned to show Chaz just how real I was, and didn't want to get my realness over my rare comic books in the process. 13. Chaz. I recognized the look in Kyle's eyes from the hotel room. He was about to pin me to the mattress and fuck me stupid, and I was going to encourage him no matter how wrong it was. I'd have an easier time severing my finger with a dull, rusty knife than resisting Kyle Vaughn's charms. Instead of confessing my secret, I asked, You don't happen to own a pair of geeky glasses, do you? Kyle's smile widened as he gestured to a pair on his bedside table. I use them for reading. You want me to put 'em on for you? Kyle asked playfully. Yes, I do. Kyle's rectangular black frames emphasized the squareness of his jaw, giving him the appearance of a superhero. His mischievous smile made his chin and cheek dimples more prominent. I wanted him, and nothing was going to stop me from having him. I launched myself at him for a kiss when I couldn't resist his sexy geekiness another second. Kyle's mouth eagerly opened to my seeking tongue, and he lifted me to straddle him like I weighed nothing at all. Kyle sat on the edge of his bed with me on his lap, and I wasted no time grinding my eager body against his until I worried I would come too soon. There were too many things I still wanted to do to him, so I tore my lips away while I still could. I whipped Kyle's polo shirt off so fast it knocked his glasses crooked. I placed both hands on his chest and pushed until he lay flat against the bed. Then I took my time learning the contours of his chest and enjoying the rasp of his crisp chest hair beneath my palm. Kyle Vaughn was a masculine feast that I wanted to gorge myself on until I couldn't take another bite. I trailed my fingers through the line of hair that bisected his tight abs. I had no idea how much time it took to develop and maintain his physique, but I wanted to give his body the attention it deserved. I smiled when I felt Kyle's muscles tremble beneath my touch and saw goosebumps popping up all over his gorgeous skin. The physical reaction I felt with his body and the emotional one I saw in his eyes were like a drug racing through my system, urging me to devour him. I didn't listen, though. Instead, I leaned forward and slid down so I could take the same journey with my mouth and tongue that my hands had experienced. I flicked my tongue over Kyle's pebbled nipple before I sucked it hard into my mouth. The groans I elicited from his throat nearly shattered my conviction to sip instead of gulp. I licked a path down his abdomen until I reached his navel. I took my time licking and nipping the sensitive skin there while he pushed his erection against me, looking for relief. Instead of unbuckling his belt and opening his pants, I scooted further down his body and teased his cock through the fabric, not caring if I got them wet. "Chaz," Kyle growled while he fisted my hair and pushed his dick harder against my tongue. I glanced up his body and saw that his glasses were still skewed. I removed his specs and set them on the table so they wouldn't get damaged. Kyle caught my hands when I reached for his belt. He whipped my t-shirt over my head and rolled me to my back. "My turn," Kyle said. The wicked gleam in his eyes promised that he was going to draw out my torture/pleasure. I loved having his hands and hot mouth all over my body, and I was just as eager and needy as he was by the time he reached the waistband of my jeans. Kyle tugging my belly button ring with his teeth was erotic as fuck. Every pull sent a zap straight to my balls and made my dick leak eagerly. I wasn't even sure why I still wore the piercing until that moment when it increased my sexual excitement. "Fuck me," I urged. I didn't recognize my gravelly voice or the desperate urgency that raced through me. I had never been vocal or demanding during sex, but I could tell by Kyle's ragged breathing and flared nostrils that he liked it. I decided to push him more. "I want you to bend me over this bed and fuck me like you mean it." Kyle didn't need additional prodding. We tore the rest of our clothes off as fast as we could, and I positioned myself on my knees in the center of his bed. I pressed my forehead against his mattress and presented my ass to him. I expected him to eagerly prep my ass, but instead, Kyle gripped both ass cheeks with his large hands and pressed his face between them. "Whoa!" I said when he licked a path from my taint to the top of my crack. Kyle pulled back and said, "Should I have asked first?" "No. It's just I've never—" "Me either," Kyle confessed. "It just seemed like the right thing to do." "Okay, then," I told him. Kyle took his time stretching me open with his fingers and tongue until I was a trembling ball of eagerness, begging him to fill me. "Do me already, Dr. Dimples!" Kyle chuckled over my exuberance as he rolled a condom down the length of his cock. "You're so damn sexy all spread out for me like this," he said, rubbing his hands along the back of my thighs. Then he pressed his dick against my entrance and pushed inside me. The breath hissed from my body as he took his time penetrating me. I welcomed the sting and burn of his possession because it would only make the pleasure sweeter when Kyle started to move. He stopped so I could adjust to his size, and like the first time he caressed my body to help me relax. The position I had chosen made it seem like Kyle's dick was impossibly deep inside me, but it felt incredible. I pushed my ass against him enticingly when I couldn't take the weight any longer. Kyle pulled back slowly and eased back inside a few times, testing my readiness, and it drove me fucking wild. I fisted the duvet cover beneath me and growled low in my throat as he tormented me. "Stop toying around and fuck me hard!" Kyle's restraint broke and he snapped his hips forward, scooting me up the bed. "Like that, Chaz?" he asked. "Or do you want it even harder?" I loved the sound and feel of his balls slapping against mine with every hard thrust into me. The pleasure of his possession caused my eyes to roll back inside my head, but it wasn't enough. More! I wanted to feel him for days after I left his bed. Every twinge and tingle would remind me of how I could drive a man like him to his knees with want and need. Kyle leaned over my back, fisted his hand in my hair, and turned my head so that he could devour my mouth in a fierce kiss. No one had ever craved my touch and taste the way he did, and it went straight to my head and cock. Needy whimpers escaped my throat as I got closer to coming apart beneath him. I reached behind me and grabbed the back of Kyle's thigh and held on while he drove us both to the finish line. He captured my shouts in his mouth when I shot all over his bed, and I did the same for him when he flooded the condom. I don't know how long we stayed in that same position while our bodies came down from our high, and our hearts and lungs returned to their normal speeds. Kyle finally pulled out and assisted me to a sitting position while he removed and discarded the condom. "Shower with me?" he asked. I missed the chance to run my hands all over his wet body at the hotel, and I wouldn't make that mistake again. I followed him to the bathroom and feasted my eyes on his naked flesh while he started the shower. "It's a little cramped in here," Kyle said once we stood beneath the spray. "Cozy," I countered. I had no issues with Kyle's arms or legs bumping against mine every time he moved. "I think I'm ready to find a permanent home and set down some roots," Kyle told me. I was too busy watching him rinse the shampoo out of his hair for his words to register immediately. "You weren't planning to stay?" "No, I planned to stay, but I wasn't sure where I wanted to live. I've always lived in town, and I think I would like the peacefulness and privacy of country living," Kyle replied. "Do you mean a farm?" "No, I was thinking more of a few acres with a nice pond," Kyle explained. "That sounds lovely," I told Kyle. I imagined how nice it would be to walk around in my boxers and not worry about my mom, grandmother, or aunt barging in. I pictured myself looking through a window at a pond that shimmered beneath the sun. It would be a serene place to write a book. "Does that mean I could entice you to come over more often?" Kyle asked suggestively. I felt the flush of embarrassment creeping up my neck again as I realized that I practically invited myself to his house. At least I didn't make it sound like I was moving in, too. Oh, I didn't mean to suggest that Kyle cut me off with a quick kiss. "I would want you to come over any time you wanted," he told me. "I would even volunteer any time you wanted to test out anything sexual for your books." "Anything?" I asked suggestively. Kyle nodded his head eagerly. "I'll keep that in mind. Lucky for you, I don't write from a sadistic killer's point of view." Kyle bit his lip, but he looked curious instead of scared. I decided I'd explore that another night because it was already getting late. I took the washcloth he set out for me and washed my body while he watched. "I don't want you to go home yet," Kyle said. "We haven't finished our dinner, and I like spending time with you." "I like spending time with you, too. But aren't you tired after a long day?" I asked him. "I thought we could watch some reruns of Friends, or play World of Warcraft for a little bit." And just like that, I was yanked back to reality. There would be no cuddling in bed while watching reruns of our favorite shows once he found out what a jerk I'd been to him. I saw the moment he realized I wasn't going to stay. His dashed hopefulness made me want to cry. "You probably need to get home and work on your book," Kyle said, giving me a valid excuse to use. "Yeah," I said sadly. "I want to get this book to my editor in a few weeks, and it'll be hard to do with the few hours I manage each night." Fuck! I made it sound like I regretted spending time with him, and the last thing I wanted to do was hurt him. I also realized that it's good to take time for myself and recharge. You've been very good for me." "I'm glad." Kyle kissed me long and slow, then said, "I'm at your service any time you need me." You deserve better treatment than someone's booty call, I told him. He deserved a man as good as him. Kyle traced my jawline with the back of his hand before he slid his hand beneath my chin and tipped my head up so I could meet his gaze. Let me be the judge of what I deserve, okay? Okay, then, I said, attempting to inject a lighter note into our conversation again. We were both quiet when we redressed and returned to his kitchen. The grilled chicken on the salads looked a little rubbery, but we were both famished and wolfed them down without complaint. Unfortunately, I no longer had a valid reason to stick around once the food was gone. Kyle walked me to the front door and placed a hand on my arm before I could leave. "One more kiss?" Kyle said. I couldn't tell if he was pleading with me or asking, but it didn't matter because there was no way I could have told him no. His goodbye kiss was so much different than any other we had shared. It was languid and filled with so much promise that my eyes watered with unshed tears by the time he pulled back. Kyle looked confused by my reaction until I smiled at him. So much better than any book boyfriend, I whispered as I traced his lips, committing the feel to memory. Loud voices echoed through his neighborhood when I opened the door. I stared in shocked disbelief as his neighbor lady across the street launched a pile of clothes out the front door, followed by a set of golf clubs. "Get out of my house! I'm not going to stay married to a lying, cheating bastard like you another minute!" she screamed. A balding man shoved past her and ran down the porch steps. Betty!" he said as he started picking up his clothes and clubs off the front lawn. "I mean it this time, Eddie!" she yelled before she slammed the front door closed. Eddie just sighed and dug his keys from his pocket. Kyle and I watched him toss his stuff inside his car before he got in and drove away. I shook my head and looked at Kyle. "He'll be back in a few hours," Kyle said. "They'll make up just as publicly. It's gross." "No wonder you want to move to the country. Won't you miss the show?" "Not even a little," he quipped. "Good night, Chaz." "Night, Kyle." I had a heavy heart and a turbulent mind when I drove away from Kyle's house. Everything I wanted was in my rearview mirror. I had to be honest with Kyle if I wanted a chance at the future I glimpsed when I looked into his eyes. I knew at that moment how Gideon really felt. Even if Kyle never forgave me for my betrayal, it would prod him to move on from me and find someone to make him happy. I would be glad for him, no matter how much it hurt to see him share a life with someone else. When you loved a person, you wanted what was best for them. I realized something very important on my ride home that night. I was in love with Kyle Vaughn, but I couldn't say that I was the best man for him. That was something only he could decide. And I was terrified to find out what he would choose. 14. Kyle. I couldn't get the idea of finding a permanent home off my mind once I spoke the idea out loud to Chaz. I'd been thinking about it ever since Josh and Gabe bought their home, but I never put a plan into action. The house hunting apps available for smartphones were pretty awesome and made it possible to do a lot of shopping without pressure from an over-eager realtor. After rolling it around in my head for one more day, I downloaded an app and selected the filters based on the kind of property I was looking to buy. Even though there were very few houses on the market that appealed to me, I started the process to get pre-approved for a loan with the mortgage loan officer at my bank. I wanted to be ready when my dream property became available.
"Honey, you need to call a realtor and let them know you're pre-approved for a loan,"
my mother said after I received my official letter from the bank. We met for lunch toward the end of the week, and she sounded as excited as I was about the possibility of owning my first home.
That gives you an advantage over someone who hasn't already been vetted by the bank. Besides,
she added,
realtors are often tipped off about great properties before they're listed on the market.
Thanks, Mom.
Here,
she said, sliding a business card toward me.
I happened to grab a business card of the realtor who presented at the Rotary meeting yesterday morning.
Mom, I didn't tell you I was buying a house until last night, so how'd you know to snatch one of his business cards for me? I asked.
Busted,
she said, then grimaced.
Becker is single and cute.
Becker, huh? I asked. She was already on a first-name basis with the guy. It was the first time my mom had attempted to set me up with someone, so he was either cute or she was worried that I'd die old and alone. My mom shrugged her shoulders casually and said,
2 birds, 1 stone.
Mom, I'm already interested in someone, I told her. If Jenna knew I had a thing for Chaz, then my mom did too. Did that mean she didn't like Chaz, or was she nudging me to make a move? My mom was a card shark, and could be hard to read when she wanted it that way. I didn't even bother to ask how she knew he was gay.
You are?
She asked in mock surprise.
Are you serious about him, Kyle?
Yes, I replied without hesitation. Chaz made me very happy. He made me laugh harder than anyone. His smiles brightened my day, and just hearing his voice caused the hair on the back of my neck to stand up. I adored his kind-hearted nature and the way he loved with all that he had. The lucky bastard who won Chaz's heart would be loved for all his life. I wanted to be that man. I was positive we could have a future together if he got past whatever it was that held him back.
Well, Becker still sounds like a wonderful real estate agent,
she said before diving back into her salad. I called Becker the next day and introduced myself. Oh, Rachel's son, he said. Great, my mom had obviously made quite the impression on the guy, or she overshared information about me. I was too afraid to find out which applied. Yeah, I said. My mom told me to give you a call and let you know what I'm looking for and the amount I want to spend. That almost sounds dirty, Becker said. He was right, and I was mortified. Chaz is rubbing off on me, I said as an explanation. Let me be clear so there's no confusion. I'm already pre-approved for a home loan, and I have very specific things I'm looking for in a house. I think I can better help you now that we're on the same page, Becker said, then laughed good-naturedly. He asked me a series of questions to get a better understanding of what I hope to buy. Rural, but not too far away from civilization. You'd like to have 3 or 4 bedrooms and at least 2 full bathrooms. You're looking for a new home or at least an older home that was fully renovated within the last 15 years. Let's see, Becker said as he consulted the notes he'd taken. As far as extras go, you'd like to have a finished basement for a man cave, a large garage or barn, and property that has a pond. Does that about sum it up? Damn, I sounded like a diva. That's right, I confirmed. How much acreage would you like to buy? That will help me narrow the search quite a bit, Becker inquired. I don't want less than 2 acres, or more than 5 or 6, I explained. Believe it or not, I think I might know the perfect house, he told me. You do? I've been looking for the past few days and haven't found anything close to what I'm looking for, I told him. There's a property that's about to go on the market that meets all the requirements you listed. I can call the seller's agent and see if you can see it before it gets listed, Becker told me. Really? I asked. Absolutely, he said proudly. Let me give Stacy a call, and we'll see what she has to say. Becker called 15 minutes later and said we had an appointment to look at the house the following Monday night. He provided me with an address, and I drove by it after I left work for the day. The house was perfect, and I couldn't wait for my tour. If the interior was as nice as the exterior, I'd make an offer Monday night. I was too excited to go straight home and decided to drive to the salon to see Chaz. I hoped to steal a few minutes of his time before he switched jobs. I drove around to the back of the salon and parked, since he was due to leave shortly. I started looking through my emails on my phone to pass the time and was startled when someone knocked on my window. Meredith stood on the other side, grinning mischievously at me. I rolled down my window and said, "Good evening, Mare."
"Have you taken to creeping around here at twilight?"
she asked. "No, I just wanted to tell Chaz some exciting news before I went home. Do you think that'll be okay?"
"I think it's just what the doctor ordered after the kind of day he had," Mare told me. "He won't be much longer."
"Okay," I replied. I would wait as long as it took, especially if there was any chance that I could make his day better. I saw him before Chaz saw me. He looked down at his feet as he walked down the back porch steps. I didn't need to see his face to know he was stressed. His body was rigid with tension. "Hey, handsome," I said through the open window. Chaz stopped suddenly and jerked his head in my direction. A smile spread slowly across his face, and I was happy to see some of his stress fade. "How long have you been sitting out here? You could have come inside." "I've only been here a few minutes," I answered. "I don't want to keep you long because I know you have a writing deadline, but I have some exciting news that I wanted to share with you." "Yeah?" "I decided to move forward with buying a house instead of staying in the rental in town. I got pre-approved for a loan and talked to a realtor tonight. He found the perfect home for me, and I'll get to tour it before it's listed on the market. I drove by the house before I came over here. I can't wait to see the interior." Chaz tipped his head to the side. "Does it have your pond?" "It does, and it's the perfect size, not too small and not too big," I replied. "Good to know you're not a size queen," Chaz teased. "Tell me about the rest of it." "How about I show you in person?" I asked. "Now?" "Monday," I answered. "I'd like for you to come with me." "Me?" Chaz sounded surprised that I would want him to tour the house. Apparently, I needed to step up my game if he couldn't see how much I wanted to be with him. "Who else?" "Your mom or your sisters?" Chaz suggested. "I prefer that you go with me," I told him. "Okay, then," Chaz said. "The salon will be closed, so I'm available anytime. I'll pick you up at 6:30, I told him. "Mare said you had a rough day. Is there anything I can do to make it better?" "You already did," Chaz answered shyly, then stood on his tiptoes to lean in the window. "Maybe a kiss?" I cupped the back of his neck, pressed my lips to his, and kissed him tenderly until someone whistled and startled us. Josie and Dee giggled and waved as they walked to their cars. "Better?" I asked. Chaz said. "That will tide me over." "Until?" I asked. I was eager to spend time with him. "Saturday?" He hesitantly said, like he was afraid I would be mad at him. "That's only 2 days from now," I said, trying to keep the disappointment out of my voice. "I'm sorry." "Don't be," I told him. "I'm proud of you." "You don't even know what I've written," Chaz replied. "Doesn't matter. I'm still proud of you." Chaz kissed me once more before he headed to his car. I waited to make sure it started before I headed home. I debated on whether I should tell my mom about the house Becker found, then decided to hold off until after I saw the inside. Thinking about my mom reminded me about her little stunt. I called my best ally in the world to plead for her help.
"What's up, bro?"
Jen said into the phone. "I need your help," I told her. "Mom is meddling in my love life."
"And where do you see me playing into this?"
Jen asked. "Tell her about the baby, Jenna. She'll forget all about me and my pitiful love life."
"Is your love life that pitiful?"
Jenna asked. "It's not where I want it to be, but I think it's heading in the right direction."
"Good,"
Jen said.
"You've been an amazing brother to me my entire life, and I want you to be happy."
"Does that mean you're going to tell Mom that you're pregnant?" I asked hopefully.
"Not a snowball's chance in hell,"
she replied, then laughed at my misery. "Fine," I said. "I hope I don't accidentally let that cat out of the bag."
"You wouldn't,"
Jen exclaimed. She was right. I would never do that to her. "Your secret is safe with me, Jen." She let out a thankful sigh.
"Thank you."
"You're welcome, but that means you owe me one."
"Or 100.
Jen replied. "I stopped keeping score when we were 9 and 6.
I probably owe you 1,000 favors for taking the blame that time I knocked out the window over the kitchen sink with the softball,"
Jen said, then laughed at the memory. "Or that time you snuck out for a concert and ran out of gas," I added. "Sis, you better hope the little dumpling takes after Brett, or you both are screwed."
"I probably deserve to have a brat like me,"
she admitted.
"Love you, Kai."
"Love you too." As much as I enjoyed the conversation, it had been a long time since I'd had lunch. Rule number 1 in weight management is never let blood sugar get too low or risk eating the wrong foods. I told Jen I'd check in to see how she was doing in a few days and fixed myself a frozen diet dinner. The spinach and ricotta stuffed ravioli looked like rubber and didn't taste much better than it appeared. I need to learn how to cook. I spent the rest of the night trying to get into playing World of Warcraft and failing miserably. I didn't feel like watching Friends because I would spend the night moping and missing Chaz. I decided to watch Queer as Folk instead. It was the distraction I needed to get me through the night. I received a text from Chaz right before I fell asleep. "Maybe I can sneak away from the salon for lunch tomorrow. What time works for you?" I replied immediately. "I go to lunch at 12:30. Meet me at the diner?" "See you then." My outlook was suddenly a lot brighter. It was the second time Chaz sought me out that week. We weren't blazing a trail toward happily ever after by any stretch of the imagination, but we seemed to be inching closer every day. I considered myself a patient man, but no one had tested me the way Chaz did. I was certain that if I could hang on, that it would work out in my favor. No longer tired, I lay in the darkness thinking of nice gestures I could do for Chaz so he couldn't mistake my interest. What did perfect book boyfriends do to show someone how much they cared? An idea came to me, but I wasn't sure how Chaz would respond. Still, it was worth a shot. "Go big or go home, Dr. D," I said into the darkness. 15. Chaz. The weather was stunningly perfect on Josh and Gabe's wedding day, but that didn't surprise me one bit. Not even Mother Nature was going to fuck with Josh Roman on his big day. I knew that one of Josh's famous looks or a raised fist would be enough to bust up any rogue rain cloud that was ballsy enough to form. It wasn't just the amazing weather or the love drifting on the breeze that had my spirits soaring with the birds. Ugh, I was starting to think in purple prose. I had finished the rough draft of my manuscript the night before the wedding. I felt a huge sense of accomplishment because writing the second book was much harder than writing the first. I had zero expectations when I published my first book and no readers to please. I didn't want to be some one-hit wonder or make fans of my first book scratch their head and wonder why they wasted their time, energy, and money on my second attempt. As scary as it was, I knew my second book was better than the first. Not only did I improve technical skills and fine-tune my processes, but I also put pieces of myself into my characters, which made them feel more real to me. If they felt more real to me, there was a good chance my readers would form a stronger connection to them also. Kyle was the first person I told about finishing my book. Well, technically I sent a text before I crashed hard, but he was still the first person to know. I'd been running on fumes for so long that I slept like the dead. In fact, I slept so long I nearly was late getting to the salon. Curl Up and Die wasn't open to the public, but Josh planned a day of pampering for the mothers of the grooms. Josh was calm and relaxed the previous night during the rehearsal and dinner that followed, but I wanted to be on hand early, just in case his mellow mood had evaporated. The first thing I noticed when I entered the salon were the stunning Tropicana roses that Kyle had sent me the previous day. No one had ever sent me flowers before, and I stood staring at the delivery woman like she'd made a mistake. Mare finally came over and took the roses from her and set them on my desk.
"Blink, baby. It's gonna be all right,"
Mare had said on her way back to her station. I had so many things on my to-do list that day, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from the vibrant orange roses. I knew they were from Kyle without looking at the card nestled in the foliage. Who else would send me roses? I was dying to know what he wrote in his message, but I didn't want to read it when everyone was looking at me. I waited until it was time to meet Kyle for lunch and took the card with me. My hands trembled with nerves when I pulled the message out, but then my body shook with laughter when I read it. "Aren't you glad we met? I find you very appealing. I'm looking forward to lunch. Kyle." I had slid the card in my back pocket and grinned like a fool for the entire walk to the diner. It was only a few blocks, but I knew I looked like a goober. Kyle waited for me outside the diner, wearing a sappy grin like mine. "Thank you for my flowers," I said. "They're beautiful and I love them." I rose on my tiptoes and kissed Kyle, not caring where we were or who was watching. The feelings he brought out in me were too beautiful to hide. "You're very welcome. I wanted you to have something pretty to look at in case today is as hectic as yesterday," Kyle had told me. He opened the door to the diner for me and followed me inside. "Orange flowers aren't easy to find, but I was on a mission since it's your favorite color." I stopped walking and turned to face him so fast he nearly ran into me. "I can't believe you remembered that," I said softly. We talked about our favorite Friends episodes, and one of Kyle's was the episode that Ross's spray tan went hilariously wrong. That led to bad spray tans in general and how some people looked orange. I said to Kyle that orange was my favorite color, but that didn't mean I wanted my skin to match it. It was one small conversation we had 5 months prior, and he still remembered it. "I remember everything you've said to me," Kyle replied. Oh, damn. I fell so hard for Kyle at that moment and prayed there was something soft to catch me when I landed. I opened my mouth to speak, but no words came. I was the one who always had something to say and rarely used a filter before speaking. In fact, the only thing that followed closely was the number of times I'd stuck my foot in my mouth. Luckily, more people considered that one an endearing trait instead of an offensive one. Kyle, though, rendered me speechless. The sly grin that spread across his face proved he knew it, too. Kyle leaned forward and whispered, I only have 45 minutes left. I was kinda hoping to have a few minutes left to make out once we finished eating. That snapped me out of my trance. I'm not hungry. Kyle grabbed my shoulders and turned me back around to face away from him. Yes, you are. I let out an irritated huff and walked to an empty booth in the rear of the diner. Kyle didn't so much as look at the menu, but I needed to find something healthy to eat that was hearty enough to get me through the day. That puny-ass salad we ate the other night wore off before I got home. I couldn't live like that.
Hi, guys,
Daniela cheerfully said when she arrived at our booth.
Ice water with lemon for the good doctor and a Mountain Dew for you, Chaz?
She asked. I'll have ice water with lemon, too, I told her. Bring him his Mountain Dew, Kyle said, shaking his head. You don't have to change your drinking and eating habits for me. I want you to be happy. I'm happy eating lettuce and drinking lemon water. I practically shuddered at the thought. Kyle ordered a side salad and a bowl of chicken tortilla soup without cheese for lunch. I started to order the same, but Kyle stopped me. He'll have the bacon cheeseburger deluxe and an order of sweet potato fries. Ranch dressing on the side, he added when Daniela started to walk away. I blinked at him in surprise because I never discussed my love for their bacon cheeseburger with him. Kyle's face turned red under my scrutiny and he shrugged his shoulders. I've been watching you for a while now, he confessed. How long? I asked. I couldn't explain why I needed to know, I just did. Kyle looked down at the straw wrapper he was tying in knots. Practically since I moved back, he admitted. You were with Gabe, then, I said in surprise. Yes, and I never would have acted on the attraction I felt for you. But it was there and really strong, Kyle said. You broke up 2 years ago, I remarked. You've been counting? Kyle asked. Come on, I told him. Let's not pretend you didn't hear my outburst in the salon before Easter. I heard it, Kyle admitted. It was the first time I realized that you returned my interest. But you... I couldn't very well accuse him of fooling around behind my back with Drew. First, he didn't know that I even knew about Drew. Second, he wasn't fooling around behind my back because he met Drew online before he knew about my feelings. What? He asked. I don't know why, but I needed him to say Drew's name out loud. I needed to know that Drew was a fleeting connection and the one we had was deeper and lasting. I knew it was dumb for me to feel that way because I was both Chaz and Drew. So why didn't you ask me out or even hint that you were interested in me? Did you meet someone else between Gabe and me? There, I came right out and asked him. I could tell he was hedging his bet. Did he tell me the truth and risk upsetting our budding relationship, or did he lie and feel bad afterward? I had chosen the wrong door each and every time, but I had a strong feeling Kyle would choose the right one. I didn't meet someone in the traditional sense, but I struck up a friendship online that I thought had the chance to develop into something special, Kyle said. Daniela delivered our food, which gave me a few seconds to figure out how to respond. It didn't work out for you guys? I don't think he was ever as into me as I was him, Kyle said. My heart pinched painfully in my chest hearing him say that to me. We chatted for several weeks through a gamer messaging app and got pretty close, I'll say. One day I mentioned that I wanted to meet him, and I think it freaked him out. He evaded my question, then logged on less and less over the following weeks until he disappeared completely. You haven't heard from him recently? I asked. I tried reaching out to him after July 4th, but he didn't answer me, Kyle said. I gave him an A for honesty, but it still fucking hurt to hear him say he reached out to Drew after our first kiss. Ouch, I said, rubbing my heart. What do you mean? Kyle asked. You kissed me for the first time on July 4th, then decided to reach out to another guy, I told Kyle. That's painful to hear. Do you want to know why I reached out to Drew? Kyle asked. I'm not sure that I do, I replied honestly. Fuck, it hurt to breathe. Kyle covered my hand on the table and said, I'll tell you anyway, because I think you need to hear it. He waited for me to look into his eyes before he continued. I reached out to thank him for his friendship during a very lonely time in my life. I wanted to apologize for making him feel uncomfortable by requesting to meet in person. Oh, I said softly. I'm not finished, Kyle said. Mostly, I wanted to tell him about you. Oh, I repeated. That was no ordinary kiss, Kyle said. I know you felt it that night too, and it made you run. I walked briskly, I corrected. Kyle chuckled at my indignant tone. Well, it seems that you stopped walking briskly and allowed me to catch you. I did, I agreed. Why? Kyle questioned. I guess it was only fair that he put me on the spot, too. I knew that I'd regret it for the rest of my life if I didn't. I said simply. I've dated a dime a dozen guys, but you're a 1 in a billion man. Kyle shook his head. I put my pant legs on one at a time like everyone else. I knew we would just have to agree to disagree on that one. I didn't want to waste any of our precious time debating the awesomeness of Kyle Vaughn. We both tucked into our food instead of talking. Afterward, Kyle insisted on driving me back to the salon. I didn't bother pointing out it was only a few blocks away because I saw the heat in his eyes and knew he wanted to kiss me in private. His long, lingering kisses fueled me for the rest of the day and evening. The knowledge that I would soon have his lips on mine again added to the happy buzz inside me when I saw my roses again the next day. Make sure you take 'em home so you can enjoy 'em over the weekend, Mare said when she joined me, snapping me out of my little happy trance. You ready to stand beside our best friend as he marries the man of his dreams? I am. Have you seen Josh yet? I asked Mare. Yes, she said, smiling broadly. Josh is smiling, happy, and calm. It's going to be a beautiful ceremony. I'm going to cry a lot, so will you tuck an extra handkerchief in your tuxedo jacket for me? I think it would be poor taste to pull one out of the bodice of my dress. You bet. Meredith wasn't the only one who needed a handkerchief to wipe away tears as Josh and Gabe exchanged their vows. I had never been as happy for another living soul as I was for Josh that day. He'd found a man who loved him the way he was, bold, beautiful, and flamboyant as fuck. I glanced at Kyle a few times during the ceremony and caught him watching me instead of the grooms. The connection was so intense it was hard for me to look away, but I did because I couldn't miss Josh's big day. Kyle waited for me by the large marquee, while the photographer snapped at least 2,000 photos of the wedding party. I noticed that Kyle was seated next to me at the main table, which meant Josh hadn't given up playing matchmaker after all. If anyone thought it was odd that Gabe's ex-boyfriend was sitting at the same table with him, they didn't say anything. Gabe's parents and Kyle seemed genuinely happy to see one another. Everything about the night was perfect, but nothing made me happier than dancing with Kyle. It didn't matter if the dance was fast or slow. It gave me an excuse to put my hands on the man. It felt like we danced for hours before the grooms said goodbye and headed to their hotel in Cincinnati. The music continued to thump on even after they left, and we danced some more. "It's probably getting close to midnight," Kyle said once we stopped dancing long enough for a drink. "Are you gonna turn into a pumpkin or something?" I asked playfully. "Cute," Kyle replied. "I was thinking more along the lines of taking you back to my place, stripping you out of your tuxedo, and having my wicked way with you." "Okay, then," I said. "Let me just say goodbye to a few people." I found Meredith slow dancing with Harley and tapped her on her shoulder. "I'm not cutting in," I assured Harley. "I'm heading out, and I wanted to say goodbye." Mare stopped dancing anyway to hug me goodbye. "I'm so glad you told Kyle the truth," she whispered in my ear. I was too stunned to say anything once she pulled back. Mare saw that Kyle and I had grown closer and assumed the conversation had taken place already. She thought I was a much better man than I truly was, and I didn't want to shatter her impression of me. "Have a good weekend," I finally said once I could speak again. Mare noticed my reaction, but Harley pulled her back into his arms and spun her around before she could say another word. Holy shit. What the fuck have I done? I carried things way too fucking far and didn't know what to do. I found Kyle waiting for me outside the marquee. He was looking up at the twinkling stars in the sky with a goofy grin on his face. "What are you doing?" I asked. "Thanking my lucky stars," Kyle said softly, then looked at me. "You know, Chaz, I was thinking earlier that we've never had a real date. I was hoping to change that next weekend if you're free." It was one of the classic romance book moments where you yelled at the main character not to blow it. I didn't have the luxury of playing along with the madness I'd started because Kyle wasn't a fictional book boyfriend. He was a living, breathing, beautiful human being who deserved a chance at happiness. I had fooled myself into believing I was good enough for him, but I knew better. It was time to pull a Gideon and yank that Band-Aid off. "I'm sorry, Kyle. I can't." I walked away and left him standing beneath the stars again, but not before I saw the hurt in his eyes. I knew that wounded look would follow me around for the rest of my life. I kept my shit together until I got home and saw the beautiful flowers he sent me sitting on the bedside table. I touched the petals gently while I cried over my stupidity for ruining the best thing to ever happen to me. 16. Kyle. Once in 5th grade, our gym class was divided into 2 teams to play a rousing game of kickball. Gym teachers had a penchant for being purveyors of bullies, with their bright idea of picking the 2 most popular kids as team captains and asking them to choose their teams. Of course, I was the fat, uncoordinated kid they always chose last. Of course, the captain, saddled with me on his team, would say things like, "Just stay out of our way," instead of "welcome to the team." Well, I'd had enough of people telling me to stay out of their way that day and took action. The other downside I faced was the other team constantly targeting me. They'd kick the ball as hard as they could in my direction because they knew I wouldn't catch it or field it cleanly. "No more," I had said softly to myself. I stood tall and proud when the next kid stepped up to the makeshift plate in the gym. I squared my body like I'd seen the other kids do and had my arms up ready to catch the ball that I knew was coming my way. I underestimated the speed of the rubber ball and took a line drive shot to my balls. It hurt so fucking bad and knocked the wind out of me. I thought I was going to puke all over the polished gym floor. I could still hear the laughter of the other kids in the class as I dropped to my knees, holding my nuts. I can honestly say that Chaz rejecting me outright, then walking away, was 1,000 times more painful than the nut shot in gym class that day. He had knocked the wind out of me, and I felt like I was going to be sick all over Gabe and Josh's lawn. In addition to the searing pain, I was so fucking confused. Not 10 minutes before his "I can't, Kyle," we were smiling, laughing, and making plans to spend the night wrapped up in each other. What the hell happened to me being better than any fictional book boyfriend? I don't know how long I stood there numbly staring before I pulled myself together and went home. I didn't sleep a wink that night and dragged my ass through Sunday and Monday in a dazed fog. What the hell happened? Kept repeating in my mind over and over. I couldn't answer the question no matter how many times I replayed that night. Chaz was fine until he went to tell Meredith goodnight. I was tempted to call her, but I decided against it. She and Josh were Chaz's best friends, and asking them to betray his confidence was just wrong. The only available option was for me to accept that Chaz and I didn't want the same things. He wasn't going to be my happily ever after. Acknowledging it didn't make me feel better, but at least I felt a little more in control of my emotions. Even so, I wasn't as excited about touring the house after work on Monday night. Becker Howard was all teeth, reminding me of the cat from Alice in Wonderland. "Are you ready to see your forever home?" he asked. "Are you ready to eat your stupid fucking teeth?" I forced myself to snap out of my funk because it wasn't Becker's fault that I was in a foul mood. I offered him a small smile and said, "Wow me, Becker." Becker looked me up and down like he was trying to figure out if I was still talking about the house or something else. Look, the guy was cute, and his attention was flattering, especially on the heels of Chaz's rejection. Sure, I might have felt better if I fucked him against the foyer wall, but regret would have moved in before I could remove the condom. He must have seen the true meaning of my words and my expression, because he smiled professionally. Then he opened the front door and said, "Right this way." The interior of the 2-story spacious home blew me away. The first thing you saw when you entered was a grand staircase made of dark, polished wood. The front level was an open floor plan, which meant I could see the large picture window in the family room wall at the rear of the house from the front door, and it offered an amazing view of the pond and wooded acres behind the house. "Wow," I said. "Isn't it something?" Becker asked, sounding mightily pleased with himself. "It truly is," I answered. "I'm just gonna hang out here in the kitchen and catch up on some emails while you tour the house. Sounds good?" he asked. "Yes, thank you." I was relieved that I didn't have to attempt inane banter when I wasn't in the mood. I had one mission: determine if this was the house for me. I was glad I could do that in peace and quiet. I started upstairs and took my time looking at each of the bedrooms and full bathrooms. There were more bedrooms than I could imagine needing, but I'd rather have too much space than too little. I stood in the smallest of the bedrooms and thought it would make a great home office. It overlooked the pond and trees, and I thought it would inspire a lot of writing. My heart lurched as soon as the thought crossed my mind. No, the room wouldn't be used to write best-selling novels, but I was certain I could put it to good use. I checked out the finished basement and the first floor before I met Becker in the kitchen. "I love the master bedroom," I told Becker. I didn't tell him that the custom tile shower was exactly like the one I hoped to share with Chaz. I also didn't tell him that the gourmet kitchen was way more than I needed, since I basically only used the microwave. Would you like a day or two to think about it? Becker asked. I think the homeowners wouldn't mind giving you that time before they list the house on the market. I want this house, I told Becker. He wrote up the offer, and the homeowners accepted it a few hours later. I started working with my loan officer the next morning so that I had something positive to focus on instead of the emptiness I felt with Chaz's absence in my life. I took my family over to the house a few days later to see it because they were excited for me. Plus, my mom needed an idea so she could help me to decorate. Mom leaned against the kitchen island and smiled up at me.
I told you that Becker knew his stuff.
You were right, I told her.
Cute, too,
she added. Mom, I said in a warning tone.
I know the look of heartbreak when I see it,
she said.
I know that you're not ready to move on right now, but Becker has potential when that day comes.
Becker was cute, smart, and funny. My brain said he was my type, but my heart said otherwise. My mom might have been right, and I only needed time, but I didn't think that was the case. If I ever got over Chaz Hamilton, I was pretty sure that Becker wasn't the guy I would seek. The next 2 weeks dragged on at a torturously slow pace. I miraculously avoided running into Chaz, which was good and bad. I didn't want to be around him, but I needed to see that he wore misery all over his face like I did. I knew that my staff worried about my withdrawn mood, but they didn't say anything. On a whim, I started bringing Sadie to work with me, and that lifted my spirits. She was great with my animal patients. Their owners and my staff adored having her around all day. Having her and Otis helped ease my loneliness, but it wasn't a cure. I was supposed to go to dinner at Josh and Gabe's the Sunday after they returned from their 2-week honeymoon. It was the last place I wanted to be, but I went anyway. I tried my best not to even look in Chaz's direction because I didn't want to give him the satisfaction of knowing how much he hurt me. I had decided to move on with my life and get over him at any cost. The first step was to suck it up and spend time near him while not really being with him. I sat quietly in a corner and sipped my beer, hoping no one would notice I wasn't interacting with the others. Of course, I wasn't that lucky. What did you do? Gabe asked. Me? I was shocked that he'd ask me such a ridiculous question. Me? Yes, you, Gabe said. You looked like you were so close to getting everything you deserved, and now? Well, it looks like everything went tits up. Tits up? I asked. It's a saying that Josh is prone to use on occasion. That one and calm your tits. So, what did you do? Gabe asked again. It's not me, I said, holding my right hand up like I was swearing in before giving testimony. I thought we were finally heading in the right direction, but he put on the brakes when I asked him on a date. He turned me down flat. You asked Chaz on a date and he turned you down flat. No explanations or nothing? Gabe asked to clarify. Nothing, I said, shaking my head because I still couldn't believe it. 1 minute he was looking at me with eyes that begged me to kiss him again, and the next he was telling me that he couldn't go out with me, but didn't say why. I think I'm just gonna give up. Don't do that, Kyle, Gabe said firmly. If you weren't upset about it, then I'd agree with you, but you are upset. That means you do care, and brushing away your feelings isn't the right thing to do. I knew Gabe was thinking about all the twists and turns he and Josh had taken before they fell madly in love with one another. I promise you it's worth the battle. I inhaled deeply and released my breath slowly. I turned my head and looked over to where Chaz was sitting next to Aimee. Chaz looked up just then, and our eyes met and held for a few seconds before he looked away again. Our connection didn't last long, but I saw the same yearning in Chaz's eyes that I felt in my heart. I recognized the sadness and loneliness looking back at me and wondered why we were apart if we were both so damn miserable. Yeah. Okay. Good man, Gabe said and patted me on the shoulder. That didn't mean it was easy for me to be patient and bide my time while Chaz sorted himself out. I fought with myself every day not to call or text him over the next 2 weeks. My conviction flew out the window when I showed up at Josh and Gabe's Halloween party and saw Chaz wearing leather pants. It was the icebreaker I needed, though. "Are you a leather daddy?" I asked him. "Hardly," Chaz said and snorted. "I'm Ross from Friends." The episode where Ross sweated in the leather pants and couldn't pull them up was one of my favorites also. "Where's your costume?" Chaz asked. I smiled shyly and undid the top 3 buttons on my shirt. "I came as Chandler," I said, flashing him my fake 3rd nipple. "Oh my God, you have a nubbin!" Chaz threw his head back and laughed. I had missed the sound of his laughter almost as much as his kisses. "That's perfect!" The smile slid from his face, and he looked somberly at me. "I didn't think you were coming." I wasn't sure either, I said honestly. I talked myself in and out of it multiple times that day. By the time I arrived at the party, it was in full swing. Hell, I hadn't even sought out our hosts to say hello before I made my way to Chaz. "I'm sorry," he said. I opened my mouth to respond, but someone cranked up the volume on Bobby Pickett's Monster Mash. I chuckled as the people started getting down to the popular Halloween song before I turned my attention back to Chaz. "I can tell that you're sorry, but I wish I knew why." I had raised my voice so that he could hear me over the music. "Are you sorry that you hurt me, or sorry that nothing has changed?" Chaz flinched as if I hit him, but he didn't break eye contact with me. I saw his resolve to talk to me in his expression and in the way he squared his shoulders. "I need to tell you something, Kyle. I should have told you months ago," he said. "You can tell me anything," I told Chaz. I was certain that nothing he said would change my feelings for him. "I won't like you any less." Chaz leaned forward and pressed his lips to my ears and said, "I'm Drew." I jerked back from him and looked into his eyes. He wasn't joking as I had first suspected. Anger and humiliation washed over me. Chaz knew this whole fucking time? He made me talk about the situation with Drew during lunch. Oh my God, had he been playing me? First as his alter ego, Drew, until that got old. I was horrified as I recalled some of the intimate things I'd chatted about with Drew. I couldn't think anymore. I reacted instead. I tossed Chaz over my shoulder caveman style and started carrying him towards the door. "What are you doing?" Chaz squealed in alarm. Fury rose swift and fierce inside of me, and I wasn't sure how to process it. "Not a word out of you," I said sharply, then followed my command with a slap to his leather-clad ass. What the fuck was I doing? I should have postponed our conversation until I was calmer, but I couldn't put him down and walk away. I wasn't one to anger quickly, or hardly at all. I was always calm, cool, and in control until Chaz Hamilton came into my world. "Where are you taking me?" he demanded to know. Chaz didn't take direction very well, so I slapped his ass again. "I'm taking you somewhere we can hash this out in private," I said. "I can't believe you, Chaz." As angry as I was at him, the predominant emotion I felt was disappointment. I had been let down by people many times during my lifetime, and I didn't always live up to my own expectations. But somehow I didn't expect that from Chaz. I held him to a higher standard, even though he hinted that I shouldn't the morning after we had sex for the first time. I couldn't imagine Chaz had a good reason, but I knew in my heart that Chaz wasn't a jerk, even if his actions indicated otherwise. I would hear what he had to say for himself, then make a decision on where to go from there. I carried Chaz to my truck and unceremoniously dumped him in the passenger seat. "Don't you fucking move!" "Okay, then," Chaz said agreeably, but it lacked the perky tone of voice he normally used. Then I realized where I'd heard that phrase. Drew. He'd used it a lot when we played online or chatted. How the hell did I miss that? Chaz wisely stayed put and didn't say anything else until we arrived back at my house. "Spill it," I said after I gave him a few minutes to greet my pets. "Otis is growing so fast," Chaz said sadly. "Chaz," I growled in a warning tone. "You owe me an explanation." "I do," Chaz agreed. He swallowed hard and started telling me how it all began. "I only created that profile to use as research from my book." "The one you just finished?" I asked. "No, the one I already published a few months ago," he said shyly. "Wait, you didn't tell me that the book you finished last month was your second book?" I interjected. How intricate was Chaz's web of lies? Chaz closed his eyes while he inhaled deeply and slowly exhaled a few times. Fuck, I was the one who needed to do yoga breathing to calm down. Finally, he opened his eyes and looked at me with sincere regret in his expressive eyes. "If I told you about the book, you would have wanted to read it, and I couldn't—" "Oh my God!" I cut him off before he could say anything else. "Did you put what I did with Drew in the book? I didn't use any of the conversations we had or specific things we did, but I worried that she'd recognize some of the situations," Chaz said. "Situations?" I practically screeched. Wow, I didn't realize my voice could get that high. "Kyle, I didn't use anything specific," he reiterated. "I meant how we met and started chatting on the app. My book characters took things further and used Skype and eventually met in person." "They did?" I asked. "Is that why you refused to meet me?" "Kyle, how the hell could I have met you?" Chaz asked irritably. "Besides, the relationship you had with the real me was nothing like the one the book characters had." "How was it different?" I don't know why I needed to know, but I just did. "Well, for starters, one of the characters turned out to be a serial killer, and—" "Did you make me the killer?" "Babe, I think we veered way off topic here," Chaz told me. Then we stood there blinking at one another when we both realized he called me babe. I could tell he wanted to take it back, but I knew it was the most genuine reaction I got from him that didn't involve sex. "I think I need a beer." "Then I want to hear this again from the beginning," I told Chaz. "I want to know at what point you knew it was me and why you didn't tell me before you dirty messaged me through masturbation." Chaz's lips twitched like he wanted to laugh, but was too afraid. "Okay. But don't use the word masturbation in that tone. It sounds so clinical, and I can't take you seriously." "Deal." 17. Chaz. I felt slightly less nauseous and a tiny bit more hopeful that Kyle would forgive me when he handed me a beer and sat down next to me. I wasn't stupid enough to believe I was out of the woods yet, nor did I deserve to be. But I thought it was a good sign that we were talking. He wanted me to go back to the beginning and start over, so that was what I would give him. I took a long drink of beer and said, I already established that I created the fake gamer account so I could do research for my book. I'd played online video games before, but I didn't grasp the concept of the gaming community as a whole, or the ways they bonded and formed friendships. To be honest, I'm not even sure why the book idea came to me, since gaming wasn't my thing.
Maybe it was the serial killer part that appealed to you,
Kyle said sarcastically. I thought there was a good chance I'd killed any chance at a future with him, so maybe he wasn't too far off the mark. I ignored his comment and continued with my explanation. My original outline involved an online dating app, but I didn't think it sounded unique enough. I decided to switch it up. I thought I would create Drew, join the community, get the information I needed, and get out. That wasn't what happened.
What happened?
I struck up this immediate connection with a gamer named Doc Paws. I started looking forward to the times I could steal away to spend with him and focused less on writing about the experience. I realized it was you once we started chatting privately. The small-town vet with an ex-boyfriend who started dating the gay salon owner gave you away. I couldn't fucking believe that you were the one I connected with out of millions of online gamers. How was that even possible?
Why didn't you tell me right then?
Kyle asked.
Why would you continue with the charade and allow our friendship to evolve enough that I thought meeting you was the next logical step? We had already clicked and—
No, Kyle, I told him. You didn't click with me. You clicked with a successful man from Columbus who had his shit together, not some hair salon receptionist who might as well still be living at home. You made up your name and occupation, Chaz, but the rest was all you. Kyle shook his head, then laughed dryly.
I should have known it was you by some of your outbursts. No one sticks their foot in their mouth like you do. I would have known it was you, though, if I'd heard your voice.
Like I said, I didn't plan to stick around long enough to use those nifty headphones and cool gadgets. I just wanted an idea of how a relationship could develop. I didn't plan to create one for myself.
So you didn't tell me that you were Drew because you felt inferior or something ridiculous. But why did you take it so far once you realized who I was?
Kyle asked me. By that, he meant the dirty messages we exchanged that led to us jerking off together. Honestly, I'd had the hots for you for so fucking long, Kyle. Knowing that I, or an extension of me, could get you hot and hard was a temptation I couldn't refuse. I never thought it would develop into genuine feelings. I panicked and bolted when I realized what I'd done. I was wrong, and I understand if you can't forgive me.
Damn, I just can't wrap my head around it, Chaz.
Kyle shook his head slowly.
The entire time I was messaging Drew, I felt this crazy connection to him, like I knew him. He just got me. Then he and I, well, you and I started messing around together, and it felt so damn right. I went to bed at night happy that I found someone, then I would see you in town or at the salon, and I felt this magnetic pull to you that made me forget Drew existed until later that night when we chatted again. I felt like a horrible fucking person for wanting two people at the same time. That was a cruel thing to do, Chaz.
I know, I said softly.
I don't think that you do,
Kyle said.
I fell so damn hard for you twice, Chaz. And both times you rejected me instead of trusting me with the truth. Do you have any idea how much you
hurt him? Kyle stopped suddenly and shook his head. I did know because the sadness I heard in his voice was louder than his unspoken words.
I messaged you / Drew every day, and you couldn't even tell me that you weren't interested or to fuck off. The only thing that hurt me worse was you walking away from me at the wedding. I saw how much I devastated him by my actions, and I spent our separation in a constant state of self-loathing that led to sleepless nights and a constant state of misery. Kyle had offered me everything I ever wanted, but I threw it back in his face. I should have fallen on the sword and begged his forgiveness. A small, hopeful voice whispered, "Maybe it's not too late." "I'm sorry." Kyle wasn't through and cut me off before I could finish my apology. "You made me feel like that unwanted, unlovable fat kid again." He ran his hands roughly over his face, then said, "God, Chaz, how are we supposed to work past this?" I sat blinking at him for the longest time because surely I had misunderstood him. He sounded like we weren't over and that perhaps he might give me another chance to redeem myself. Then his next words dashed my premature hope. "I want to understand and forgive you. I want to get back to the way things were between us, but I don't know if I can, Chaz. I'm just so disappointed." Ouch. It would have been much easier and less painful had he just been angry. Anger was sometimes easier to overcome once time had passed, but disappointment often lingered long after the tears dried. Who in their life hadn't worked past their anger over a situation in their life, and who still wore the scars from disillusionment years or even decades later? His disappointment cut me to the bone, and his forlorn expression broke my heart in two. True to his compassionate nature, he was more concerned about upsetting me when he should have told me to take a hike. I reached over and placed my hand over his. "You don't owe me anything, Kyle. I was the one who betrayed your trust twice and ruined something incredible both times." My voice broke, and I cleared my throat to get myself under control. I refused to cry in front of him and make him feel worse. I needed to make things easier for him, not harder. I shook my head and stood up. "I'm not sure I deserve your forgiveness, but I damn sure don't deserve a man like you." I started to walk away from him, but he reached out and snagged my hand. "Where are you going?" Kyle asked. "I was going to walk home," I replied. "That last bit you said was book-worthy, but a total cop-out," Kyle said, tugging my hand until I sat down. "We definitely won't patch things up if you keep running from me every time things get hard. Don't just tell me you're sorry and that you regret what you did. Show me." I'd done just what he accused me of in the past, but it wasn't my goal that night. I rejoiced in the fact that Kyle still held my hand and hadn't recoiled from my touch. I'd never been one to gamble or take a leap except when I published my book. And that wasn't all that scary since I released it under a pen name. If my book had bombed, no one had to know. I could have just chalked it up to a life lesson and gone about my business. That night, while looking into Kyle's bottomless blue eyes, I felt braver than I ever had before in my life. I knew he might never forgive me, but I wouldn't know unless I took a leap and tried. I boldly turned my hand over and linked my fingers with his. "I wasn't running this time," I said softly. "I thought you could use some space and time to think." "I don't think that's what we need." Kyle took a deep breath and released it slowly. "I know you, Chaz. Or so I thought I did. You're not a mean person who would deliberately hurt someone, so I'm having a hard time reconciling that with your actions. It makes me question if I truly know you beyond the little pieces of Drew and Chaz that you've shown me."
There's only one way to find out. Kyle caressed the back of my hand with his thumb. I think we have to start all over again. You do? I asked in surprise. His suggestion shocked me as much as his tender touch. I have to try, Ches. Because I'm not happy when you're not here. I want to know everything there is to know about you, even the things you think are stupid. And for once, I want you to walk toward me, not away from me. Kyle said. Are you willing to give it a shot? Wow, I said in awe. You really are better than a book boyfriend. I don't know what the hell I did to deserve you or this second chance, but... Kyle silenced me by pressing his finger gently over my lips. I'm not some perfect boyfriend, fictional or otherwise, and if you keep thinking that, we're destined to fail. Let's be honest, your misguided ideas about me were the reason we're in this mess. If not, we could have been together and happy this entire time. As for deserving forgiveness, it's not like you killed someone. Wait, did you kill me off in your book? He looked horrified at the thought, and I smiled fully for the first time that evening. Are you more worried that I made you the killer, or that I killed you in the story? I asked. I need to know the name of the book right now, Kyle insisted. He opened the coffee table drawer, pulled out his Kindle, and set it on my lap. You're not gonna read it while I'm sitting here, are you? I asked. The idea of Kyle reading my book worried me, but being able to see his expressions while he did it was terrifying. No, Kyle said. Tonight is about talking. He nodded at his tablet, indicating that he wanted me to download my book on it. I can give you a free copy, I told him. A month from now? Kyle asked. Nope. Do it willingly, or I'll play rough. He flexed his fingers on his free hand in the air in a tickling gesture. I swallowed hard because that wasn't much of a deterrent, but I didn't want Kyle to feel like he needed to tickle things out of me. If we were going to work, I would need to share every part of me with Kyle. I released his hand so that I could find and download my book onto his device. Once I finished, Kyle took the tablet back and lay it on the coffee table before he looped his arm around my neck and pulled me close. I lay my head on his chest and closed my eyes to fight off the tears of joy. He was giving me a chance, and I wouldn't fail him again. Now, tell me everything, Kyle whispered. I chuckled and asked, Where do you want me to begin? Wherever you'd like, he responded. My mind spun with what to tell Kyle first. Honestly, I thought I was quite possibly the most boring person in the entire world. I didn't have cool hobbies or talents. I didn't shine or sparkle, nor did I captivate anyone's attention when I walked into a room. I was just there. Start with your friendship with Josh and Mare. I've always admired how the three of you seamlessly mesh. Normally, three's a crowd, but it seems to work for the three of you. Kyle remarked. Well, Josh and I have been best friends since preschool, and it was just the two of us until Mare moved to town our freshman year of high school. I told Kyle. I have to confess that I resented Mare's presence at first. I had always been Josh's go-to person, but he was captivated by her feisty nature right from the start. Suddenly, I didn't know where I fit in his life anymore, and it shook me hard. They were two peas in a pod, and I felt like the unwanted carrot. I was awkward and shy to their bold and beautiful, so you can imagine how isolated I felt all of a sudden. Wow, I never would have guessed that from looking at the three of you now. What changed?
Kyle asked. Well, my insecurities caused some petty fights between Josh and me that were always followed by awkward silences. One day at lunch, Mare slapped her hand on the table and said, "I've had enough of you two idiots. Charles Hamilton, get your head out of your ass. Don't you have any idea how much Josh loves you? Josh, quit being selfish and insensitive to the fact that your best friend in the whole world is feeling left out." Josh and I stared at each other for a few minutes before smiles slowly spread across our faces. I laughed at the memory. Josh looked at Mare and told her not to be so damn bossy, and I asked her not to bust our balls so hard. We've been right as rain ever since. "That's really sweet," Kyle said. "Who were your childhood friends?" I asked him. "I only had one," Kyle said. "Not many classmates wanted to associate with a fat kid." I listened to Kyle tell me about his friendship with Holly and how they even went to prom together. "You probably think that's weird, huh?" he asked me. "I went to prom with Josh one year and Mare the next, so I don't think it's weird at all," I answered him. Kyle didn't respond right away, and I wondered if he'd fallen asleep suddenly or something. I raised my head and looked at him. He wasn't asleep. Instead, he appeared lost in speculation. I was curious where his mind had taken him, but didn't interrupt him. I lay my head back against his chest and waited for him to tell me. It didn't take long for drowsiness to kick in after the emotionally draining few weeks I'd had. I was just about to doze off when Kyle finally spoke. What he asked took me completely by surprise. "Were you and Josh ever more than friends?" "Are you asking if I've ever had sex with Josh, or are you asking if my feelings ever ran deeper than friendship?" I asked for clarification. "Both," Kyle said hesitantly. "Is that okay that I asked?" "You can ask me anything," I replied, and I meant it. I would never keep another secret from Kyle. Honestly, I did have a crush on Josh. In the 3rd grade. I think I even told him I was going to marry him someday. "It never developed beyond a crush? Josh never so much as tried to kiss you?" Kyle sounded skeptical. "Your lips begged to be kissed." "Nope, no kisses," I told him. "There were plenty of closeted or curious boys, though, so don't worry that I wasn't getting any action." Kyle growled a little in his throat. "We need to move on to another topic now." "I agree," I told him. "It's time you told me about your childhood." "We'd better get comfy, because it's a long story," Kyle said. We shifted our bodies so that we were facing each other on the couch. His bed would have been more comfortable, but we needed to work up to that again. My heart broke listening to Kyle talk about his painful childhood memories. I wanted to transport back in time and kick the asses of anyone who hurt his feelings. "Who was your biggest bully?" I asked. "I'd kill that fucker off in my next book." "Jack Jones," Kyle sneered. "Jack Jones?" I asked. Granted, Kyle and his classmates were at least 8 years older than me, so I had no idea what Jack looked like as a kid. I knew what Jack had grown into as an adult, and I had to think that karma paid that dickhead back in a big way. Wow, I bet he's not laughing at you anymore. "He apologized to me at our last reunion, and I accepted it. I had stopped caring about what he thought about me a long time ago, but it was a nice gesture." "Tell me about your transformation years." I was completely enthralled by his story.
Well, one day I just decided that I wanted to change for me. And I did. I read as many magazine articles as I could get my hands on at the library and started exercising. Once I saw a little bit of progress, it spurred me on to do more. Kyle said. I knew that only I could make the changes to have the life I wanted. We talked on for hours about everything and anything. I wasn't foolish to think that one night of talking repaired the damage I caused, but I knew it was a good start. Even better was Kyle holding me to him as we drifted off to sleep on the couch like he was afraid I would disappear again. When I woke the next morning, Kyle was sitting in the club chair next to the couch, reading my book on his Kindle while drinking coffee. He looked over at me when he heard me sit up. Chaz Bailey. I smiled because only the matrons and mayor ever use my first and middle names to address me. Usually I was in trouble when they did. I hoped that wasn't the case with Kyle. This is an incredible fucking book. I can't put it down. Really? I asked. Yes, he said. I can see that your research into the gaming community paid off well, and I love the damn dialogue. That snarky as fuck character reminds me of Josh a little bit. I nodded because I put a little bit of Josh in that character. You know what my favorite part is? Kyle asked. Page 175? I asked, referring to a particularly hot sex scene frequently mentioned in reviews. I'm not there yet, Kyle told me. I could tell he was tempted to skip forward to that page. Okay, what was your favorite part so far? Realizing that you didn't make me the killer or murder victim, and discovering that I truly do make an amazing book boyfriend, Kyle said smugly. Yes, you do. 18. Kyle. Do you have plans today? I asked Chaz. I hoped we could continue what we started last night. I felt like he had finally dropped his guard and let me truly see him. I liked what I saw and didn't want to let him go. I was just going to do some laundry before dinner at Josh and Gabe's, Chaz replied. You can come over if you'd like. I remarked. Do you mind if we stop for breakfast first? I feel like I haven't eaten in a month. You're on, Chaz replied. My treat, though. I started to argue, although I couldn't say why, then told myself to forget it. If Chaz wanted to buy me breakfast, I was gonna let him. We arrived at Edson and Emma's diner late enough to miss the pre-church crowd, but early enough that the sinners were still sleeping, or so our waitress Daniela jokingly said when she came to the table. I didn't need to look down at the menu to know what was available, since the options had been the same my entire life. Of course, my breakfast wasn't on the menu because Emma only whipped it up for me.
Veggie egg white omelet with a side of turkey bacon and wheat toast?
Daniela asked me. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Chaz squinted as he peered harder at the menu. I don't see that on here.
That's because the doc is special,
Daniela said.
Do you want Emma to make that for you, too?
I laughed when Chaz shuddered a little bit at eating a veggie egg white omelet. He'll take a stack of pancakes and a side of real bacon, I told Daniela. I'd seen him eat it enough to know it was his favorite. Chaz slowly shook his head once Daniela took our orders to the kitchen. Did I screw up by ordering for you? I asked. I wasn't trying to be a chauvinistic jerk or something. No, Chaz said. You were showing me that you've been paying attention. That's a sexy trait you have there, Doc. Not creepy? I inquired.
Creepy would be if you were rattling off something you could only have seen while peeping in my windows or something, like the color of the wallpaper border in my bathroom. Chaz clarified. Got it, I replied. What is Chaz Hamilton's all-time favorite movie? Goonies, he replied swiftly. Goonies? I asked in surprise. I don't think I would have guessed that movie in a million years. Why not? Chaz asked. It had a cute guy in it, plus action and adventure. Who didn't want to find a buried treasure as a kid? Chaz started to laugh and said, I'll never forget the summer Josh and I watched that movie. We must have asked to go through every musty, dusty attic in our neighborhoods looking for a treasure map. All we found was a mummified mouse and moth-eaten clothes. I laughed at his story and decided to share one of my own. Holly and I were hung up on X-Files, I told Chaz. We looked for signs of aliens everywhere. We both snuck out one night to watch the clearing in the woods just outside of town after hearing people talk about odd sightings in the sky. What did you see? Chaz asked me. We fell asleep not long after we got there, I told him. We were in so much trouble when we came home the next day. I bet so, Chaz said. Daniela brought our breakfasts out and we got busy eating, but our conversation didn't end. We just talked between bites. We shared little things like favorite bands, but we also delved a little deeper into what made me want to be a veterinarian and Chaz a writer. I put my elbow on the table and rested my chin in my hand. Creativity like yours blows me away. I smiled when a blush spread across his cheeks. I'm so excited that your dreams are coming true, but I need you to know that I fell for the receptionist turned salon manager from Curl Up and Die, not the best-selling author. Chaz's cheeks turned a rosy red hue. He was always enough for me. A mischievous smile spread slowly across Chaz's face. I should really write this stuff down. You're something else. I could tell by the odd expression on his face that he thought something else was good instead of bad. I'll be keeping an eye on you, I teased him. I couldn't say that we were back to the way things were before I found out that Chaz and Drew were the same guy, but most of the tension had faded. I was still disappointed that Chaz didn't trust me with the truth sooner, but I had to admit that I probably contributed to the idea that I wasn't approachable. I had an aloofness about me at times, a stoicism that could have led him to believe that I was arrogant. It wouldn't be the first time I gave someone that impression about me. I wasn't arrogant. I had just never overcome my habit of trying to be invisible in a room to avoid being teased. I knew two things about the situation with Chaz. He didn't have a mean bone in his delectable body, and I recognized honest regret when I saw it. He had the same expression the morning after in my hotel room as he had the previous night in my living room. He might have done a stupid thing, but not because he wanted to hurt me. I understood that fear caused people to make stupid choices sometimes, just as I knew that people made rash decisions when someone they care about disappoints or hurts them. I was prepared to let Chaz go home the night before to give myself space to think until he stood up to leave. The disillusionment I felt didn't just suddenly disappear, but other more pressing feelings overrode it. First, there was an understanding that I needed to prove trustworthy if I expected Chaz to trust me. I told him at the hotel that we could work through any obstacle other than him being in a relationship with someone else, and I had to keep my word. It took a lot of courage for him to admit the truth, and I had to prove that I could take it and not overreact. Then there was a brief moment of panic that pushing him away would be the biggest mistake of my life. I knew that we'd botched things too badly to continue down the same road, so I proposed we start over from scratch. I couldn't say that it was behind us, but I definitely felt lighter that morning sitting across from him at the diner. Neither of us seemed to be in a hurry to leave the coziness we found in the booth, so we lingered over another cup of coffee after Daniela collected our dirty plates. I liked Chaz's quick smiles and even quicker sense of humor. It was obvious that he flourished once the burden of truth was lifted from his shoulders. He was less guarded and more carefree. It was impossible for me to sit there and not be charmed by him. I noticed that he got quieter once we left the diner and headed to his house. I glanced over and saw that some of his tension had returned. I didn't know the source of his unease, but he was obviously wound up about something. "Are you worried that your house is messy?" I asked. "You've seen mine and know I'm not a meticulous housekeeper."
"No,"
Chaz said casually. "I've had too much time on my hands the past few weeks and kept busy by cleaning the house." "Same for me," I admitted. "Except I spent my energy getting things ready for my new house." "New house?" Chaz asked. "The one with the pond?" "Yeah," I said with a smile. "I fell in love with it and made an offer. I close in 10 days, and I'm trying to make sure I have everything organized for the move." "I can't wait to see it," Chaz said. I couldn't wait for him to see it. I had plans to give him a very private tour of every room in the house. "The sudden, unplanned visit to your house isn't bothering you, but something clearly is," I told Chaz. "It's the matrons of Maple Lane," he said sullenly. "Who?" I asked. Chaz explained the dynamics of his living situation with me, and I couldn't hold back a laugh. I knew his mom, grandmother, and aunt fairly well, and they all had strong personalities. I thought it was cute how they fussed and tried to take care of him, although he obviously didn't. "Oh, you won't be laughing when they pop over unannounced at the most inconvenient time," Chaz said. I detected more than a little hint of whining in his tone, but I was stuck on potential meaning of inconvenient times. Were we naked? I told my dick to stand down because it wasn't the time to get all rowdy. More comical than Chaz's whining tone was the way he scoped out the neighborhood when I turned down his lane. There weren't many houses, and his family lived in the 3 homes that made up the cul-de-sac. There was no way for me to pull into his driveway without his family knowing, unless they weren't home. "Let's get this over with," Chaz said, then opened the door to my truck. He kept looking over his shoulder as he unlocked his door. "I give them 10 minutes. It depends if they've changed out of their nightgowns yet." He started making a pot of coffee while I glanced around the small but tidy house. Chaz explained that he rented the house from his aunt after his uncle passed away. He must have thought the arrangement was temporary because there wasn't a single piece of Chaz Hamilton's personality anywhere to be found in the overly feminine furniture and decor. As I sat waiting for Chaz, I heard a buzzing noise of some kind. Chaz looked up at the clock and snorted. The noise got louder and sounded like it was getting closer. Then I realized it wasn't buzzing at all, but 3 overzealous women talking over the top of one another. 8 minutes, Chaz said on his way to the door. He had opened it before the ladies had a chance to knock. "I think this is your personal best time."
"Dear God in heaven,"
his grandmother said, making the sign of the cross over her chest.
"what the hell are you wearing?"
Chaz looked down at the leather pants he still wore. "Damn it!" He pivoted and glared at me. "You took me out to eat at the diner looking like this?" he asked. "Yeah, why wouldn't I?" "I look like a trick you picked up someplace," Chaz replied.
"Oh no, baby,"
his mother cooed.
"you're definitely a treat." Clara, he means he looks like a male prostitute,
his aunt said. She plastered a smile on her face and looked at me.
How are you this morning, Kyle?
I'm fine, Mrs. Talbot. Thank you for asking.
Oh, none of this Mrs. Talbot stuff,
she said, waving her hand.
I haven't been your teacher for a very long time. You can call me Sandra or Sandy.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. She narrowed her eyes and said,
Ma'am is worse than Mrs. Talbot.
Did you fellas have a nice night?
Grandma Gertie asked.
You don't look like you slept very much.
Mom,
Mrs. Talbot and Clara said. I did a lot of wicked things, Grandma, Chaz said, dropping a kiss on her wrinkled cheek.
I taught you well, then,
his grandmother said, then winked at me. Come on in and have a cup of coffee, I said to the ladies. The table was small, so it was a pretty tight squeeze for the 5 of us, but we managed. I felt Chaz's tension rolling off of him and placed my hand on his knee, hoping to calm him a bit. I wasn't worried about anything the women might say or questions they could ask. They were Chaz's family, and I wanted to get to know them. Chaz told them we had attended Josh and Gabe's Halloween party and had gone as Ross and Chandler from the show Friends. Sandra said she spent the evening playing bingo at the Catholic Church, while Clara said she and Chaz's father, Denver, watched the ID channel.
It's not healthy to watch all those killing shows unless you're writing a book like Chaz,
Grandma Gertie said.
It's about as unhealthy as you polishing the wood floors at your age,
Clara replied.
Bullshit,
Grandma Gertie yelled.
It keeps me young. Is that why you hobbled over here like you've been riding a horse for a week straight with no break?
Mrs. Talbot teased. Chaz placed his hand on top of mine, and I turned to look at him. The smile he gave me warmed my heart because it was genuine and free of strain. I reacted in a way that felt natural to me. I pressed my lips to his for a quick kiss, earning an even happier smile. I was about to go back in for another kiss that was longer and more satisfying, but the happy sighs coming from around the table reminded me that we weren't alone. 19. Chaz. My mom pushed her chair back suddenly and stood up.
Time to go,
she announced.
What? We just got here.
Grandma Gertie groused.
I only had 2 sips of my coffee.
Mom, you've already had 3 cups. All that caffeine probably isn't good for you at your age,
Aunt Sandra said.
What the hell is it with you girls harping at me about my age? For crying out loud, I'm only 69 years old. Wanda Honeycutt was killing people at 70.
Grandma rolled her eyes like she'd been saddled with the 2 biggest dimwits for daughters.
Besides, it's just starting to get interesting over here.
I'm not sure that's a standard you should try to live up to, I told my grandmother. Mrs. Honeycutt was my former Sunday school teacher who spoke with a soft voice and always had a kind smile. She baked cookies, volunteered at the library, and killed her former employer after she was forced into an early retirement. We learned that small, sleepy towns often hid large, dark secrets.
I'll be sleeping with one eye open from now on,
Aunt Sandra said.
Come on, Mom. Let's give Chaz and Kyle some privacy.
Fine. But I want all the juicy tidbits later, Charles Bailey. You know you're my favorite grandchild,
Grandma said as she reluctantly headed to the front door. I'm your only grandchild, I reminded her. Luckily, Kyle laughed during the entire exchange instead of bolting for the door. I looked over and smiled at him. They mean well, I told him. Yes, they certainly do. We stared at each other awkwardly for a few heartbeats before we closed the distance between us. Kyle, I want to kiss you now. Okay, then, Kyle replied. We might have been starting over, but I was glad we kept our familiar little phrase. I leaned in slowly to savor the moment because, in many ways, it felt like it was our first kiss all over again. I had read many kissing scenes in books over the years, and even started writing some of my own. There were only so many words a person could use to describe the tempo of a kiss, or so many places for a man to put his hands. As vast as the English language was, only a handful of adjectives worked well. Knowing those words and living them were two different things, though. I seriously thought I was going to melt on the spot when Kyle slipped his tongue into my mouth and teasingly flicked it against the tip of mine. I tried to suck his tongue deeper into my mouth, but he pulled it back with a chuckle. Always before, Kyle kissed me like he thought I would disappear. But that morning, he kissed like a man who believed I was there to stay. He took his time exploring and tasting me, sending butterflies into flight inside my stomach and fireworks exploding behind my eyelids, just like I'd read in books. He made my blood hum, my heart pound, and my body crave his touch. Yet I discovered new adjectives I seldom used or read to describe the art of kissing, and they were all a variation of the word consume. I wasn't just kissed by Kyle. I was immersed in him. I didn't just partake, I imbibed. I became inebriated from Kyle's mouth quicker than the time I stole a sip of my granddad's moonshine when I was 13. I knew there were prettier words to describe the emotions Kyle made me feel, but the only one I could muster after our kiss ended was, wow. I'll say, Kyle said breathlessly. You better get a move on with your laundry. Neither one of us wanted to stop kissing and touching for laundry, but our bond still felt tenuous. I wasn't sure how far to push things, so I leaned forward and pecked his lips briefly before I went to my room to gather laundry. You need any help? Kyle yelled from the kitchen. I don't think we're at the stage in our relationship where we launder one another's underwear, I hollered back. Too soon, huh? Kyle asked from the doorway. I clutched my chest and spun around to face him. Damn, you move fast for a big guy. Like a ninja, Kyle replied. Did you say you didn't want me to see your underwear? Are you hiding something embarrassing or cute? You've seen my underwear, I scoffed, trying not to let on how close he was to the truth. I've seen your underwear twice, Kyle clarified. You probably played it safe on the off chance I might see them. I bet you only wear the good stuff at home. I turned back to my clothes basket and said, No, don't be ridiculous. Damn it! Oh my God! He exclaimed, loud enough for my grandmother to hear at her house. She probably thought we were fucking. I'm right. I had only been kidding, but now I know I was right. I turned back around to face Kyle with my hands on my hips. It's no big deal. Then why are your cheeks so red? Kyle asked. I showed you my nerdy comic book collection and my geeky glasses. Yes, but I'm still trying to get back in your good graces. Then you'll show me some of your fancy underwear, Kyle said, crossing his arms across his broad chest. He wasn't going to budge, either from the topic or my room. Fine, but you're not allowed to laugh at me, I huffed. And I'm showing you the clean ones in my collection. Oh, a collection. Kyle waggled his brows comically while he rubbed his hands together in glee. I took a deep breath for courage, then crossed to my dresser and pulled open the top drawer. I pulled out the first pair I happened to come across and held them up for Kyle to see. Oh, God. He placed his hand over his heart. Kyle's cheeks flushed a deep red from lust. Or so I hoped. I want to pull those off you with my teeth. I looked at the pair of Captain America briefs that happened to be my favorite pair. I should have known that comic-loving Kyle would approve of my silly collection. Are you wearing a pair now? He asked. Not really, but they're silly, I replied. I thought the underwear would help me get into my role as Ross. Kyle narrowed his eyes and closed the short distance between us. He snatched the Captain America undies and tossed them back into the drawer before he unbuttoned and unzipped my leather pants. Kyle tugged the pants down to mid-thigh and stared at the secret he revealed. Dinosaurs, he said, then hooked his finger in the waistband and tugged me closer. You're so fucking adorable that I don't know what to do with you sometimes. I have a few ideas, I said suggestively, but they better wait until after dinner at Josh and Gabe's house. Hell, we're probably in trouble for missing out on their Halloween party. I think you should pack an overnight bag and bring the captain with you to stay at my house, Kyle said. We'd like that, I answered. Kyle started backing away from me. I'm going to go out into the living room and wait for you. I don't trust myself in your bedroom right now, nor do I trust that your family isn't outside listening. As much as I wanted a sample of things to come later that night, I knew Kyle was probably right, so I didn't stop him from walking away. I rushed through a quick shower after I started the laundry, but I could have taken my time. Kyle was sprawled on my couch, fast asleep, with his Kindle lying on his chest. I hadn't asked him how much sleep he had the night before, but I doubted it was much since he was awake before me and at least halfway through my book. I wanted to run my fingers through his soft hair and rejoice that I hadn't lost him after all, but I didn't want to risk waking him up. While he slept, I got out my laptop and made some plot notes for the next story brewing in my head. Once I finished, I checked my email to see if my editor, Peaches, liked the revisions I'd sent her. I didn't see an email from her, but there was one from a name I recognized immediately. I knew it had to be a prank, but that didn't stop me from opening the email. Hello, CB. I hope this email finds you well. I just wanted to let you know that I've recently read your book, and I loved it. I couldn't put it down. It had everything I love in a book. Intrigue, sharp dialogue, two hunky men who fight their attraction for one another, and sex scenes hot enough to melt my tablet. Kudos to you. I hope you don't find me presumptuous or rude, but I sent a copy of your book to my literary agent, Jennifer Sugarbaker. Jennifer isn't just an agent, she's the best literary agent in the business. Honey, you are going places, and you're gonna need her help. I'd be happy to talk to you about the services she provides anytime. I hope to hear from you soon. XOXO. Agnes Simmons. I read the email at least 3 times before I so much as blinked. Agnes Simmons was my literary idol. I loved every book she'd ever written, and her praise meant more to me than I could put into words. That email must be something else. Kyle's comment snapped me out of my trance. Is everything okay? I don't know what made me do it, but I'll blame it on nerves or the devil. Some douchebag named Drew is trying to hook up with me. Don't make me slap your ass again, Kyle said with a slight growl to his voice, sending an electric zap of lust straight to my groin. It's an email from my favorite author, I told him. She's read my book and forwarded it to her literary agent. She thinks I'm going places and need representation. Chaz, that's really exciting. What are you gonna do? Kyle asked. I'm gonna fanboy over it for a day and then try to think of intelligent questions to ask her, I replied. I glanced up at the clock and noticed the time. We better get going or Josh will string us up by our balls. Are you packed and ready to go? Kyle asked. I was happy to hear he hadn't changed his mind. Yup. Okay, then, Kyle replied. Josh was waiting for us when we arrived at his house. He grabbed my hand and pulled me into the kitchen. "Where'd you two get off to so fast last night?" he asked as soon as we were alone. "Hell, I didn't even know that Kyle had shown up until I started asking where you'd gone." Josh waggled his brows, leaned closer, and lowered his voice. "Did he really throw you over his shoulder and smack you on the ass?" "Yup," I answered calmly. "And?" Josh prodded. "Did I ask you what went on between the sheets with you and Gabe?" I asked huffily. "So you're confirming there was action in the sheets?" Josh asked hopefully. "I will neither confirm nor deny," I told him. I enjoyed watching him beg for information. "Why were you looking for me last night?" I asked. "I have huge news," Josh said. His voice broke and his eyes teared up, but his blinding smile promised me that everything was okay. Besides, he'd already had one stalker and two psychopaths hell-bent on killing him. He'd survived all three and came out stronger on the other end. Meredith rushed into the room. "Me too. I have big news." "I bet my news is bigger than yours," Josh said sassily. "Like your ego," Mare shot back. Mare looked at me and waved her hand like she was dismissing Josh. "Do you believe this guy?" "Oh my God!" Josh and I yelled at the same time because Mare's big news was on display for us to see. "That's a huge diamond," Josh said in awe. "Fit for our queen," I said. Then we had a group hug and cried sappy tears. Josh and I fired one question after another about the proposal and when she planned to get married. "Well, you saw that Harley and I dressed as Cinderella and Prince Charming last night, right?" she asked us. We both nodded our heads. "Well, he dropped to his knee at the stroke of midnight and asked me to marry him." "Oh," Josh and I both said at the same time. "Chaz got spanked by Dr. Doomy and Mare got engaged," Josh said. "You're going to be tough to top, but I can do it." "Honey, you sound like you've used those words before," Mare teased. "Now come on, share your big news with us. Please don't say that another person is trying to kill you." "I think the coast is clear now that Jimmy DeSoto has been apprehended." Josh held up his hands in prayer and looked beseechingly toward heaven. "Gabe and I are flying to Miami tomorrow to meet the potential mother of our children," Josh said, then bit his lip while he waited for our reaction. "What?" Mare and I said at the same time. "Children? Twins," Josh said excitedly. "A boy and a girl." "Oh my God, that's amazing!" I knew that Josh and Gabe were planning to adopt, but I thought they had planned to wait a year so they could go on a road trip across the country. It looked as if life wasn't going according to Josh's plans once again, and judging by the smile on his face, he couldn't be happier. "Baby, this is wonderful," Mare said. "When did this all happen?" "Yesterday," Josh said. "Gabe's mom called us in the middle of an argument over me not allowing Gabe to have a water pistol to use as a prop for his Ricardo Tubbs costume." I snorted when I remembered how ridiculous Josh and Gabe had looked dressed like Crockett and Tubbs from Miami Vice. Their ridiculous wigs made them look more like Lionel Richie and Joe Dirt. Josh narrowed his eyes at my interruption and continued to tell us how the call went. "It's just like Gabe's adoption," he said when he was through. "Martina and Al knew Gabe's birth mother from the neighborhood, and it's happening all over again." "When will you be back?" I asked Josh, so I could mentally prepare myself for the phone calls I would need to make to reschedule his appointments. "We're flying to Miami and back tomorrow, so you don't need to worry about calling my clients." He took a shaky breath, then said, "The babies are due to arrive mid-January." "Oh, wow. That'll be here before you know it," I said. "Yes, and I'm trying not to panic," Josh answered. "I'm going to fly to Miami tomorrow and wow the fuck out of this potential mom, then fly back to be ready for the interviews for the new stylists and receptionist for Curl Up and Die on Tuesday." "There's no need to panic, love," Mare said softly. "Everything will work out the way it's intended. Chaz and I have your back whenever you need us." Josh pulled us into a group hug. "What would I do without the two of you?" he asked. "You're never gonna find out," I told him before kissing his cheek. "I love you guys so much," Josh told us. "I'm so glad we finally have our shit together and can look forward to some amazing years ahead of us." Josh narrowed his eyes in my direction and said, "We do finally have our shit together, right?" He was referring to me and the secret I'd kept from Kyle. I loved my friends more than life, but I wouldn't share the things Kyle and I discussed. I had no way of knowing if Kyle would truly be able to trust me again. It was obvious how hard he wanted to try and make our relationship work, but without trust, we had no chance of a future together. I didn't want to drag down the happiness of the moment, so I was as honest as I could be without pushing a panic button. Everything is out in the open, and we're working through it. He's the most amazing man. "He thinks you're amazing, too," Mare said softly. "I hope so." "I know so," Josh added. "I see it in the way he looks at you." I turned and locked eyes with Kyle. The slow grin and playful wink he sent my way made me want to leave the gathering early. I knew he had plans for me and the captain. I was eager to learn what they were, but I couldn't skip out early on a night when there was so much to celebrate. I didn't think the night could get any better, until Kyle took me back to his place after dinner and removed my Captain America underwear from my body with his teeth like he promised. We took our time discovering one another's bodies like it was the first time. 20. Kyle. "Wow, that's a large stack of documents," I said when I sat across from my loan officer at the bank.
"It's not as bad as it looks,"
she assured me.
"Most of this information was provided to you 3 days ago, but we'll go over each one before you sign or initial."
"Let's do it," I said. 30 minutes later, Becker handed me the keys to my new home. "I hope you'll be really happy here," he said, smiling warmly. Over the past few weeks, he dropped his toothpaste grin and perky salesman routine and showed me the real guy. He was nice, and I liked him, but I made it very clear that I wasn't interested in starting anything with him. I can't wait to show Chaz tonight. I had a special evening planned after he was working at the salon. "Thanks for everything, Becker." I patted him on the shoulder and headed out of the bank without waiting for a response. I had places to go and dreams to fulfill and only an hour or so to pull it off before Chaz arrived. I stopped at the store and bought a crap ton of white unscented candles, then stopped at Edson and Emma's to pick up our favorite foods. Gabe was at the counter waiting for his order when I walked in. I sat down beside him and said, "Looks like we had the same idea." Pot roast, mashed potatoes, and honey-glazed carrots just sounded like the thing to eat on a chilly night like tonight, Gabe said. "You and Chaz have plans?" "You could say that," I replied. "I'm picking up dinner and meeting Chaz at the new house." "Oh, that was today," Gabe said excitedly. "Congratulations." "Thank you," I replied. "I can't wait until the new furniture arrives and I can actually live there." "Do you need any help? I seem to recall you giving up a Saturday afternoon to help us move," Gabe said. "I hired movers to box and move what I was taking, and the furniture store will deliver and set up the furniture I ordered. All I have to do is unpack the boxes." "You know what's scary?" I asked Gabe. "The 30-year mortgage?" he asked. I laughed because it was partly true. "There is that, but I was talking about how little I've accumulated in almost 40 years. I didn't take much with me when I moved to Florida and didn't bring much back. Do you think it's odd?" "I think you've never felt settled and kept things light in case you needed to move again," Gabe said. "I don't think you're odd. I think you're cautious." I said, turning that over in my mind. "I think you're right. The rental house on Bay Street never felt like home, so I never felt the desire to drag a bunch of stuff home. My relationships in the past had always been safe also. I never really put myself out there the way I wanted to do with Chaz. I bet that changes now that you and Chaz are moving to the new place," Gabe said. Chaz and I never talked about moving in together, but I didn't bother correcting Gabe. I thought maybe I should take Chaz on a real first date before I asked him to move in with me. We'd been flirting with one another for so long that people thought we were a couple longer than we were. "How's the expectant mother doing?" I asked Gabe. I still couldn't believe he and Josh were a few months away from having twins. They'd both been a little nervous about making a good impression on the young lady, but I wasn't at all surprised when she chose Gabe and Josh as the adoptive parents. "Renee and the babies are doing well. She's having an ultrasound next month, and we're going to fly down to be there. It's that 3D or 4D technology so you can see the little details of their faces. We can't wait," Gabe said. I could see his excitement in his expression and hear it in his voice. He and Josh were going to be phenomenal parents. "I heard there was another break-in at the pharmacy last night. Do you think it was the same person who broke into my animal hospital?" "It looks like the same person," he answered. "They couldn't get what they wanted, so they trashed the place. We're investigating both break-ins, but so far there are no leads or witnesses." Gabe shook his head. "I can't believe the small businesses in this town don't have security cameras." He pinned me with a look because I didn't install one until after my break-in. "We're still operating under the false ideal that a small town equals a safe town," I replied. "This town looks identical to the one I grew up in, yet I hardly recognize it. We just had to do a better job of adapting to the changing times." The new part-time waitress, Alice, set Gabe's large carry-out bag on the countertop in front of him. "Here you go, Detective." "That's a lot of food for 2 people," I remarked. "We're eating for 4 now," Gabe said teasingly. "I picked up a few things for Adrian and Sally Ann, too. Adrian and little Adriana both have a terrible cold or respiratory infection, and Sally Ann could use a break." Gabe had loved his partner and wife from the first moment they met. Adrian had become like a brother to Gabe, and I knew Adrian felt the same way. "We're expecting an invite to your new house soon. After you break it in proper, of course." Gabe had winked before he walked away. I headed to my new house once my food was ready to set the atmosphere for Chaz's arrival. I knew my family would have hauled ass over, so I came right out and told them that I planned a special night with my guy. Of course, that started my mom on a round of,
"Why haven't we officially met him?"
Or,
"Are you ashamed of us, Kyle Gregory?"
I ended up promising my mom that Chaz and I would be over for brunch on Sunday morning without even asking him first. I'd seen that backfire 100 times with my parents, and I knew better than to pull a stunt like that. I decided to wait until he was lying against me like a limp noodle after sex before I brought it up. I lit the candles and set them on the fireplace mantel and hearth and in the four corners of the family room to create a romantic circle of light. In the center, I spread a blanket on the gleaming hardwood floors and tossed some fluffy pillows on top of it. I had everything I needed, except my guy. Chaz arrived carrying a wrapped gift box and wearing a huge smile. "Hi, handsome," he said. "Do you mind going out to the car and grabbing my suitcase?" I blinked at him in confusion, which made him burst into a fit of laughter. "Gabe told Josh, who told me that you said I was moving in with you." I shook my head slowly. "I never said that. Gabe did. I just didn't correct his assumptions." "Don't worry," Chaz said with an easy smile. "I was just teasing about the suitcase. But I did bring a lovely housewarming gift." He shook the box as if I didn't see it in his hands. "Are you going to give me a tour? Would you mind if we ate first?" "You know that I'm always ready to eat," Chaz said. He tucked the gift beneath his arm, and I laced my fingers with his and led him to the family room. "Oh, Kyle," Chaz whispered in awe. "This is beautiful." "Not cheesy?" I asked. I wasn't sure if other dudes liked that sort of thing, but I wanted to do something to make the night special. "Perfect," Chaz said. We sat facing each other in the center of the blanket while we ate our diner food. I enjoyed a turkey burger with chipotle aioli and steamed veggies, while Chaz wolfed down a bacon cheeseburger and onion rings. Chaz was as vocal and exuberant while eating food as he was during sex. I had meant to feed him and give him the grand tour before I stripped off his clothes and broke in the house properly in front of a roaring fire. The moans, groans, and "so good" coming from his lips made my dick hard, and it demanded attention. By the time we finished eating, I'd forgotten all about any plan that didn't include him getting naked as soon as possible. I refused Chaz's offer to help clean up the mess and told him to sip his wine and relax against the pillows. When I returned, he was sitting cross-legged in the center of the blanket with the gift he brought in front of him. "Open it." I wanted to open his jeans and rip off his shirt, but I could see how excited and proud he was of the gift he bought for me. His enthusiasm was infectious, and I hastily ripped the wrapping off the package. The box I uncovered was plain brown cardboard with no advertising and didn't give a hint about the contents inside. Chaz practically levitated off the blanket with excited anticipation. "Oh, man, I hope you love it," he said nervously. "I'm gonna love it because you gave it to me," I replied as I peeled the tape off the top of the box. I gasped when I pulled open the flaps and looked inside. "Oh my God, Chaz, it's just like the one I had as a kid." I lifted the metal X-Men lunchbox up and held it in front of me. "I can't believe you remembered that story." I'll never forget the adorable pout in your voice when you talked about how your mom accidentally sold your lunchbox in the annual community yard sale, Chaz said. I think I loved the little air quotes you used even more. "Wow," I replied, setting the lunchbox on the blanket. "No one has ever bought me a gift as thoughtful as this one. I love it so much." Yeah, I dorkily ran my hand over the top of it and admired its pristine condition. "It even has a matching thermos," Chaz told me. "Shut up!" I opened the lunchbox, and there it sat. Finding the old lunchboxes in good condition was hard enough, but seldom did you find one with a matching thermos, too. "Thank you for this, Chaz." I was overcome with ridiculous emotion and bit my lip before I embarrassed myself further. Comic books and cartoons had been my friends when I had none to speak of in real life. They were my safe place that was free of judgment. Chaz didn't just give me a housewarming gift. He gave me back a piece of the happiest part of my childhood. I cleared my throat and said, "All I was going to give you was an orgasm." Chaz snorted. "Is that all?" he asked sarcastically. "I happen to be a very big fan of orgasms with you." He set my gift aside and crawled across the blanket to straddle my lap. Chaz whipped off his shirt and said, "Do me, Dr. Dimples." The hunger he ignited inside me burned hotter each time I got my hands on him. I especially loved it when Chaz took the lead like he did that night. He aggressively removed my shirt and pushed me to my back. Chaz took his time making love to my mouth before he trailed his lips down the rest of my body. The pace kicked up a notch or two once Chaz unsnapped my jeans and used his amazing mouth on my cock. A man only had so much restraint before he snapped. I fisted Chaz's hair and pulled him off my dick. "I want to come inside you." Chaz's smoldering eyes told me how much he liked the idea. I helped him undress the rest of the way, then pulled out the condoms and lube packets I stored in my back pocket. Chaz knocked my hand away when I moved to stretch him. Instead, he worked himself open hastily, then straddled my erection. He knew what he wanted, and he was gonna take it. He moved slowly up and down my cock until his clench adjusted to my penetration, then he rode me fast and hard. Chaz, lost in the throes of passion and lust, was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. He threw back his head and made guttural, primal noises as his erect cock bounced and slapped against his stomach. I tucked my hands beneath my head and let him do whatever he pleased with my body until I saw the signs that he was about to come. Chaz loudly protested when I grabbed him by the hips and lifted him off my cock. "I want to feel you inside me." It took a second for my words to penetrate Chaz's lust-fogged brain, but he eagerly reached for a condom and lube packet once it did. I spread my legs apart and began working my puckered hole while he suited and slicked up. He leaned over my body and captured my lips when he slowly pushed inside me. "I won't last long," Chaz whispered against my lips. "Won't take much," I replied with a crooked smile. Chaz snapped his hips forward and tagged my prostate hard enough to make me yell in pleasure. "God, yes!" I cried out as desire hummed throughout my body. Chaz pushed my legs up until my knees almost touched my chest and hammered in anatomy. "Chaz!" I yelled as my orgasm hit me like a ton of bricks, and I came hard. I couldn't finish my sentence as the pleasure rolled over me. I'd never come from penetration alone before, and it was something I couldn't wait to experience again. "Kyle!" I loved the sound of my name on the man's lips when he climaxed. He collapsed on top of me, not caring that he lay in my cum. I held Chaz tightly to me and smiled up at the ceiling when he practically purred against my chest. Once he caught my breath, he lifted up enough to look down at me and smiled before he licked the cum that splattered my chin. "Cum catcher," he said after licking my chin dimple clean. "I'm perfectly fine if you don't blurt out that nickname in public," I told him. We shared a laugh about the times he overshared about my nickname and the way he felt about me. "You ready to tour my home? I have a surprise for you." For me, this delicious dinner and dessert was special enough, he replied. "Okay, it's more of a gift from myself, so I hope you'll indulge me," I said. Chaz rolled off me, sat up and reached for his clothes. "You won't need those. There are no neighbors to see us unless you count the woodland creatures." Chaz tossed his clothes back down on the blanket and rose to his feet.
I don't care if they perv on us. I took Chaz by the hand and led him to the room upstairs I wanted him to see. I was nervous as hell when I opened the door and flipped on the light. You can't see it now because it's dark, but this room has an amazing view of the pond. I thought you might find it inspirational. Chaz didn't respond because he was too busy looking around the surprise I set up for him. Kyle, he said breathlessly as he stared at the desk and chair I picked up after my closing. Then his eyes shifted to the canvas print of his book covers I hung on the wall. How did you have time to do all of this? Careful planning, a pickup truck, and some tools can go a long way in life. Do you like it? I asked. Wow, Chaz said, running his finger over the wooden surface of the desk. It makes my writing feel legitimate. He smiled when he saw the notebook that I wrote, Murder Book, across the top. It was a last-minute idea inspired by a conversation we had about inspiration for the people who died in his books. I learned that he kept a running list in his head and suggested he should write it down in a notebook so he didn't forget. I even have my own coffee pot? Your own bathroom next door also, I said proudly. This is amazing, Kyle. I love it so much. Good, I told him. You're amazingly gifted and need to follow your dreams. Chaz cocked his head to the side and asked, How is this a gift for you, though? Do you honestly need to ask that? I questioned. Chaz nodded like he didn't get it. I like knowing we share the same space, even if you're locked away working your magic. Damn, you're good, Chaz said in awe. Luckily for me, he knew I was sincere and not just throwing out some sappy lines to get laid. Are you going to use that in your book? I teased. Chaz swallowed hard, then shook his head slowly. Some things are too beautiful and poignant to share. Then he shook his head before he added, Besides, there would be at least one person to write a review using shouty capitals to exclaim that men like you don't really exist in the world. I threw back my head and laughed. We better keep it to ourselves, then. I pulled him into my arms and dropped a tender kiss on his lips. Ready to see the rest of the house? Okay, but I want you to bring me back here and bend me over the desk, Chaz said. He tilted his head to the side and said, That's a line they'd believe. I was all too happy to oblige him with a tour and research for his next book. I hated when we locked the house up and left to go to separate homes, but I knew it wasn't right to make the big move yet. Hell, I let him drive off without telling him that I loved him. I didn't tell him about brunch at my parents' house, either. Fuck! I yelled loudly in the cab of my truck. I was totally gonna lose my better-than-a-book boyfriend title. 21. Chaz. Are we ready for this? Josh had asked before the salon opened the next day. We were interviewing potential stylists and receptionists in addition to a full day of providing services to our clients. I guess so, Mayor replied. We need someone with a certain sass and flair. This place is too damn dull now that Savage is no longer here, I said, referring to Josh's foul-mouthed blue macaw who was known to proposition clients for blowjobs or squawk random cuss words. Bringing Savage back and forth between the new home and the salon just wasn't practical, so we needed someone else to liven the place up a bit. We need a Josh 2.0, Meredith said. Yeah, before he got all sappy with love, I amended, batting my eyelashes at Josh.
I am not sappy, Josh scoffed. Yeah, you are, Mare and I said at the same time. We laughed and fist-bumped each other. Like the two of you aren't walking around with stars in your eyes, he said. I'm seriously nervous about this, though. Curl Up and Die has felt more like a family than a business. We all get along so well, and I just worry that we'll hire someone that doesn't mesh. I don't want our seamless interactions to turn into awkward moments where we're just going through the motions of our day. No one said we had to hire someone today, I told Josh. Let's just interview the candidates today and see where it takes us. If we don't connect with them right away, then we'll pass them up. The other thing you can do is try them out on a probationary basis. Give them 90 days like every other company does, and go from there. That's what I was thinking about doing regardless of who we hire. It's pretty easy to pull one over on us during an interview, Josh said. We won't know their true character until they start working here. Good point, Mare replied. What times are the interviews? I gave them both a rundown of the interview times and names. Josh had gone back to his cosmetology school and talked with several of his instructors to get the names of their best stylists. Curl Up and Die already had an excellent reputation before Josh started filming health and beauty segments for Channel 11 in Cincinnati, so the potential stylists were eager for an opportunity to work at our salon. Should have turned this into a segment for your series, I told Josh. Hell, probably could have turned it into a reality show. I modulated my voice to sound like I was doing the voiceover for television. 15 highly trained and eager stylists duke it out for 2 positions at the area's most elite salon. Each candidate will prove their worth through a series of competitions to test skill, temperament, and the ability to win over a difficult client. Mare and Josh laughed at my antics and then started making suggestions of their own. Make 'em do foils with one arm tied behind their backs, Mare suggested. Hair salon triathlon, Josh exclaimed. They have to maneuver to various stations and perform tasks. What about the receptionist candidates? Mare asked. We can't let them off easy. It takes a lot more than a good personality to be effective around here. Survivor, Curl Up and Die, I said. Yeah, we starve them and pit them against one another to see who comes out on top. And that candidate can surely handle booking appointments coming in over the phone, web, and app while smiling at the client patiently waiting to pay at the counter, direct salon traffic, and answer questions about products at the same time. Let's not forget they'll be working for a diva salon owner, Mare said. Then she started reciting some of Kevin Bacon's lines from the movie Beauty Shop. She did a damn good job of impersonating his fake accent, and we were laughing riotously when the bell over the door dinged to let us know our first interviewee had arrived. Wow, I like this place already, the young brunette guy said. My name is Darren. I go by Dare. I'm here to interview for the receptionist job. Oh, Josh exclaimed, sounding perky. I remember you from Odell's Furniture. You're their in-house designer. You were a fabulous help to me when we put the design together for my new house. You're not working there any longer? No, I am, Dare replied. But they've cut my hours, and I need to have a full-time income. Can I get you coffee, honey? Mare asked. Shouldn't I be asking you that? Dare replied, then turned to me. You left coffee-making skills out of your challenge. Then he smiled tentatively at me like he'd worried he had overstepped. Damn good suggestion, I said. The interview went extremely well, and we all liked Dare a lot. In fact, I thought he'd make a great salon manager if the day came when I stepped away from Curl Up and Die permanently. I thought it could likely become a reality soon if my upcoming book release was as successful as I hoped. As much as I loved working for Josh, I loved writing more, and I wanted to have more time with Kyle. I never felt like I had enough time for him. The bell over the door chimed, and I looked up to see the object of my affections walking through the door.
"Oh, dear God!"
Dare exclaimed, and covered his heart when he saw Kyle, sounding like he just came in his pants. I wasn't a happy camper.
"Who is that sexy beast?"
"Mine," I growled out a warning.
"Well, isn't that adorable?"
I heard Mare say.
"He's been hanging around Gabe too long,"
Josh retorted.
"I bet his knuckles are starting to get scuffed from dragging them about all the time."
Kyle smiled as I approached, then gave me a short, affectionate kiss on the lips once I arrived. "You just don't let up, do you, Dr. Heartsnatcher?" I meant to ask you something last night, and I got a little sidetracked." He looked down at my mouth like he remembered the way it felt when I slid my lips up and down his cock. "I'm sorry," I said. I wasn't sorry at all. "No, you're not, nor should you be," Kyle replied. I hope you don't have plans Sunday morning, because I sort of told my mom we'd be over for brunch so you could meet the family. I should never have told her we'd be there without talking to you first, but I didn't want her barging in on us last night." "I would love to meet your family," I said sincerely. I was freaking out a little on the inside, but I'd be damned before I let it show. "Seriously, you're not angry?" His obvious relief was so cute. "Not at all." "Okay," he said, then kissed me once more. "I better get going. I'll call you later." "Okay, then." I smiled sappily as he walked out the door with a cute little wave. I turned my attention back to the interview that was supposed to be in progress, but Josh, Mare, and Dare were all watching me instead of talking. Mare batted her eyelashes adorably. Josh blew kissy faces, and Dare let out a sharp whistle. He was going to fit in great around here. "Oh, you guys," I said, skipping back to the trio. "How's the interview going?" "I think we're about done, unless you have questions for us," Josh said. "What?" Dare asked in alarm. "You didn't ask me any questions or request to see my references. Did I screw up?" "Honey," Mare said, "you already made a good impression on Josh when he saw you in action." "And you already have the key component to fitting in around here," I told Dare. "Which is?" he asked hesitantly. "Sass," I told him. "It's a must around here." "Dare, what they're trying to tell you is that we'd like you to come work with us," Josh said. "Seriously?" he asked. "Seriously," we answered. Mare's client showed up a bit early, so Josh and I went over hours, wages, and job duties with him. "I want to start as soon as you need me," Dare said excitedly. "How about tomorrow?" I asked. I wanted to start training him as soon as possible. "Perfect. I'll be here at 9. Dare stood up and looked uncertain whether he should hug us or shake our hands. "We're huggers," Josh said, pulling him into an embrace. "Welcome to the team." "Well," I said, turning to Josh once Dare left. "That one was easy. I hope that's a sign of something good to come." We continued to interview receptionist candidates for backup in case Dare didn't work out. I'd hoped that the stylist interviews would have gone as well, but we weren't so lucky. The first 3 candidates were either flighty, arrogant, or had 0 personality. We only had one left to interview, and he wasn't due to arrive until almost closing time. Josh had lost a little bit of his sparkle from hiring Dare that morning, and I hoped the final interviewee would give it back to him. Josh wanted to make sure his first love would be in good hands when he took the time he needed to be with his growing family. "What's the guy's name again?" I had to ask 30 minutes before he was due to arrive. "Wren. Like the bird," Josh replied. "Out of all the candidates, he's the most skilled. But he's hard to read," Josh said, then shrugged. "Sort of mysterious." Wren arrived 15 minutes early for his interview, which was already an improvement over the first 3 candidates. Curl Up and Die ran on Josh time, which meant you showed up at least 15 minutes early or you were considered late. "I'm Wren," he said, but I would have known without the introduction because he came across as mysterious and hard to read. Wren wore a black leather jacket, jeans, and heavy biker boots. His hair was slicked back from his face and hung to his shoulders, and his beard was thicker than the usual designer scruff that men wore. Wren looked like he was headed for a meeting at his motorcycle club, not an interview as a hairstylist. Mary Lou Johnson sure seemed to be captivated by him as she stood there blinking while her daughter skipped ahead. Becca lost her balance and started to fall, but Wren reached out and caught her before she could get hurt. I expected Becca to start crying since the strange man probably would have looked scary to her. Instead, she smiled brightly and thanked him. "You're welcome, little lady." Wren smiled at Becca, and it changed his entire appearance. "Thank you," Mary Lou said breathlessly. She grabbed Becca's hand, and they headed out the front door. Josh introduced Wren to the staff as he showed him around. Everyone seemed to respond well to him, and he, in turn, was cordial, if a little guarded, when he shook each hand. While it was true that we were huggers, we didn't get the same vibe from Wren. "What do you think?" Josh asked him after the tour and discussion ended. "Can you see yourself being happy here with us?" "I'm pretty easy to please, Josh. I want to get paid when it's promised, and I want my employer to treat me with respect. I show up on time, I mind my own damn business, and I never cause trouble. I will always treat my clients with respect, but I'm a private person. I guess the question is, do you see yourself happy with me here?" "Absolutely," Josh told him. "How soon can you start?" Wren's personality might not have perfectly matched the rest of the staff's, but I had a feeling he would complement our personalities in a way that made the salon thrive. Josh looked relieved and happy, and that was enough for me. I shook Wren's hand and welcomed him to the team before I finished my daily tasks so I could leave. I headed home and started working on the outline for my next book. It was Kyle's late night at the animal hospital, so I knew I had a few uninterrupted hours to get a lot done. I dove into it right away and lost track of time while I immersed myself in the new world I was creating. An email notification popped up on my screen, and I saw I had a new message from Jennifer Sugarbaker, the literary agent Agnes Simmons mentioned. After giving it a lot of thought, I had emailed Agnes back and thanked her for reaching out to me. I told her that I was such a fanboy over her career and loved her work. We'd chatted a few times since then, but Jennifer never contacted me. My heart raced when I opened it. And just like with Agnes's email, I had to read it multiple times before the words sunk into my brain. Jennifer wanted me to come to New York City to meet her. She mentioned a book convention happening the first weekend in December and asked if I would like to attend as her guest. She told me that Agnes was attending and wanted to meet me and show me around also. I was both excited and terrified at the same time. "Why terrified?" Kyle asked when I told him about the email later that night. "I've never been to New York," I replied. "It's intimidating." "New York is an awesome city," Kyle said. "You've been?" "Numerous times," he replied. "I hate to sound presumptuous, but I'd be more than willing to go with you if you'd like some company. I can show you some of my favorite places." "That sounds like a lot of fun, but I have to warn you that I might embarrass you."
I told him. How? Kyle asked in disbelief. I might fanboy all over the place at the convention center when I see my favorite authors, I said in awe. Just don't get it in my hair or eyes, Kyle said. Yeah, my head went straight to the gutter, and I knew that I wouldn't get another damn thing done that night. What are you doing right now? I asked. Sweet-talking you into spending the night with me, Kyle said. His voice had dropped a few octaves and made goosebumps pop up all over my skin. I'll be there in 15 minutes. 22. Kyle. Oh, man, I'm not feeling well. Chaz took his seatbelt off, leaned forward, and tucked his head between his legs. I removed my seatbelt and rubbed his back. They're gonna love you, I assured Chaz. Besides, you've lived in the same town as them your whole life. Chaz raised his head a little and turned to look at me. This is different. I've met them as Brittany's friend from school and the local spaz, but never as your boyfriend. He returned his head between his knees. I know I'm gonna end up saying something stupid. His jeans muffled his voice, but his misery came through loud and clear. You make me happy, and that's all they'll care about, babe. I leaned over the center console and added, Besides, I think your outbursts are adorable. Chaz met my gaze once more. Somehow I think your mom would be horrified if I slipped and said something sexual about you. My cheeks heated when I thought about the time I overheard him confessing that he thought about me while masturbating. See? Chaz exclaimed. I've already embarrassed you, and we haven't gone inside yet. My cheeks aren't flushed with embarrassment. I lowered my voice and said, I'm turned on. Oh. Maybe we should speed away before they realize we're here. Too late, I said when I spied my mom standing in the big picture window. She had both hands on her hips and wore her don't even think about it face. Might as well make the best of it. Okay, Chaz said glumly as he straightened in his seat. This was nice while it lasted. Hey, I said, hooking my arm around his neck and pulling him toward me. They're gonna love you because I do, and... The rest of my words died in my throat when I saw Chaz's shocked expression and realized what I'd let slip out. You're not the only one who blurts things out, I said, trying to recover. I hadn't planned to say the words right then, but that didn't make them less true. I also realized that I didn't regret saying them. Tell me that I'm not in this alone, Chaz. Tell me that you feel a fraction of what I do and that there's a good chance you'll return my feelings someday. Someday? Chaz asked, then shook his head. Kyle, I arrived at that destination a long time ago. I knew that I was crazy in love with you when you pulled me closer instead of pushing me away when I confessed about the Drew thing. I had planned to tell you in New York with a big romantic gesture. He confessed. I smiled in relief, then chuckled a little, because I had planned to do the same thing. Great minds think alike, I told Chaz. How were you planning to tell me? He asked. I'm not going to ruin your surprise, I said. How were you going to tell me? No way, Chaz said, shaking his head emphatically. You'll have to wait and see. I placed my head on the back of his neck and pressed my forehead to his. I love you, Chaz Hamilton. I'd love to demonstrate how much, but my mom is watching us. Chaz let out a soft sigh. I love you, Kyle Vaughn. Chaz gave me a sweet kiss that made my body hum and tingle for more.
We better not eat too much, or we won't have room for Josh's pre-Thanksgiving feast tonight. True. And I definitely want to save room for that. Josh and Gabe wanted to celebrate the Sunday before Thanksgiving since everyone had plans on the holiday. Chaz, I promise that they're gonna love you. Okay, then, he said softly. I realized that he'd just have to see it for himself to believe it. My mom opened the door and smiled when we stepped onto the porch.
Hi, Chaz. Welcome to our home.
She opened her arms wide and hugged him tightly.
Did he have to give you a pep talk to get you out of the truck? We're not too terrible.
Chaz blushed when he pulled back. No, he was telling me that he loves me. He loudly gasped when he realized what he'd said. I can't believe I just blurted that out there. Chaz looked miserable when he turned to look at me. See what I mean? You're so damn adorable, I told him.
Let me tell you a little secret.
My mom told Chaz as she looped her arm through his and led him into the house.
I already knew that Kyle was in love with you.
You did? Chaz asked.
A mother knows these things,
she said in a sing-song voice.
I bet Clara knows that you're in love with my son also. Chaz!
Brittany cried as she ran into the room.
I haven't seen you in ages.
She threw her arms around Chaz and hugged him tightly.
It's been too long. How are you?
I'm doing great, Britt. How about you? Chaz replied without missing a beat.
I love Chicago. Unfortunately,
my mom grumbled.
What?
She asked when Brittany pinned her with a baleful glare.
Is it wrong that I wish you lived closer?
Brittany turned loose of Chaz and hugged our mother.
I miss you too, Mama. Are you still working with Josh?
Britt asked Chaz. Yep, I manage the salon for now, Chaz answered.
Are you leaving the salon?
My mom asked.
How will Josh manage without you?
Chaz laughed nervously. It's a possibility, but I haven't made a final decision yet.
And go where, dear?
Mom asked. Well, I... Let the guy breathe a little, my dad said. He's barely into the house, and you guys are drilling him already. Hi, Mr. Vaughn, Chaz said. None of that Mr. stuff, my dad told Chaz. Call me Derek, or Dad. Come on in, have a seat. They could at least make sure you're comfortable before they start drilling you with questions. My dad screwed up his face into a super serious expression. What are your intentions toward my son? He asked in a stern voice. Dad, I said, rolling my eyes. Leave him alone. I was just teasing him, my dad told me. You knew that, right, Chaz? Yeah, Chaz said, but not very convincingly. Hey, I treated my sons-in-law the same way when the girls dragged them home to meet us, my dad told Chaz. Kicking and screaming the entire way, Brett said from the sofa where he sat next to Jenna. Jenna smacked his thigh playfully before she stood up to hug Chaz.
Hey, cutie,
she said to Chaz.
How are you doing?
I'm fine, Chaz answered. How are you doing?
I'm doing great,
Jen said to Chaz before shifting her focus to me.
Did you get settled into your new house?
Pretty much, I replied. There are still odds and ends I need to pick up.
You'll be doing that for a year at least,
my mom told me.
We would have helped you unpack.
She sounded a little disappointment that I kindly refused their help. I didn't have much to unpack, and the furniture was delivered and set up for me.
I just wanted to have it completely set up before I have you all over, I said.
I bet.
My youngest sister Sierra said.
When are you going to have us over, and what will you feed us? I need something more substantial than celery and carrots to survive.
Hardy har har. I snaked my arm out and hooked it around her neck and then pulled her to me for a head noogie. Sierra giggled and squirmed while she tried to get away.
Quit it, you big lunkhead. You're messing up my hair.
That only made me rub my knuckles across her head harder. Britt returned to Chaz's side with her husband.
Chaz, this is my husband Mark.
Mark shook his hand, then Brett introduced himself. Chaz seemed to relax after his near slip until Britt said,
So, what were you saying about possibly leaving the salon? What are your plans?
I was curious how much he would tell my family because only a handful of people knew that he published a book. He said he liked being anonymous because he wrote whatever came to mind and never worried what certain people would think. He started to reply, but the oven timer went off.
Hold that thought, dear,
my mom said before she ran out of the room. Time to eat, my dad said, rubbing his hands together gleefully. Let's head on into the dining room. I snagged Chaz's hand and held him back while the others left the room. You don't have to tell them anything before you're ready. It's fine if you want to tell them that you're a writer but not give your pen name. That's your business, and I don't want you to feel pressure to please my family. Chaz stood on his tiptoes and kissed me. You're so damn precious. It's no wonder I love you. I love you too.
Kyle, quit hogging Chaz to yourself,
my mom yelled from the dining room.
Bring him here so we can feed him and he can finish telling us about his big plans.
Chaz turned and looked up at me as he started walking backward toward the dining room. Do you really think they want to hear about my big plans? I knew by the tone of his voice and the way he kept looking at my crotch that he wasn't referring to his writing career. I closed the gap between us and pulled him against my chest. How about we sneak out the front door and go back to my place? I said.
How about you get your ass in here and eat the food I made for you?
My mom said.
Sounds like you'll need the energy.
Chaz threw his head back and laughed. Mommy ears, he told me. They don't miss a darn thing. I pinched Chaz's plump ass, and he smacked my hand.
I saw that,
Mom yelled. Eyes that can see through walls, too, I told Chaz. Everyone had taken their usual spots at the table, which left a seat vacant across from me for Chaz. We passed the dishes around so we could fill our plates, and I got ribbed for my healthier choices, while everyone else loaded up on French toast casserole and real sausage or bacon.
I made you some low-fat blueberry muffins,
Mom said. Probably low taste, too, Mark commented. Thanks, Mama, I said, helping myself to two of them. I bit into one and was pleasantly surprised at how good it tasted. I'd expected Mark to be right, but I was glad he wasn't. These are really good.
She'd give you the recipe, but you don't cook,
Sierra teased. I'm thinking about learning now that I have that big fancy kitchen, I confessed. Sierra reached for one of my muffins, and I jabbed my fork at her playfully like I was gonna stab her.
Really?
Jen asked. I figure it can't be that hard to make basic stuff, I said with a shrug. Hell, I can read, so I should be able to follow a recipe.
I'm so glad to hear you say that, Kyle,
my mom said.
I bought something for you, then questioned whether it was the right thing to do.
What is it? I asked.
I bought you a Quirky Chef membership,
she said. What's that? I asked her.
It sounds kinky,
Brittany said.
Mom, he has Chaz now. It's a service that sends meal kits filled with fresh, healthy meats and vegetables to your home with recipe cards that tell you how to prepare the food. I thought it would be fun for you and Chaz to do together,"
she said.
"Did I overstep?"
"It's a great idea, Mom." I looked at Chaz and asked, "What do you think?" "I think it sounds fun. I eat way too much carry-out and frozen foods," Chaz said. I agreed that Chaz and I could have a lot of fun learning to cook together.
"Okay, can we get back to what Chaz plans to do after he leaves Curl Up and Die?"
Britt asked. "Well, Oh my God!" Jen exclaimed. She jumped up from her seat and ran to the bathroom down the hall. My mom narrowed her eyes and looked at Brett.
"What's going on?"
Brett said.
"Brett."
My mom used her don't fuck with me tone.
"Is there something you'd like to tell us?"
I'm gonna go check on my wife." Brett retreated hastily from the room.
"I recognize that reaction to food,"
my mom said. Tears filled her eyes and she placed her hand over her heart.
"Oh, Derek, we're finally gonna have a grandchild."
"Maybe she just had to pee really bad,"
Sierra said with a shrug.
and Brett felt the need to assist her with that.
My mom countered. Britt and Mark started laughing like crazy hyenas.
"I don't believe it,"
Britt said, wiping tears from her face. "You and Jen always had a bit of a competitive streak going between you," Mark said to his wife. "Are you saying what I think you're saying?" Dad said.
"We're pregnant."
Britt said excitedly. "We were gonna tell everyone on Thanksgiving," Mark told us. "It seemed fitting."
"That's what we were planning, too,"
Jen said, re-entering the dining room.
"I can't believe you're pregnant, too. Our babies will grow up together and be so close."
"They'll be trying to outdo one another like we did,"
Britt said. There were a lot of hugs and happy tears as we congratulated the couples. I couldn't wait to be the favorite uncle who spoiled my nieces or nephews rotten. Of course, there would be times that I paid my sisters back for things they did to me when we were growing up. I would buy the loudest, most obnoxious toys I could find for birthdays and Christmas.
"Wow, this has been an amazing day. All of my kids are happy, healthy, and doing things they love. Sierra, you are so close to having your PhD.
Brett and Jenna are becoming moms, and my boy has found a man who makes him happy and bought his first home. It's just so wonderful."
"That's not all, Mama," I said excitedly. "You won't believe what Chaz gave me for a housewarming gift."
"We could probably guess,"
Sierra said snarkily. "He bought me an X-Men lunchbox to replace the one you accidentally put in the yard sale." My family groaned when they heard my joyous news. "Uh-oh," Chaz said. "Did I mess up?" "No, baby, you didn't," I said. "It's my most treasured possession."
"I bet he starts taking his lunches in it again to work."
Jenna said.
"And everywhere else he goes,"
Sierra added.
"Yeah, remember how he even carried his comics or rock collections in there?"
Britt asked. "It's sitting on the fireplace mantel for everyone to admire when they visit," I said proudly. Brittany snorted and said,
"Until Mom accidentally sells it on purpose again."
"Brittany!"
Mom said. "I knew it was no accident," I said accusingly, narrowing my eyes at my mom. "How could you?"
"Honey, you are getting a little old to be carrying that thing around. I thought it was one of the reasons you had a hard time making friends,"
she said softly.
"I just wanted you to be happy."
She had a good point, but still, I wasn't that old. I grumbled.
Kyle, you were 12.
Jen countered.
Mom had to act faster. You would have taken that thing to high school with you.
Laugh it up, Jen, I said. But I know what really happened to Mr. Pumpernickel. She dragged that cat with her from her first step to second grade.
Mom?
Jen said accusingly.
Did you sell Mr. Pumpernickel? Oh, honey,
my mom said sadly.
I couldn't have given that thing away. At least I made a few bucks off Kyle's lunchbox.
I don't think I've ever felt so betrayed, I replied dramatically. I'd known all along that my mom sold the lunchbox and why, but that didn't mean I couldn't tease her.
Honey, at least I didn't tell Chaz about the time you—
I published a book, Chaz blurted out, cutting off whatever she'd been about to say. That's what I plan to do full-time if or when I leave Curl Up and Die. His announcement sidetracked my mom from what she'd been about to say. My man had thrown himself on the sword to spare me. Chaz winked playfully as he was bombarded with one question after the other about his writing. Surprisingly, he told them everything. My mom and sisters broke the no phones at the table rule to buy his book, even though he told them he'd gladly give them a copy. I loved the way Chaz glowed when he talked about his passion for telling stories and the easy way he interacted with my family. It didn't feel like it was the first time I brought him home, and I was certain it wouldn't be the last. I couldn't remember the last time I laughed so hard and felt so happy. I knew the biggest reason for my happiness wasn't my cool lunchbox, my amazing new home, or my crazy family. It was the man smiling at me from across the table. 23. Chaz. You really haven't traveled out of Ohio until now, Kyle asked me for the second time as we got in the back of the hired car. He asked me the first time when I confessed that I was flying for the first time when we boarded the plane. No, I said again. I wasn't annoyed by Kyle's question because he acted out of surprise, not derision. The things I worried would turn Kyle away from me actually drew him closer. He loved that I had limited experiences so that he could be with me as I discovered new and exciting things. He thought I was refreshing, not unsophisticated. I wish we were staying longer than 4 days then, Kyle replied. There are so many things I want to show you. We can always come back. Yeah, but there's nothing like Christmas time in New York, Kyle said. Are you excited about tomorrow? Yes, but nervous, too, I answered honestly. I'm not convinced I need an agent, and I don't want to disappoint my idol. Kyle reached for my hand, and I resented the gloves we wore that kept me from feeling his flesh against mine. You can't disappoint anyone, he said softly. Everyone loves you, and she will too. I was happy that only one of the 4 days involved book stuff, so that I could have plenty of time to sightsee with Kyle. As excited as I was to attend the book convention and meet Agnes, I was more excited to see what Kyle had planned for us. He refused to tell me anything, but I loved surprises almost as much as I loved him. I considered myself an imaginative person, but not even I could have written a date as romantic as the one Kyle planned for us. Our excursion started late in the afternoon when he took me to see the Rockettes at Radio City Music Hall. You can't have Christmas in New York without the Rockettes, Kyle said. It was amazing, I told him. Thank you so much. Baby, we're just getting started, Kyle said. He wasn't joking either. After the show, he took me to an incredible dinner where I ate exotic foods I would never find in Ohio. I thought that would be the end of our night, but he had one more surprise up his sleeve when he took me on a horse-drawn carriage ride through the city. I snuggled beneath a flannel blanket with him and took it all in. I loved the cold, crisp air, the sound of hooves clomping against the pavement, and the taste of hot chocolate on my tongue. My favorite thing of all was the way Kyle smiled at me as I enjoyed each of those things. A light snow began to fall from the sky on our ride back to the hotel. Kyle pulled me to him and kissed me tenderly while snowflakes fell all around us. It was so ridiculously romantic that I expected a director to yell, "Cut!" at any second. It was too impractical and perfect to be real, but I wasn't dreaming. Not even I could imagine the adoration and sensual promise that shimmered in Kyle's eyes when he looked at me. "You're not the only one with a surprise," I told Kyle when we strolled through the hotel lobby. "I wanted to find the right time to give it to you, and I can't imagine I'll have a better night than this one." "This weekend was supposed to be about you," Kyle said, but I saw the excitement in his eyes. He probably thought he was getting another lunchbox or comic book to add to his collection, and I hoped he wouldn't be disappointed. I instructed him to sit on the couch while I retrieved his gift from my briefcase. I blew out a shaky breath when I handed the box to him. "You look really nervous," Kyle said. "Terrified, actually." "I am," I admitted. It was the boldest move I'd made in my life. "Go ahead and open it." Kyle took his time pulling off the ribbon and removing the paper, unlike the time I gave him the lunchbox. Of course, he was probably reacting to the energy I put out into the room. I was nervous, and it made him edgy, too. After what seemed like 20 minutes, Kyle pushed aside the tissue paper and looked down at his gift. "It's your new book," he said excitedly and lifted the paperback out of the box. "I'm so excited that I get to hold it in my hands months before anyone else can." "There's more," I told Kyle. He looked into the empty box, then back at me. "It's inside the book." I saw the minute he realized what I meant. He swallowed hard, then opened the book to the dedication page. "To Kyle. You put the stars in my eyes, fireworks in my heart, and magic in my words. I love you." I held my breath the entire time he read the words I'd written to him, worrying that the sentiment was too sappy. Hell, I might as well have started singing Bette Midler's The Wind Beneath My Wings. I started to feel a little lightheaded and wondered how many times he'd read the words and why he hadn't said anything. Oh my God, it's too late to change it if he hates it. Breathe, dumbass, or you'll be dead before he has a chance to tell you. I breathed easy when Kyle looked up at me and said, "Wow," in an odd voice. I recalled the times when that word was all I could say to express feelings so intense that words failed me. "I love you too." Kyle set his book aside and we reached for each other. I kissed Kyle the way I had wanted to that magical night beneath the stars while fireworks exploded in the sky. I reached for Kyle and held him close rather than pushing him away. I kept my eyes open so I could see every expression on his face when I kissed him in all the places that drove him wild, like the back of his knees, his ticklish ribcage, and the crease between his pelvis and thigh. I heard the whispered words of love as Kyle lay me down and slid inside me. I felt the way his body trembled when I ran my hands up and down his spine as he made love to me. But what stood out to me the most that night was the look in Kyle's eyes. that promised me a love beyond my wildest imagination and greater than my most vivid dreams. There are some moments in life that you don't ever want to end. You don't want to fall asleep because you're afraid that you won't recapture that moment again. You just know there won't be another time in your life when everything aligns so perfectly again. Then you wake up the next morning beside the person that brought you so much pleasure the night before, and you're grateful that you get another chance to recapture those feelings again. Or perhaps surpass the memory. That was how I felt once I opened my eyes and stretched the next morning. I was ready to go forth and conquer, starting with my morning wood. I nestled into the covers and allowed my imagination to run free while I plotted the many things I could do to start Kyle's day off right. "Asshole!" I heard Kyle sneer. "What?" I rolled over quickly and found Kyle reading the book I gave him. "This Gideon's a real asshole," he said. "Poor Jamie. He's not responsible for what his father did. What kind of a psychopath sets out to do something like this?" Kyle looked at me suspiciously. "Should I be worried about how you can come up with such disturbing plots? You don't have to be a psychotic asshole to write about them," I told Kyle. I took the book out of his hands and tossed it on the bed. "No one thinks Stephen King is actually a killer clown." Kyle laughed and said, "You have a good point." There are times when hands-on experience has its advantages, though, I told Kyle. I slipped my hand beneath the sheet and fisted Kyle's erection. "You don't mind if I practice my skills on you so that the experience shines through in my writing, do you?" "Use me, baby," Kyle said magnanimously, kicking the sheet and covers off him. "It's all in the name of art."
"Welcome to Ambrosia's,"
the hostess said cheerfully.
"Do you have a reservation?"
"We're meeting Agnes Simmons and Jennifer Sugarbaker," I replied.
"They're both here already,"
she told me.
"Follow me. I'll show you to your table."
Kyle placed his hand on the small of my back and gave me a little nudge. He had noticed how tense I was on the ride over and tried to talk me down from the ledge. "You don't have to do anything you don't want to do. You don't owe them anything, babe." I knew he was right, even if I did feel a tiny bit of pressure to please my idol. Agnes was the first to spot us as we approached. She smiled broadly and rose to her feet when she was certain that the hostess was indeed bringing us to her table. I had never posted a picture of myself on social media, so she couldn't be sure until I introduced myself. "Please call me Chaz," I told her. "This is my boyfriend, Kyle." I never got tired of calling him my boyfriend.
"It's nice to meet you both,"
Agnes said.
"This is Jennifer Sugarbaker."
Jennifer shook my hand, then Kyle's, and gestured for us to have a seat.
"Are you enjoying your trip so far?"
"I'm having an amazing time," I told them. "I appreciate your interest in having me as a client, Jennifer. I confess to being a little baffled since I've only released one book.
I've known Agnes for 20 years, and her instincts are always right," Jennifer said. "I cannot believe that you've only written one novel. There's a maturity to your writing that most people only achieve after many years of experience, if at all. I have a dossier for you to take home and look over that will detail the services I provide and the fees I charge. I'm at your disposal to answer any questions that you have, but tonight I'd like to get to know you as an individual. I spend a lot of time with my clients, and quite frankly, I want to work with people I admire and respect."
Jennifer chuckled and said,
Pardon my bluntness, but it won't matter to me if you're the most talented writer with the largest income potential if you're an asshole. I won't rep people I don't respect or who reflect poorly on me. Tell me who Chaz Hamilton, a.k.a. C.B. Hesterson, is.
Holy shit. I was basically auditioning to see if I was good enough to be one of her clients. What she said made a lot of sense, and I had no problem with it. However, I was known to blurt out the most awkward things at the worst possible time. I was certain my panic was written all over my face as I sat there staring at her with unblinking eyes. He knows a lot of things about assholes, but he isn't one of them, Kyle said when the silence stretched long enough to become awkward. He sure can write 'em well. Wait until you meet Gideon. Kyle's praise snapped me back to reality. While I wasn't sure I wanted or needed an agent, I wanted to make a good impression, if for no other reason than to thank Agnes for believing in me. If that failed, I hadn't lost anything, because I had the most amazing man in my life. Honestly, I find talking about myself boring and a little pretentious. What does one say about themselves? Let's see, I said, then tried to come up with something. I wake up every day thankful for the life I have and the people in it. I have a wonderful family, the best friends a man could ask for, and an incredible man who makes all book boyfriends look like chumps. I looked at Agnes and said, "Even your Alexander." Agnes gasped and clutched her chest playfully. "Shut your mouth!" There was no heat in her words, only laughter, and I was encouraged to let my guard down further and have some fun. I have a hairless cat named Harry, and I manage my best friend's salon when I'm not writing, although I don't plan on working there much longer. We hired a new receptionist who I think could fill my shoes in a heartbeat, and a smoking hot new stylist that— "What smoking hot new stylist?" Kyle asked. "I told you about Wren," I answered. "You said we hired a new stylist today, but neglected to mention he was smoking hot. You surely never told me about him." "Babe, get a grip," I told Kyle. "I'm only interested because I think he'd make a great book character with his broodiness and mysterious vibe." "I see how you get involved in your research," Kyle said, busting out the cutesy air quotes again. "I've been on the receiving end of it a few times. Giving end, too, if I do recall correctly." I leaned forward and gave him a quick kiss. "Dr. Dimples has no competition for my heart." "Isn't that the sweetest thing?" Agnes said. I had been so wrapped up in my conversation with Kyle that I momentarily forgot where we were and what we were doing. He had that effect on me quite often. "Sorry for getting sappy," I told the ladies, "and for oversharing." "Your personality is as refreshing as your writing," Jennifer said, then leaned forward. "Did you say you have a hairless cat named Harry?" "Yes," I replied. I planned to name him Dobby after the elf on Harry Potter, but it didn't match his personality. "But Harry does?" Jennifer asked again. "He's stoic and serious, like I expect someone named Harry would be, and I—" "Cut the crap," Kyle said. "You named him after your ginger crush, Prince Harry." "Did not," I said with a scoff. Okay, it was totally true. I vowed never to lie to Kyle again, but I saw his reaction to my comment about Wren. "Who told you that?" "Josh." "Damn him." "Did you know that Josh's macaroni and cheese isn't homemade? It comes frozen from the grocery store and he heats it up, then passes it off as homemade." Not that Kyle ate the macaroni because of the carbs. "Tell everyone you know. I'd get even with Josh if it was the last thing I did." Agnes and Jennifer's laughter once again pulled me back to reality. Jennifer was smiling and shaking her head while Agnes studied me closely. "I know that look," Kyle said to Agnes. "She's thinking about making us into book characters."
I would, but no one would believe me. There'd be at least one person saying with shouty capitals that people like you two don't exist. I'd have to make you less adorable and sweet.
I turned to Kyle and said, "See?" The meal was scrumptious, and the conversation even better. Agnes told us about her family, and shared that her grandson, Chase, and his husband, Gray, were about to welcome their second child into the world. She couldn't wait to get her hands on her great-grandson. It was one of the most memorable evenings of my life. I knew that I was going to sign with Jennifer's agency before I even bothered reading the dossier. Sometimes you just knew the right fit when you found it. 24. Kyle. I chuckled as I walked up the stairs in search of Chaz, although I didn't need to follow the smell of coffee or sounds of his grumbling to find him. He was in his cave, trying to sort his characters out, and it sounded like he was having a difficult time doing it. "You never do what I want you to," I heard him grumble as I approached the door to his office. "That wasn't in the outline, Drew. You're not following the script." I had snickered when Chaz told me he used his fake gamer name in his latest book. He confessed that choosing names for his characters was one of the hardest things for him. I entered the room, but he was too engrossed at whatever he saw on his laptop to notice me. Harry sat on the corner of his desk, glaring at Chaz and swishing his long, skinny tail from side to side. I suspected Harry was more pissed about the ugly-ass Christmas sweater Chaz put on him than being ignored. When we got back from New York, we gave up the pretense that we wanted to live separately. Over the next week, Chaz brought Harry over for visits to see how he got along with my pets. Otis looked at Harry like he was trying to figure out what kind of cat he was, and Sadie just wanted to be friends. Harry acted like a royal prince and stared down his regal nose at my pets like they were peasants. "It's because they're not wearing snazzy clothes," Chaz had said. Sadie gave Chaz a look that dared him to try it. The pets adjusted quickly, and Chaz officially moved in the following week. I fucking loved having him under the same roof, and I knew I'd love it more when he wasn't stretching himself too thin between the salon, his writing career, and finding time to spend with me. I suspected it was the stress of trying to be what everyone else needed that was the source of his frustrations, rather than Drew going rogue on him. "That damn Drew," I said, pulling his attention to me. Chaz's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, like they always did when I caught him talking to himself, his characters, or sometimes his cat. Who the hell was I to question his methods? "What's he done this time?" Chaz blew out a frustrated breath and said, "He's rushing the damn storyline again. If he keeps this up, the book will be 4 or 5 chapters shorter than I planned." "Maybe he'll take you to new places and reveal new plot points," I replied, sounding like I knew what the hell I was talking about. "It seems that way, but I don't like it," Chaz said. "I prefer he just follow the damn script." I wanted to kiss the cute pout off his lips, but it would deter me from the reason I searched him out in the first place. The surprise baby shower was his idea after all. Gabe and Josh thought everyone was coming over for chili and football playoffs, or the next biggest sporting event, as Josh called it. Still, what would one little kiss hurt? The doorbell rang before I could put my plan into action. It would seem that our guests are starting to arrive. Perfect timing, because this book has gone to hell in a handbasket. These characters will be the death of me. Chaz pushed his chair back from his desk and stood up. The only thing keeping Drew from falling down an elevator shaft in a freak workplace accident is his damn dimples. Dimples do come in handy, I agreed. When have you used them to get out of trouble? Chaz asked, following me down the stairs. I was thinking more along the lines of snagging a guy. What guy? Chaz asked fiercely. I stopped on the steps and turned to face him. You. Oh. In that case. I shook my head and continued down the stairs. I think you've been hanging around Gabe too long, I announced. You're starting to drag your knuckles around like he does whenever he sees a guy get close to Josh. You should see him keeping an eye on things at the salon now that Ren works there. He didn't drop by this often to see Josh when they lived above the salon, Chaz said. Of course, you're not much better. Me? Don't act like you didn't bust your ass getting to the salon to buy styling crap for your hair after we returned from New York. Do you say styling crap when you talk to the clients? I asked, changing the subject. The sneering smile said he knew what I did there, but he didn't call me out on it because I opened the door to greet our first guests. We gave them an arrival time that was 30 minutes earlier than the one we gave Josh and Gabe. Luckily, everyone was punctual, so I could stash them down in the basement where we set up the party. Even though Josh and Gabe expected our friends to be there, they didn't expect them to yell, "Surprise!" when they walked down the steps. What's all this? Josh asked, looking around the room in surprise. I thought the pink and blue balloons, cupcakes, and decorations were pretty obvious, but that ginormous stork that Chaz bought for a centerpiece should have been a dead giveaway. Oh, wow, Gabe said in awe. You guys didn't have to do all this for us. Like there's any way in hell we'd let this occasion pass without a celebration, Mare said. Those little angels will be here before you know it. Probably sooner than we planned, Josh told us. The doctor put Renee on complete bed rest to try and delay labor for another week or two. Is it too soon? Will they be okay? I asked. It's more of a preference and precaution than a necessity, Josh said. Their weight is good and they're healthy, but the doc wants them to bake as long as possible. Of course he uses baking terms, Chaz teased. We'll be heading to Florida day after tomorrow, and we're going to stay there until after the babies are born. Are we ever going to learn their names? Harley asked. Or are we going to keep calling them baby girl and baby boy like they refer to them on the ultrasound pictures? We're keeping it a surprise, Josh said. Bonnie and Clyde, Adrian suggested. Perfect names for a lawman's kids. Very funny, partner, Gabe said. Not even close.
Beavis and Butthead,
someone else suggested. It went downhill from there, and we shared big laughs at the things people came up with until Chaz said, I'd bet big money that you'd name your son Dylan to honor Gabe's brother. Josh and Gabe smiled sappily at one another. Dylan James, they said at the same time. You'll never guess our daughter's name, though, Josh said. Of course, we wouldn't let that challenge go untested. We tossed out every name we could think of, some sweet and some ridiculous, but Josh and Gabe kept shaking their heads. I think we have to tell them, Josh said to Gabe. It feels like we're playing favorites with our kids otherwise. Gabe nodded his head. I agree. Her name is Destiny, Emery said with a huge smile on his face. Destiny Renee, Josh and Gabe said at the same time. That's so beautiful, Meredith said. Is it me, or does anyone else find Emery's psychic timing suspect? Adrian asked. What else are you keeping to yourself? Gabe's partner studied the man through narrowed eyes. Emery stiffened, but I couldn't tell if he was shocked or irritated. Psychic? I looked around the room, and I was the only one who looked surprised to hear that Emery had psychic abilities. Not even the club owner, Jonathan Silver, was shocked by the revelation. Hell, Emery couldn't stand that guy, but he somehow knew Emery's secret before me. Of course, I thought that Emery only wanted us to think he didn't like Jonathan Silver. I had seen him checking out the dark-haired, blue-eyed man when he didn't think the guy was looking, which wasn't often. Jonathan Silver seemed to know where Aimee was every second that they shared the same room. "Do you really want to know?" Aimee asked with a hint of sinister in his voice. Adrian swallowed hard, then shook his head. "No thanks, buddy. That takes the fun right out of life." "That's good, because I honestly don't do parlor tricks," Aimee replied with a hesitant smile. "Besides, it was a lucky guess, not a vision." Everyone laughed at Emery's comment, but there was something about his tone of voice that had me questioning if he'd just said that to make people more comfortable. Or maybe he was sorry that he said anything at all. "Let's eat before the food gets cold," Chaz said. "Then you guys can open your presents." The food was the catalyst to get people's minds off the nearly awkward exchange between Adrian and Aimee. I saw Adrian seek Aimee out and have a private conversation with him. I figured Adrian had picked up on Emery's discomfort and tried to make the man feel more comfortable. I enjoyed the party with our friends, especially seeing how happy and excited the expectant fathers were when they opened their gifts. Even so, the exchange between Adrian and Aimee stayed on my mind long after the party ended and everyone went home. I was able to ignore them while I made love to Chaz, but they returned full force once we lay cuddled together in bed afterward. "I can tell you're rolling something around in your beautiful brain," Chaz commented. "What's on your mind?" "Aimee," I replied automatically, without thinking how bad it sounded. Instead of getting mad, Chaz laughed. "Oh my God, I've infected you with the same virus that makes me say the worst things at the worst time. Baby, I'm so sorry. I had no idea my affliction was contagious." I was lucky that Chaz didn't take that the wrong way. "I was thinking about Emery's psychic ability, nothing sexual," I said to clarify. I gave Chaz a sharp look and added, "I can't believe you didn't tell me about his psychic abilities." Chaz shrugged and said, "It wasn't my story to tell." I keep asking myself the same questions. Would I want to know in advance how my life turns out, or would that ruin the journey? Wouldn't I have missed little nuances if he had told me that I would fall in love with you and we'd build a life together? I would have taken it for granted instead of working for something that I wanted so badly. "I think it would be like opening a book to the last page and reading it first," Chaz remarked. "Where's the fun in that? You miss the build-up, the twists and turns, and the thrill of discovering love if you already know it happens." "No," Chaz said, shaking his head. "I'll take the unscripted love." "Me too," I agreed. Maybe that's how Drew feels. He's trying to go off script to forge his path and find the love of his choosing. "But Aiden is perfect for him," Chaz replied. But I could tell he was giving my words serious consideration. "Oh, Dimples, I think you might be onto something." "I was on it a few minutes ago," I replied, earning a playful slap for my body remark. "It's been Travis all along," Chaz said in awe. "Damn. I have a lot of work to fix this hot mess of a manuscript." I pulled Chaz tighter to me and said, "It doesn't have to be tonight." "You're right." "Would you like me to go get your laptop for you, or do you plan on sneaking up to your office as soon as I fall asleep?" I asked because I knew damn well he wasn't going to bed until he figured out the changes to his plot. "I don't know," Chaz replied. "How long do you think that will be?" "I was thinking about one more round of research," I told him. I broke out the air quotes that he loves so much. "Okay, then," Chaz said, eagerly rolling to his back. "Do me, Dr. Dimples."
Epilogue. Chaz. New Year's Eve in Vegas was a brilliant idea, I told Kyle through the microphone attached to my headset, even if I was nervous about some of the festivities he planned. 2 birds with 1 stone. Your first helicopter ride, and amazing advantage point to see the fireworks. Kyle surprised me with the trip to ring in the new year. It reminded me of our trip to New York because I had a surprise of my own tucked inside my jacket pocket. One that made me more nauseous than when the helicopter lifted off. At the stroke of midnight, choreographed fireworks boomed in the sky over the hotels on the Strip. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen in my life, and reminded me of our first kiss beneath the much smaller firework display in our hometown just 6 months prior. Kyle kissed me, but there was no running from the things he made me feel. The colorful explosions were still blasting in the sky all around us when I pulled back from our kiss and pulled Kyle's gift from my pocket. He threw his head back and laughed when I handed the stuffed lobster to him. I knew he'd get the Friends reference immediately and waited not so patiently for him to notice the shiny, circular item tied to its neck. Kyle's eyes widened when he saw it. I know it might seem a little soon, but I've decided to go off script here, I told him. I don't see a reason to wait another minute to tell you that I want to spend the rest of my life with you. I want to have children, grandchildren, and matching rocking chairs on our front porch. I want us to fight over who is the worst at playing World of Warcraft, then I want to kiss and make up. I want to spend the rest of my days being your lobster. I saw the answer in Kyle's eyes before he spoke the words. Okay, then. He pulled me to him for another long kiss before he broke it off just as quickly. You know what they have a lot of in Vegas? The answers to that question were endless. Wedding chapels, Kyle answered excitedly. My mouth gaped open in surprise. You can't be serious. Why not? You said it yourself a few minutes ago. Why wait another minute when we know we want to spend the rest of our lives together? We can plan a ceremony for our friends and family when we get back home, but tonight is just for us. What do you say? Will you marry me tonight with Elvis as our witness? How could a guy pass up an offer like that? Okay, then. Keep listening for bonus chapters from Josh and Gabe. Josh. We're home, Dylan and Destiny, Gabe softly said when he pushed the button to shut off the engine. There's a lot of people waiting inside our house to meet you. I turned and looked into the back seat of my snazzy, dark red Land Rover I affectionately called Duchess. Our sleeping newborns weren't paying a bit of attention to what their daddy said. I traded in my convertible Mini Cooper once we found out that the babies were going to be a reality. I couldn't fit 2 car seats in the back of Princess, so changes were required. I loved the luxuriousness and sleekness of my new ride, so I was hardly complaining. You didn't just get 2 dads. You got an entire village of people who will love you, I told my babies. Can we go inside now? I can't wait to show my babies off, my mom asked. My new snazzy ride came with 3rd-row seating, which happened to be filled with 2 proud grandmothers who came home with us from Florida. Got that straight, Bertie, Martina said. I can't wait to sleep in a real bed. We spent 2 days on the road driving home from Florida, and everyone was ready to feel a sense of normalcy. Well, the babies were too busy sleeping to notice much of anything. We had spent the previous night at a hotel in Memphis, Tennessee. Gabe's birth mother, Benita, and his 3 sisters, Selena, Marisol, and Ariana, joined us for dinner and hung out back at our room so they could fuss over Dylan and Destiny. Our hotel room had a real bed in it, Gabe remarked. Yours didn't? Stop being a wise ass, Gabriel, Martina said.
You know damn well those hotels don't provide beds and sheets as nice as the ones Josh does. Martina knew who was responsible for making the in-law suites so comfy.
I hope you know they're never gonna leave now,
Gabe whispered in mock horror to me. Then he looked at his doting mother and said,
You should watch your mouth around the babies.
You need to be more worried about your birds, my mother countered. She wasn't wrong either. The garage door to the house flew open, and the excited faces of our friends filled the frame. It wasn't that long ago that I lived above the salon, had no love to speak of, and didn't know half of the people who waited eagerly to welcome our children home. The ladies are looking a little impatient, I said when I saw Meredith, Sally Ann, and Deanna's faces. Not as impatient as the ones cramped in the third row of this SUV, Martina said. I knew we needed to get out and show off our babies, but this felt like the last minute that the babies would be just ours. Gabe and I had stayed in a suite with them for a few days at the hospital, since they were born a little early. Neither of us wanted to close our eyes and sleep because we didn't want to miss a second. They were our little miracles and the precious little pieces that made our family complete. We knew we needed to share, but for that brief time we wanted to be selfish and hold them against our chests and just breathe them in. Sitting in the garage felt like that too. Our babies would never lack love and affection with the amazing group of friends that we shared our lives with every day. Suddenly, there was a stir in the middle of the group, and the bodies started shifting. I smiled when I saw Mama Richmond elbow her way to the front of the gathering. She still wore her Sunday finest, complete with ornate hat. "Boy, are you gonna come out on your own, or do I need to snatch you out by the hair?" Gabe and I pointed at one another. "She's talking to you," we said simultaneously. Neither of us was willing to take a chance and unbuckled our seatbelts. Gabe and I each grabbed a car seat and assisted our mothers out. As soon as they were free, they grabbed the car seats from us and headed inside. "Grab our suitcases, Gabe," Martina said. "Don't forget the diaper bags," my mother added. Gabe and I stood in the garage looking at one another as everyone followed our mothers into the house.
"Hey, you want to?"
Gabe asked.
"First minute we've had alone since the babies were born."
"Get used to it,"
John said from the doorway. I hadn't seen or heard him come back.
"I haven't had sex in 3 years."
"Want to make it 3 more?" Deanna asked her husband.
"Damn, she hears everything,"
he mumbled, then turned to go inside. We were once again alone, and Gabe took advantage of the moment to back me up against the SUV.
"Do you have any idea how happy you've made me?"
He cupped my face in his big hands, just the way I liked. The only thing that made me melt even more inside was when his strong hands cradled our babies safely against him. "It sounded like you were complaining about the lack of sex a minute ago." I looped my arms around Gabe's neck and rose on my tiptoes. "I'll settle for one of your toe-curling kisses for the time being," I whispered against his lips. Gabe lowered his head to close the tiny distance between us and kissed me just the way I liked. Slow and tender at first, followed by hot, wet, and hard as our passion built. If I wasn't careful, something else was going to get wet and hard, and we had a house full of people to contend with before we could even think about sex. Still, I didn't want to let go of the moment, so I kissed him until someone cleared their throat to remind us that we weren't alone. I turned my head and saw that my mom was standing in the doorway. "The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Your father still corners me." "Mom, please don't finish that sentence," I begged. She smiled broadly at my discomfort. "Diaper bags, please." Gabe hoisted the bulk of the luggage while I grabbed the rest, plus the diaper bags, and together we made our way inside the house.
We dropped our bags in the kitchen and followed the sounds of the cooing until we found everyone gathered around the 2 car seats they'd propped up on the coffee table. Like it had every day for the past 2 weeks, my heart stuttered to a stop in my chest for a brief second when I looked at our children. We'd been parents for a whopping 14 days, yet I could hardly remember a time without them. That's how fast we fell in love with our kids. You know, I wasn't sure I could do it, I said to Gabe.
Do what, sunshine?
Love another living soul as much as I love you? But there are 2 more that I can't imagine my life without now. It's like you're all tethered to me by an invisible string. A part of me. Gabe wrapped his arm around my shoulders and pulled me into his side.
You're just tapping into the well of love you have inside you.
Normally, I wouldn't have liked getting so personal with a large gathering around, but they didn't know we existed. At least our friends were waiting patiently for our sleeping beauties to wake instead of snatching them out of their seats. I knew how hard that was to do, and sometimes I was guilty of lifting them out of their bassinets while they slept because I just needed to hold them and know it was all real. I looked at the faces of each of the people smiling down at our infants. They all brought something unique to our lives and made us better people. John and Adrian started out as Gabe's co-workers, but we couldn't love them more if they were our flesh and blood. Emery and Jonathan were the newest members of our group, but it felt like I'd known them my entire life. It seemed to me that their sadness faded a little bit more each time they came around, but I thought it had more to do with the undeniable attraction between them rather than anything Gabe or I had done. I hoped one day they'd stop pretending and start accepting that something special could develop between them. Mare and Chaz were the brother and sister I never had, and I was so happy to see them in love and planning exciting futures. Mare and Harley were engaged and planning a wedding. I expected to hear news out of... Wait a minute. Chaz Bailey Hamilton? I said loudly, mimicking Mare's tone she used when he was in trouble. What is that round, shiny, metal thing on the ring finger of your left hand? I marched forward with my hands on my hips. Did you get engaged and not tell me? Chaz rubbed the back of his neck nervously. Well, it's not a particularly hard question, I told him. No, I didn't keep my engagement from you, Chaz said sheepishly. I got married and I didn't tell you. Married? We all asked at the same time. Why in the world didn't you tell us? Meredith asked. I can't believe you got married without us, I said in shock.
Whoa, when did this happen?
Gabe asked them. We peppered them with one question after another, but they didn't seem to hear us. Chaz and Kyle were too busy staring into one another's eyes while wearing sappy smiles. All the fussing did, however, wake the babies, and they cried to show how unhappy they were at having their slumber disturbed. Look what you two did, I said jokingly to Kyle and Chaz. You woke the babies. Gabe and I moved in to sweep up our children, but Mare and Deanna elbowed us out of the way. Now, Meredith softly said as she held Destiny against her chest. Aunt Mare has you now, beautiful girl. Oh, such a sweet boy you are, Dylan, Deanna said to our son as she rubbed gentle circles against his back. Dylan was always more vocal and harder to calm down, but Deanna had the magic touch. The room got quiet once again, except for all the baby talk from the 2 women, but the peacefulness didn't last long. You woke the babies! Savage screeched from his perch in his fancy solarium. Fuck nuggets! Sassy began mimicking a crying baby. I had to admit she sounded just like them. Dirty bird! I turned to face Gabe. I thought you worked out a deal with your bird. He was your bird long before I walked into your salon.
He's Big Daddy's boy now, I countered. I thought he was going to play nice from now on.
I can control that bird's mouth about as much as I can control you,
Gabe said dryly.
I'll work on it.
We're a family now, Savage squawked proudly, making me smile. Gabe had taught him a whole host of new sayings, and we repeated them all the time in the hope of pushing out his foul vocabulary. Family of fucknuggets, Sassy added. Gonna wash your mouth out with soap, cock badger, Savage added. I threw up my hands. It's hopeless. Gabe looked at me with wide eyes.
I never called him a cock badger.
I'll ask their pediatrician about fitting them with earplugs, I told him. The birds settled back down, while the babies were gently passed around like precious party favors. I made a beeline for Kyle and Chaz once they were done making googly eyes at my kids. Gabe was right on my heels, probably ready to intervene if I got too huffy. You have some serious explaining to do.
It just felt right, Chaz said with a shrug. We went to Las Vegas for New Year's Eve and got caught up in the excitement of the moment. A new year seemed like the right time to start a new life. It sounds romantic and sweet, but why didn't you tell any of us? Gabe asked. We stayed in Las Vegas for 5 days, then went to Cabo San Lucas for 10 days, and just got back ourselves, Kyle said. We told our families this morning, and now we're telling our friends. We're going to have a reception party to celebrate properly.
Just wow, I replied. I opened my arms and hugged Chaz. I'm so damn happy for you. Your writing career is taking off, and you finally took Dr. Dimples by the Josh, Gabe said in a warning tone, hand, and took the leap. I'm gonna miss seeing you every day at the shop, but I am so proud of you, Chaz. Don't you forget about us.
Like you could get rid of me, he replied, hugging me tighter. I'm so happy for you too, Chaz.
Let me in, Mare said. Chaz and I opened our arms so she could join us in a group hug. You're my tribe, my ride or die, and the most amazing men I know. We're not all that, I told her, rumpling her hair. But we'll do in a pinch, Chaz added. I'm glad you said that, because I need to ask you guys for a favor, Meredith said. I would like for both of you to give me away in May when I get married. Meredith's father had passed away when she was a young girl, and she didn't have any living male relatives. Her request meant the world to me and moved me to tears. I looked at Chaz, and I figured my expression was just as dopey as his. Oh, Mare, I said. We'd be honored to give you away. We've been waiting to do it for a long time, Chaz added. Wait, that might have sounded wrong. Still holding a grudge, I see, Meredith said after she stopped laughing herself silly. She was referring to the way Chaz resented her arrival in town our first year of high school, because he suddenly had to share my friendship with someone else. I honestly didn't mean it the way it sounded. Chaz was prone to say the absolute worst things at the wrong time. I meant that your finding your Prince Charming has been a long time coming. I'd be honored to share in your special day. The doorbell rang, and Harley yelled, Food's here! Oh, you guys ordered us dinner? I asked. It's just pizza, Chaz said. None of us can cook quite to your standards yet. Salad too, Kyle added. It was pizza, or Deanna would make something from the grocer's freezer section. John tilted his head to the side and asked, Do you make your lasagna homemade, Josh? Yes, sir, I replied. I even make my own pasta. John! Deanna yelled from the kitchen. No one is entering any more cooking or baking contests.
Damn it, woman, do you hear everything?
John asked as he headed for the kitchen to sweet-talk his wife. That'll be us in a few years, I told Gabe.
Probably a few months,
he countered. Hey, you wanna sneak off? Our babies started crying again, and it was louder than the first bout, which meant they either had full diapers, empty bellies, or both. We looked at each other and grinned. Rain check, we said at the same time. I suspected we would be saying that word to each other many times over the next 18 years or longer. I knew we'd be okay as long as we carved out time for one another. Instead of heading over to the kitchen, we walked over to where our babies were kicking up a fuss in their seats. Gabe and I had the diaper changing down to an art and had the kids redressed and ready to feed in a jiffy. The grandmas came out of the kitchen with fresh bottles and snatched the babies from us. I pouted a little because feeding time was my favorite. I loved the little grunts they made as they greedily drank from their bottles.
Go get something to eat, Martina said. Bertie and I have this under control.
We followed the smell of delicious, cheesy pizza and the sound of happy voices in our home. Aimee stepped out of the kitchen and nodded his head to the side.
Can I talk to you guys for a minute?
His timid smile and the nervousness I heard in his voice worried me.
Gabe. Is something wrong? I asked Aimee. I glanced over at Josh and saw that he was nibbling on his bottom lip nervously, which meant he picked up on our neighbor's mood. No, Aimee said unconvincingly. I just wanted to let you know that I'm leaving town for a little bit to take care of some personal things. I don't like to just drop out of sight without telling you. Aimee's voice cracked and he broke eye contact to look down at his shoes. Josh stepped up to Aimee and placed his hands on his shoulders. I didn't thump my chest or growl because I could tell Josh was trying to comfort our friend.
Aimee, there's obviously something wrong. Won't you tell us?
Aimee raised his head slowly and attempted to smile. Maybe it's right, he replied cryptically.
Is this like the last time you left before our wedding?
Josh asked. Aimee had told Josh the Monday before the wedding that he needed to leave town to do something, but promised to return for our ceremony. Aimee honored that promise. I couldn't shake the feeling that something about this trip was different from the last. You're coming back, right? I hope so, Aimee said noncommittally. But if not, I want you to know that your friendship has come to mean the world to me. The two of you have restored my faith in humanity. Aimee, is there anything we can do to help you? I asked. He was clearly torn up about something, and I wanted him to know he didn't have to go through it alone. I appreciate that so much, Gabe. But unfortunately, this is something that I'll have to do alone. Aimee hugged Josh first, then me. I love you both. I'm sorry that I ruined your first night home with the babies. It's just I leave first thing in the morning, and I couldn't go without saying goodbye.
So long for now. You'll be back, Aimee, Josh said confidently.
He added a wink and added,
I know things.
Aimee smiled at Josh's attempt at a joke, but it didn't reach his eyes. I was a fix-it kind of guy, and I wanted to help make things better for my friend. I recognized that I couldn't make everything right in the world, no matter how hard I tried. The only thing I could do was be patient and let Aimee know how much we valued his friendship. There will always be a place for you at our table, no matter how long it takes you to find your way back to us. I was aiming for assurance, but instead my words made Aimee cry. I tried to apologize, but he shook his head and left. I started to follow him, but a firm hand on my shoulder stopped me. "I got this, Gabe," Jonathan said. "You guys enjoy your welcome home party, and I'll take care of Emery. Congratulations on your beautiful new additions to your family." Jonathan didn't wait around for us to respond. Josh and I looked at each other in shock. "What just happened?" he asked me. I wrapped my arm around my husband and pulled him to me. I dropped a kiss on his forehead before I answered him. "I have no idea. I don't like it, but I don't think there's anything we can do to make him stay."
"Lock him in the scary room downstairs,"
Josh teased. I couldn't hide the shiver that worked its way through my body. "Too soon, Gabe?" I pinned him with a dark look. I didn't think enough time would ever pass before I got over being bashed over the head and knocked out in that creepy cellar. Josh had the room sealed off before we moved in because he knew how much I hated it.
"Come on, you two, and eat something while you can,"
Sally Ann said from the kitchen.
"You need to take advantage of the help when offered. Don't be saintly fathers who try to do it all." "Absolutely,"
Deanna agreed.
"When someone offers to watch the babies so you can nap, then do it."
"Or some other bedroom activity," Adrian offered. "It's a long dry spell, brothers." Josh snorted.
"Not for us. We didn't give birth to the babies."
Adrian tipped his head to the side and said, "True, but there's precious little alone time with newborns in the house." I just shook my head, certain they were just exaggerating. "They have to sleep sometimes," I replied. "Who said they'd sleep on the same schedule?" John countered. Josh and I looked at one another in panic. Oh my God. What if one of them slept all day and stayed up all night while the other did the exact opposite? I felt panic start to creep in that I would never sleep or have sex until the kids were 10 or older. John and Adrian must have thought it was hilarious because they threw their heads back and roared with laughter. "Now they get it," John said. "I bet I'll see a whole lot less swagger and more stagger out of Gabe these next few months. Maybe even years," Adrian added. Their comment started up a new round of laughter. They were so busy slapping each other on the backs and laughing it up that they didn't notice their wives' reactions. Deanna and Sally Ann wore matching expressions of disgust and outrage.
"I wasn't aware that our children were such a burden to you, John. If you weren't getting any, then how is it that we had multiple children?"
she asked icily. "Baby, I'm just joking. You know I love our little cockblockers," John said to his wife. His tone was appeasing, but not his language. I was glad they had found a babysitter for the night, although John was an amazing father and would never say something like that in front of the little Dorchesters.
"I guess it's not a good time to tell you that you're gonna be a father again,"
Sally Ann said to Adrian, then promptly burst into tears. "What?" Adrian asked, sobering immediately. "Oh, my God. Are you teasing me right now?" Adrian scooped Sally Ann up into a hug. "Do you promise?" Sally Ann was still crying, but at least she was smiling and nodding happily. "Damn, I hope Adrian doesn't lose his shit in the birthing suite like he did last time," I said fondly. Sally Ann's head starts spinning in circles while she spews foul language and talks about dudes carrying babies in their prostates and squeezing it out their asses," Josh added. He winked at Sally Ann, who laughed hysterically. "I told you that I'd never let you live it down."
"That you did."
Sally Ann looked at Adrian and said,
"I'm sorry I told you this way. I had every intention of doing something cutesy."
"I don't need cutesy," he replied softly. Josh and I congratulated the expectant couple with hugs before we made our way to the pizza. It felt like months instead of hours since I last ate. The cheesy, greasy pizza was just what the doctor ordered. Adrian came over after everyone finished, fawning all over him. "Hey, I want to talk to you about a few things, but wasn't sure if it was the right time to talk shop." A cop was never truly off duty. "What's up? Any leads on the break-ins?" "Nothing, man. They stopped as fast as they started. It's frustrating as hell," Adrian replied. "Then what's on your mind?" I asked. "There was a pretty big announcement in the police department while you were gone." "There was?" I was shocked that Adrian didn't call me right away if it was so serious. "Captain Reardon has decided to run against Rocky Beaumont in the May primary election," Adrian told us. "There's no opposition party on the ballot at this time, so if the captain wins, and I think he will, our captain will be mayor. And that leaves his position at the police department open." "Are you going to apply?" I asked him. Was he trying to let me down easy? "No, but I want you to apply for the position," Adrian said. "Me? I've been here for the shortest amount of time. You have more seniority than I do," I argued. "Gabe, you have a lot more experience, and you have a better temperament for the job. I hate to lose you as a partner, but I'd love to see you take over our department if the captain is elected as mayor." "I'm honored, Adrian. I love being out in the field, and I've never really given much thought to moving up the ranks. I mean, I've taken the appropriate tests so that it could happen, but I never thought it would." I thought about how much my life had changed in a year and realized that maybe a little more change was on the horizon. "Captain Roman Wyatt," Josh said, testing to see how it sounded. "I like it." "It does sound kind of snazzy." "And think of the names I can call you when you're bad. Captain Cockbadger." "I'm never bad," I rebutted. "Oh, you are, but in a very good way." "Sally Ann, let's get our pizza to go," Adrian said. "The lovebirds want some alone time." We hadn't said anything, but now that he mentioned it. "Yeah, grab some pizza and get out," Josh said. "The grandmas have this under control for a few minutes." "Few minutes?" I whined. Who was I kidding? By that point, I'd settle for a hand job in the laundry room, and a few seconds would be all it took. It was amazing how quickly our friends cleared out of our house. My mom and Bertie entered the kitchen, burping the twins on their shoulders. They looked around the empty kitchen in surprise. "Where'd everyone go?" Bertie asked. She looked at Josh with narrowed eyes. "Did you fart, Joshy?" "Mom, seriously?" my husband asked. "Of all the things you could accuse me of doing to clear a room, your first guess was farting." Bertie just shrugged. "Oh, I think I know." My mom's dark eyes twinkled. "You told them that you wanted some alone time while the babies were preoccupied. I reckon no one was getting much action in the hospital suite or while you bunked down with the babies in the hotel rooms on the drive home." "Oh," Bertie said. "They are turning an interesting shade of red. I don't think I recall Joshy ever looking that embarrassed. You boys go on upstairs and get busy. We've got the babies covered," my mom told us. I thought it was great that our moms were so hip about the fact that we wanted sexy time together, but I doubted either of us would get an erection knowing that our moms were downstairs waiting for us to finish. Josh and I looked at each other and exchanged grins.
No, we're good, we both said at the same time.
Suit yourself.
Bertie said.
But blue balls can be very painful. Plus, you want a healthy prostate for optimal—
Not another word, Roberta, Josh tersely said. I'd never heard him address his mother by her first name. We're very familiar with things like blue balls and prostate health. I need you to stop thinking about them so that I won't think about you thinking about them. I'm at risk at never having another erection as long as I live.
Geesh, you don't have to be so testy with me,
she replied petulantly. As much as we loved our mothers, we lived in pretty tight quarters the past few days. I thought it would be best for a little break. Why don't you get a bite to eat while we give the babies their baths? I didn't care that we hadn't grabbed a bite to eat for ourselves and that my stomach was threatening to eat itself. I wanted a happy husband who'd be able to get it up as soon as our children fell back to sleep. I took Destiny from my mother and Josh took Dylan from his. Bertie kissed Josh's cheek, then whispered something in his ear. "I'm sorry too, Mama," he said softly. I appreciated their help more than I could express, but I was eager to get into a routine with our angels. Josh and I quickly got into a rhythm together, just like we did with everything. He watched, then I dried and dressed them. Once they were ready for bed, we tucked them in and watched over them for a few minutes as they slept. I brushed my finger against Dylan's soft cheek, then Destiny's. "Only your daughter would insist on having her own birthday," I said.
"No, your son didn't get with the program. He had to arrive at 11:50 on New Year's Eve when the whole world knew they were supposed to be New Year's babies,"
Josh replied.
"So impatient, like his father."
Me. I'm the epitome of patience. Look how much crap I took from you while I waited for you to come around. Josh smiled sheepishly at me. He had no comeback because he knew it was true. There are moments in my life when I felt like someone was watching over me. Guiding me, perhaps. It was never a spiritual feeling like God or a guardian angel. It felt different.
"Like a big brother watching over you?"
Josh asked. Yeah, I guess that sums it up right. Is that just wishful thinking that I want Dylan to know that he lives on in our son? Or how we named Destiny to honor Bianca and Georgia bringing us together?
"Who's to say that they're not watching us right now?"
Josh asked. He tipped his head to the side thoughtfully before he looked up toward the heavens.
"Now would be a good time to look away. I'd like to have some alone time with my husband."
Josh looked at me and said,
"That is, if you want."
I didn't let him finish his sentence. I took him to our bedroom and showed him what I wanted. I was better with actions than words anyway.
"Oh, Captain, my Captain,"
Josh whispered. This concludes Unscripted Love by Aimee Nicole Walker. Narrated by Joel Leslie. Copyright 2017 by Aimee Nicole Walker. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Aimee Nicole Walker and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
Probably a few months,
he countered. Hey, you wanna sneak off? Our babies started crying again, and it was louder than the first bout, which meant they either had full diapers, empty bellies, or both. We looked at each other and grinned. Rain check, we said at the same time. I suspected we would be saying that word to each other many times over the next 18 years or longer. I knew we'd be okay as long as we carved out time for one another. Instead of heading over to the kitchen, we walked over to where our babies were kicking up a fuss in their seats. Gabe and I had the diaper changing down to an art and had the kids redressed and ready to feed in a jiffy. The grandmas came out of the kitchen with fresh bottles and snatched the babies from us. I pouted a little because feeding time was my favorite. I loved the little grunts they made as they greedily drank from their bottles. "Go get something to eat," Martina said. "Bertie and I have this under control." We followed the smell of delicious, cheesy pizza and the sound of happy voices in our home. Aimee stepped out of the kitchen and nodded his head to the side.
"Can I talk to you guys for a minute?"
His timid smile and the nervousness I heard in his voice worried me.
"Gabe, is something wrong?" I asked Aimee. I glanced over at Josh and saw that he was nibbling on his bottom lip nervously, which meant he picked up on our neighbor's mood. "No," Aimee said unconvincingly. "I just wanted to let you know that I'm leaving town for a little bit to take care of some personal things. I don't like to just drop out of sight without telling you." Aimee's voice cracked and he broke eye contact to look down at his shoes. Josh stepped up to Aimee and placed his hands on his shoulders. I didn't thump my chest or growl because I could tell Josh was trying to comfort our friend.
"Aimee, there's obviously something wrong. Won't you tell us?"
Aimee raised his head slowly and attempted to smile. "Maybe it's right," he replied cryptically.
"Is this like the last time you left before our wedding?"
Josh asked. Aimee had told Josh the Monday before the wedding that he needed to leave town to do something, but promised to return for our ceremony. Aimee honored that promise. I couldn't shake the feeling that something about this trip was different from the last. "You're coming back, right?" "I hope so," Aimee said noncommittally. "But if not, I want you to know that your friendship has come to mean the world to me. The two of you have restored my faith in humanity. Aimee, is there anything we can do to help you?" I asked. He was clearly torn up about something, and I wanted him to know he didn't have to go through it alone. "I appreciate that so much, Gabe. But unfortunately, this is something that I'll have to do alone." Aimee hugged Josh first, then me. "I love you both. I'm sorry that I ruined your first night home with the babies. It's just I leave first thing in the morning, and I couldn't go without saying goodbye."
"So long for now. You'll be back, Aimee,"
Josh said confidently. He added a wink and added,
"I know things."
Aimee smiled at Josh's attempt at a joke, but it didn't reach his eyes. I was a fix-it kind of guy, and I wanted to help make things better for my friend. I recognized that I couldn't make everything right in the world, no matter how hard I tried. The only thing I could do was be patient and let Aimee know how much we valued his friendship. "There will always be a place for you at our table, no matter how long it takes you to find your way back to us." I was aiming for assurance, but instead my words made Aimee cry. I tried to apologize, but he shook his head and left. I started to follow him, but a firm hand on my shoulder stopped me. "I got this, Gabe," Jonathan said. "You guys enjoy your welcome home party. And I'll take care of Emery. Congratulations on your beautiful new additions to your family. Jonathan didn't wait around for us to respond. Josh and I looked at each other in shock. "What just happened?" he asked me. I wrapped my arm around my husband and pulled him to me. I dropped a kiss on his forehead before I answered him. "I have no idea. I don't like it, but I don't think there's anything we can do to make him stay."
"Lock him in the scary room downstairs," Josh teased. I couldn't hide the shiver that worked its way through my body. "Too soon, Gabe?" I pinned him with a dark look. I didn't think enough time would ever pass before I got over being bashed over the head and knocked out in that creepy cellar. Josh had the room sealed off before we moved in because he knew how much I hated it.
"Come on, you two, and eat something while you can,"
Sally Ann said from the kitchen.
"You need to take advantage of the help when offered. Don't be saintly fathers who try to do it all." "Absolutely,"
Deanna agreed.
"When someone offers to watch the babies so you can nap, then do it."
"Or some other bedroom activity," Adrian offered. "It's a long dry spell, brothers."
Josh snorted.
"Not for us. We didn't give birth to the babies."
Adrian tipped his head to the side and said, "True, but there's precious little alone time with newborns in the house." I just shook my head, certain they were just exaggerating. "They have to sleep sometimes," I replied. "Who said they'd sleep on the same schedule?" John countered. Josh and I looked at one another in panic. Oh my God. What if one of them slept all day and stayed up all night while the other did the exact opposite? I felt panic start to creep in that I would never sleep or have sex until the kids were 10 or older. John and Adrian must have thought it was hilarious because they threw their heads back and roared with laughter. "Now they get it," John said. "I bet I'll see a whole lot less swagger and more stagger out of Gabe these next few months. Maybe even years," Adrian added. Their comments started up a new round of laughter. They were so busy slapping each other on the backs and laughing it up that they didn't notice their wives' reactions. Deanna and Sally Ann wore matching expressions of disgust and outrage.
"I wasn't aware that our children were such a burden to you, John. If you weren't getting any, then how is it that we had multiple children?"
she asked icily. "Baby, I'm just joking. You know I love our little cockblockers," John said to his wife. His tone was appeasing, but not his language. I was glad they had found a babysitter for the night, although John was an amazing father and would never say something like that in front of the little Dorchesters.
"I guess it's not a good time to tell you that you're gonna be a father again,"
Sally Ann said to Adrian, then promptly burst into tears. "What?" Adrian asked, sobering immediately. "Oh, my God. Are you teasing me right now?" Adrian scooped Sally Ann up into a hug. "Do you promise?" Sally Ann was still crying, but at least she was smiling and nodding happily. "Damn, I hope Adrian doesn't lose his shit in the birthing suite like he did last time," I said fondly. Sally Ann's head starts spinning in circles while she spews foul language and talks about dudes carrying babies in their prostates and squeezing it out their asses," Josh added. He winked at Sally Ann, who laughed hysterically. "I told you that I'd never let you live it down."
"That you did."
Sally Ann looked at Adrian and said,
"I'm sorry I told you this way. I had every intention of doing something cutesy."
"I don't need cutesy," he replied softly. Josh and I congratulated the expectant couple with hugs before we made our way to the pizza. It felt like months instead of hours since I last ate. The cheesy, greasy pizza was just what the doctor ordered.
Adrian came over after everyone finished, fawning all over him. "Hey, I want to talk to you about a few things, but wasn't sure if it was the right time to talk shop." A cop was never truly off duty. "What's up? Any leads on the break-ins?" "Nothing, man. They stopped as fast as they started. It's frustrating as hell," Adrian replied. "Then what's on your mind?" I asked. "There was a pretty big announcement in the police department while you were gone." "There was?" I was shocked that Adrian didn't call me right away if it was so serious. "Captain Reardon has decided to run against Rocky Beaumont in the May primary election," Adrian told us. "There's no opposition party on the ballot at this time, so if the captain wins, and I think he will, our captain will be mayor. And that leaves his position at the police department open." "Are you going to apply?" I asked him. Was he trying to let me down easy? "No, but I want you to apply for the position," Adrian said. "Me? I've been here for the shortest amount of time. You have more seniority than I do," I argued. "Gabe, you have a lot more experience, and you have a better temperament for the job. I hate to lose you as a partner, but I'd love to see you take over our department if the captain is elected as mayor." "I'm honored, Adrian. I love being out in the field, and I've never really given much thought to moving up the ranks. I mean, I've taken the appropriate tests so that it could happen, but I never thought it would." I thought about how much my life had changed in a year and realized that maybe a little more change was on the horizon. "Captain Roman Wyatt," Josh said, testing to see how it sounded. "I like it." "It does sound kind of snazzy." "And think of the names I can call you when you're bad. Captain Cockbadger." "I'm never bad," I rebutted. "Oh, you are, but in a very good way." "Sally Ann, let's get our pizza to go," Adrian said. "The lovebirds want some alone time." We hadn't said anything, but now that he mentioned it. "Yeah, grab some pizza and get out," Josh said. "The grandmas have this under control for a few minutes." "Few minutes?" I whined. Who was I kidding? By that point, I'd settle for a hand job in the laundry room, and a few seconds would be all it took. It was amazing how quickly our friends cleared out of our house. My mom and Bertie entered the kitchen, burping the twins on their shoulders. They looked around the empty kitchen in surprise. "Where'd everyone go?" Bertie asked. She looked at Josh with narrowed eyes. "Did you fart, Joshy?" "Mom, seriously?" my husband asked. "Of all the things you could accuse me of doing to clear a room, your first guess was farting." Bertie just shrugged. "Oh, I think I know." My mom's dark eyes twinkled. "You told them that you wanted some alone time while the babies were preoccupied. I reckon no one was getting much action in the hospital suite or while you bunked down with the babies in the hotel rooms on the drive home." "Oh," Bertie said. "They are turning an interesting shade of red. I don't think I recall Joshy ever looking that embarrassed. You boys go on upstairs and get busy. We've got the babies covered," my mom told us. I thought it was great that our moms were so hip about the fact that we wanted sexy time together, but I doubted either of us would get an erection knowing that our moms were downstairs waiting for us to finish. Josh and I looked at each other and exchanged grins. "No, we're good," we both said at the same time. "Suit yourself," Bertie said. "But blue balls can be very painful. Plus, you want a healthy prostate for optimal—" "Not another word, Roberta," Josh tersely said. I'd never heard him address his mother by her first name. "We're very familiar with things like blue balls and prostate health. I need you to stop thinking about them so that I won't think about you thinking about them. I'm at risk at never having another erection as long as I live."
"Geesh, you don't have to be so testy with me,"
she replied petulantly. As much as we loved our mothers, we lived in pretty tight quarters the past few days. I thought it would be best for a little break. "Why don't you get a bite to eat while we give the babies their baths?" I didn't care that we hadn't grabbed a bite to eat for ourselves and that my stomach was threatening to eat itself. I wanted a happy husband who'd be able to get it up as soon as our children fell back to sleep. I took Destiny from my mother and Josh took Dylan from his. Bertie kissed Josh's cheek, then whispered something in his ear. "I'm sorry too, Mama," he said softly. I appreciated their help more than I could express, but I was eager to get into a routine with our angels. Josh and I quickly got into a rhythm together, just like we did with everything. He washed, then I dried and dressed them. Once they were ready for bed, we tucked them in and watched over them for a few minutes as they slept. I brushed my finger against Dylan's soft cheek, then Destiny's. "Only your daughter would insist on having her own birthday," I said.
"No, your son didn't get with the program. He had to arrive at 11:50 on New Year's Eve when the whole world knew they were supposed to be New Year's babies,"
Josh replied.
"So impatient, like his father."
"Me? I'm the epitome of patience. Look how much crap I took from you while I waited for you to come around." Josh smiled sheepishly at me. He had no comeback because he knew it was true. There are moments in my life when I felt like someone was watching over me. Guiding me, perhaps. It was never a spiritual feeling like God or a guardian angel. It felt different.
"Like a big brother watching over you?"
Josh asked. "Yeah, I guess that sums it up right. Is that just wishful thinking that I want Dylan to know that he lives on in our son? Or how we named Destiny to honor Bianca and Georgia bringing us together?"
"Who's to say that they're not watching us right now?"
Josh asked. He tipped his head to the side thoughtfully before he looked up toward the heavens.
"Now would be a good time to look away. I'd like to have some alone time with my husband."
Josh looked at me and said,
"That is, if you want."
I didn't let him finish his sentence. I took him to our bedroom and showed him what I wanted. I was better with actions than words anyway.
"Oh, Captain, my Captain,"
Josh whispered. This concludes Unscripted Love by Aimee Nicole Walker. Narrated by Joel Leslie. Copyright 2017 by Aimee Nicole Walker. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Aimee Nicole Walker and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.